Cracky. Cracky.
Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Are you happy now?
Preseason week here on the Esports U Network. We're going to be hopping into games from the ECAC week number 1. That conference always gives us bangers. We'll see what it has today. We'll have 2 best of 3s on the way. The first will be Grand Valley State University up against the University of Southern Florida. You may have saw today in the activation weekend. And then to follow will be Bryant Valorant Gold up against University of Albany Valorant Team A. I'm counter to 3K. That is the ever so lovely Camel. We're here to take you through it.
I am excited. Catnator, you didn't forget all of that info. You are a pro, my man. That's why I love you, man. You really just get it done for it. But yeah, like you said, USF versus GVSU. It's going to be very exciting, very intense. And you actually have some prior knowledge on USF.
Yeah, that I do. So we got to see them play in the activation week and more of a virtual event actually coming through. And they were trying to compete for $1,000, a chance to compete for that Atlanta national trip. And that's in the CENC conference. But unfortunately for them, out in third place, man. 2-1 out of groups, had a good running, but when we got to that playoff day, that Final Four, things just didn't quite come together, but definitely a good run for them. Making out of groups, always something to talk about, even if not winning the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely an accomplishment for them. And it'll be interesting to see if they've learned anything or if they've adapted and found new strategies. But going up against GVSU here, it'll be interesting to see how this team matches up. It looks like the teams are just about ready to go. We should be sending it in to Agent Select momentarily. Catnator, anything you're expecting from this USF roster that was so prominent in the virtual event we just saw?
Well, the USF roster has a dynamic weapon under their control. It's Psycho, actually the IGL. We talked about him a little bit earlier into the broadcast over there, and the fact that he's a wild card, right? He loves to make big plays. We saw him all the time jumping out of Haven window on the retake, just trying to make openings happen. So it's very hit or miss, but when it hits, oh boy, it is like a truck. And we'll see as we jump into the Agent Select now what this team has to show us.
We will see. And already out of the gate here, GVSU concocting a bit of a strategy, going with the Killjoy here. Very valuable on a set, especially over towards a site, and get some great value out of that. And potentially we could see a Chamber here, and it's risen to prominence, Catnator, throughout the coming weeks of his arrival into the agent pool, and people have already found ways of mastering him and using him to his full potential.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The Chamber almost utilized on every map now, and Kilroy, you see his name is Kilroy, a parody of Killjoy, quite frankly. But he's been playing Chamber all weekend. He was playing Chamber, and not really a surprise there. I mean, the agent's just so much better. Arrow GG going to give us a KO as well. So we're going to see some nuanced utility start to get worked up. Campbell going to actually go ahead and play that Killjoy. So not to say that Killjoy isn't still valid, incredibly so, especially if there's not a KO on the other side of things. There's not that ability to break down all that utility, especially when we start to work it over towards Cat. So still very, very useful is the Killjoy, but I'm not really surprised to see Chamber start to work slowly and slowly further and further into the meta. Just such a good operator agent, and if teams haven't prepped for the counter to the Chamber, it can have huge impact in these rounds.
Absolutely. We will see if Kilroy can have that Chamber success, but regardless, USF mentioned watching out for Bacon, watching out for Psycho. These are the players here with experience and tournament knowledge under their belt. We'll see if they come alive here in this first regular season week here of ECAC with Esports U. But regardless, as we start this first game, bit of a default strategy here. Just going to leave the spec behind and look to burn some utility. Smart strategy to start things off.
That it is a Camp Pitbull. We'll take it straight to Psycho. Like I said, he's a wild card player. Jumps out of the utility, the Nebula early, but not caught off guard is Grand Valley, easily having that one. And now they work to Cat. There's so little utility here. All they've really got to worry about is Bacon. Those stars are going to be set up towards A main. Bacon trying to play off site here. Going to work straight through Cat. Another aggressive peek. Another kill for Grand Valley. That's free A site.
Yeah, it's going to be a brisk push here for Talent and the rest of the GVSU squad. Drone will be used just for safety. Door will be closed, and the plant should be imminent for the attacking side as USF makes their rounds over. It is going to be a 3v5. Definitely a winnable fight, but it's going to be tough. Sky Flash is available for Volus, and it will be used momentarily. That's going to be the signal here. The KO Suppress will be used as well. It really is just stalling the inevitable for USF. Really can't push onto this site, and so much ground is not being taken. It will be Kilroy trying for an aggressive play with this trademark. So many bullets raining down from the side of GVSU, and they're going to take every kill of Flawless here to start things off.
Yeah, then No Point really starts to make things happen for this team. You see they cannot make their way in. That dagger recharging about 30 seconds before it does so for the KO. And that's where that utility really comes to shine. It's almost like a mini lockdown. If you get that suppression very early on, that post plant was pretty much set up, but you saw that extra 5 seconds for the team to really push the post plant angles just a little bit, make it so much harder for USF to get any early ground on the retake. And by the time they're finally set up, they're finally ready to push, it's Crossfire City for Grand Valley. They're hitting those shots every day of the week, and just like that, they have the pistol round.
This team's first season here in the ECAC, and a great way to start, great way to get the blood flowing here in this first game, in the best of 3, of course, to remind everyone here. So adaptation definitely going to be a factor for both these teams as the series will progress. As we see, the bye came through for GVSU, and again, taking things slow, showing respect to the USF to start things off.
They are. We'll get a work towards mid for Grand Valley here. We talked about how important it is to break that utility, and well, even more important to find the shots, as Kilroy has that one early. Left will fall, and the rendezvous to come back out of things as well. Chamber utility we talked about at the top of the broadcast. Now we get to see it get utilized very, very early into the game. Grand Valley, we're trying to find that cat split, trying to work the way into mid. They do manage to anchor the jet there. Not able to find that cat control they were looking for and make this push to A just a little bit harder. But then again, Camo, it is against pistols.
Absolutely, definitely a good thing to note here, but man advantage for USF as Glizzy will lead the charge here, bring the cavalry. Kilroy still lurking around in towards Garden. Glizzy gonna go for the head, find Bacon immediately. That's gonna be so crispy. And now Yurda, though, gonna be able to take out Talent on the opposite side. It's a good frag for USF to still make things a 4v3. Even though the spike is down, USF have the Sky to get onto site. They have the jet for follow-up. There are ways for USF to win this round.
Yeah, gonna be waiting on the jet here. As you saw that frag come through to mid, they're able to go grab that weapon, and now they'll get back together here up towards Scaffold. Psycho, a huge opportunity on the flank. Oh, but absolutely caught up by a Glizzy arrow to grab one as well. Craze all across the board, and it's a massacre for GVSU. It's an upgraded utility, man. Very, very good start to the retake, though, for USF. Just end up getting caught out, and honestly, just weapon advantage really wins it for GV there.
Great there for GV. Glizzy stepping up in that round, going for that 3K. Have the potential. Really sits here for GVSU. They already have that KJ ultimate so early on into the game, Catnator. That could be used to go for, you know, some of these retake scenarios where USF have that man advantage to get back into sight. There are ways here even to win this round, but it looks like they're just going to even save, go for a frenzy. So the economy definitely in favor of GVSU to start things off.
Good early bolt. Lockdown's going to go through. One bolt's already gone, so they cannot break this lockdown anymore. After that initial shock will came through, it's not the recon instead. That lockdown has to come forward. There's absolutely no utility that's going to shut it down. They'll recognize they'll have to leave the site just like that. It's open. Braid fragment to come through. Catch player just in case they do try to stay to CT, just in case they try to spam. They're not there. The site will get walked into. Chamber utility activated, but not too big of a deal for Grand Valley as this plant's going to go down.
Yeah, the plant should go down. Kilroy has a pretty interesting flank that could become of note later on into this round as the spike will be planted. Now a 5v5, all even footing here. It's really going to be a matter of time here with the angles, and Glizzy, the first to find a kill. It's going to be traded back immediately. Chaos ensuing on towards his site. A plethora of players locked up in Boathouse, really, and now it's going to be USF marching forward. Psycho going to be good for one. Great wall bang there. Bacon, insult to injury here. It's going to be every kill going USF's way, flooding the site and sanitizing B, and they're going to get the fuse as well. Their first round win here after 3.
Yeah, absolutely going to wipe it up there. Call them Clorox. Just take their sweet, sweet time playing into the site. So slow, so composed. They make sure those crossfires are all there. Problem we usually see with teams on retakes like that, when they've got to work 5-on-4, it's a man disadvantage. It's very easy for chaos to ensue when you've got to worry about so many angles. We don't see that problem for USF. We see them slowly take their time to come out of CT. They clear main to make sure no flanks are available. And then Psycho, man, just has the read, the wall bang, the soul read coming forward for the Jet to find the first frag outside of lane wall. And then from there, they recognize that chaos. Okay, GVSU, they're panicking, right? They don't have the crossfire anymore because we just got that frag. They use it to their advantage. They double swing lane, and just like that, they've got the site retaken.
Take a note that KG Ultimate invested for that play, and it didn't really end up working in GVSU's way, but Talent start things off strong for GVSU, gaining a kill. They're onto the chamber. One of the main members here on this defensive side who could really anchor down the site. Now Psycho potentially looking for an aggressive play, but we'll just wait out in front of B main. The rotation here for GVSU, as they know they have a man advantage and can get onto the site with ease with the KO.
They can. Astro Stars will be up now. As you mentioned, the 0 point is good. All those stars are negated. They'll be useless. And we always see the Nebula Gravity Well combination come through. There's the Nebula Gravity Well not out just yet. Karonaf's going to move away. I wonder if he has a lineup here towards the back of main. Typically you do, but we never know how theory crafted these teams are, so we can never just call it. Always got to be seen rather than said. We'll see they work their way back towards main now. All that utility recharged, ready to go. We're going to get the execute forward. Gravity Well still very much there. Not popped just yet, though. There it is. That'll cut off the team. But still, they able to get the KJ4. That means it's going to be a double swing to the back of the site. Left has picked it up. Dart instantly broken. The site they go. Bullets to swing through. Trying to make... Oh! My goodness, a second frag. Nebula's massive to the side.
Yeah, 2 blinding lights are available for VAL, so look to use one over towards Cat just in case of a flank, and he's got one more left. Psycho make his way over. Will spot the headpiece. He's got to see it now. He does. Talent in a pretty bad spot here, a precarious situation. Spotted on 2 different sides now. To be Psycho interpreting they gotta be in hell, and that's gonna be the go signal here. Psycho to plunge his way down. It's gonna be Kirk. Good for 1, good for 2. Oh man, taking a dipsy-doo dive there for USF, picking up their second round and tying things up here. Another great retake here with this defensive side.
Just massive from Volus there to door. The second frag really opens up that round, and we mentioned all that utility that's left over. First bird goes to Cat to guarantee nobody's trying to find a fake, and then the second goes towards Sight to get information towards Talent. I'm interested to see Psycho not split with the teammate there, but hey, sometimes you just got the trust, man. Souls finds a frag, makes it happen. Just the process of elimination there. If no one swung us main, if no one's looked for the refrag, surely they've got to be hell. They're absolutely correct. We see Left try to tuck towards the bottom of box to try to make a play happen, let his teammate get baited just a little bit, but unfortunately the trades just aren't there, and USF happy to take another round.
Happy to take another round indeed, especially considering you have those Seekers available and an immediate pick going the way of USF. Once again, Talent get a little bit too eager there, and he'll fall early on. Potentially Psycho goes for one more.
Talk about too eager.
Right between the eyes, finds the Jet there and ties things up at 4-4.
It's absolutely massive. It's a Vandal down for GVSU. They've got ultimates that they could throw into this round if another pick comes through. Haven't really gotten what they're looking for just yet. Frag is nice. Upgrade utility. Okay, it's always nice, but still a ton of utility to work with here on the defensive side of things. Dart's going to scan left here and has information now. Knows there's just one. So you're going to see nobody pulled on the USF rotate. They've still got 2 towards Cat. Things definitely haven't gotten easier just yet.
Still plenty of time.
You want to find it?
Another rotation.
Would a fake to be?
Divide.
It pulled everybody. It's actually pulled everybody. Can Pitbull's going to hear as well, the tree player rotating away. That is phenomenal from GVSU. The only thing is they're not really going to have a ton of post-plant utility. So it's a question if they can hold on to things now. But the fake's been perfect. The Seekers will get information. They know, wait a minute, we just got. They're over on the A side instead as the plant now is going to go down. They're going to be there first for the retake, actually. There's 3 that can play their way out of scaffold. We'll see what they're able to find here early. And can GVSU hold off? They can get the Sova back just long enough. They can buy some time. You're going to need to kill about 20 more seconds. Hunter's Fury could be the difference in this round.
Oh man, they use the Seekers to go towards B, so this is the chance for GVSU. Like you said, with the Hunter's Fury, have so much buying time with those KJ mollies as well. There's the second one being used. Kirk doesn't have enough HP to make it work. 10. That is half though for USF. Oh, I don't think they know. It's going to be one shot in for Glizzy. 2 kills for USF going down, and now GVSU in a great situation here, and it's going to be 1 remaining for USF. Valacy's going to be good for 1. Can he find 2? He's going for the taps. A thrifty for GVSU, and a great fake to sell out USF, and they go all the way over to B, but it's really A that's the target.
A beautiful fake comes through the Cosmic Divide to B. They'll sell it further with the Sova drone from Glizzy as well, and then they send both players over into main. Typically, you see teams will send one, but teams they read that, right? They say it's just one player. Surely they're trolling us. Instead, they send Glizzy. They send a Pitbull as well. All that information goes over to USF. They say, okay, we gotta rotate, guys. We gotta move the way over. No, sir, you do not, because we're in the A side just like that in the post playing utility. The KJ Molly saw enough time for the Hunter's Fury to get the job done. Gets damage as well, so it's just one tag needed to find the kills. And just like that, it's around converted. Weapons picked up. GVSU looking to take it straight to the B side.
And they said in their notes, smart post plants. Catnator, I read that and I go, okay, we'll see what you got. Clearly, they have something in store for us here early on. Glizzy finds another kill. One of the hot hands for this USF squad. Psycho drops Kilroy, though. Able to answer back for USF for the time being. A 3v4 instantaneously. And Glizzy, 1 shot, 1 kill with the skull. Bludgeons Bacon. He goes down here at 4v2, all in favor of GVSU. And Kirk with only a sheriff to his name, taking chip damage as well from these shock darts. GVSU are just unrelenting, Catnator.
Yeah, you can tell some momentum definitely getting picked up off of that last round. This should be an easy cleanup for the rest of the way. Fear points out, not going to find a scan. 1 frag gone, instant trade from Glizzy looking for the 4th. Okay. Kirk will give us a little bit of action back. Pop Flash is going to pop behind him. So only taking half the flash, able to swing if he wants to. He's going to look to anchor GVSU to site here. Try to find maybe some money off the frags, but if he can get these guns down, it will be advantageous for the future. It won't happen. Trades there. Love has frag. 4-2 for GVSU. 1 will fall though.
The worst thing in the world. A plethora of kills there for USF on their save, so they'll be fine with that one. And you see Psycho here, Catnator, opting in for the operator. It's a smart choice. It's a choice that makes sense, especially considering on Ascent, that mid control, that cat control, especially over to Sabrosa as well. It's so crucial for the defensive side of Ascent to gain that spacing. It allows so much flow for your defensive side.
Almost certainly here. The difference you see in the gun, it's going to mean that it's a Bladestorm for talent. It's not an actual rifle picked up. But a Bladestorm on a good jet, hey, it might as well be the rifle. So certainly potential here. Especially if they're able to put one down. This rifle they can convert. Put the story for a little bit later in the round. As right now we'll get early Hunter's Fury coming out from USF. Not sure what contact they actually had. Maybe early bolt, but definitely no contact with the Hunter's Fury. It's missed everything. It's going to be an orb picked up for free here towards main. And ult burned early. They'll take their sweet, sweet time walking away.
Very interesting there. Must have thought push was
interesting
coming in. But regardless, it will be 2-4 here. Things still very slow paced for GVSU. They've picked and found their spots brilliantly so far in 6 and looking to making it a 7 as they're slowly but surely crawling their way over towards A. But there are 3 players here, and that scout will provide a good amount of intel finding all 3. And the days as well, so good intel here from USF. Can they use this divider? Potentially the tour de force. That might be the ghost signal though for GVSU as Arrow.
It's an aggressive divide.
Be able to find one. A very aggressive divide. Psycho can't preemptively shoot, and this is going to be a rush towards this A site. But there is one player over here on top of A. Bacon though falls, and Arrow going to get the plant as well. Once again, GVSU put themselves in smart post-plant situations.
What they do, they've got the numbers and the utility to go with it. Kirk can be heard early, going to break that door. They've anchored the jet so long towards Cat here. Talent still yet to move. All they really need is going to be that right click. To play off scaffold right now. This crossfire is set up. One going to be broken out. As left will fall, but he's really the bait in that round. The rest of the team still sitting composed, and USF they'll recognize. They'll say, we'll take what we can get. We got Psycho with an operator in hand. It's going to be so difficult to retake us. We'll be basically down another member as he's got no rifle. He's got no ability to quickly clear. They'll walk away. Talent close, but not quite. Timing a little bit off there. Not step 4. Definitely going to hunt here.
Oh.
Team's going to be a little low money, though. I mean, he doesn't have a rifle, so it's not too big of a deal if he dies regardless. Able to find one. That's the gun taken out from USF. That'll make their next round just a little bit harder. Oh, Psycho. The op shots there, just not quite found. And fortunately enough, he's able to keep that operator alive. So 5-2 for GVSU. Rebuy not going to be an option. See if they force around it. Wouldn't be shocked if they do, especially because Psycho has the op in hand.
See, indeed, Talent. Decent going there with the daggers, and we'll see if that continues over the course of this first half, if he's able to find those again. But regardless, Kilroy has the tour de force, and it looks like he's saving here, so this is a chance for the double up combo to become a factor, and it provides so much spacing here as Kilroy will press forward, but smart there, using the trademark before this press comes through.
Absolutely. Dart will come through too for extra confirmation. It's a shock instead, and well, it's all it's done is shock the viewers, wondering where that thing was headed. But hey, sometimes that's just how it goes. It's unfortunate the observer POV catches it. We got GVSU into mid right now. The work cat yet again. It's Bacon with 1 star, and it's not on the ground. He's gonna look for frags to put some players down, but I don't think the odds are great for the Astra on the off angle. Okay, well, I spoke very wrong. Bacon will find 2. Will step all the way out. That's the door going to go down as well. And now we'll get the star. Gravity Well will be a bit behind. Would pull the KO if it comes to it. Okay, it'll be Nebula instead. Interesting play. Trying to play maybe for bullets here. Fragment will catch him on the feet. He'll fall. So now Cat going to get worked, and the frags start to work the other way for GVSU as they slide their way over into that A site. They've got it. They'll get a plant down as well. They do force GVSU to pop that null command, though. Arrow's not positive on where the site players are, so Bacon has found value in this round, if not the round win.
Absolutely. Great frags there with that Sheriff. Now Arrow looking to go for one more. Spots the knees there. Gotta be careful. Glizzy gonna be good for 1, though. That's gonna be the op coming into play now for Glizzy. There's gonna be Campit going for 1 more, and now 3v1 opportunity here. USF and a major predicament. The Sheriff in hand will be good for 1. That's about all, though, and Glizzy wraps things up. You're unraveling here for USF 2-6, but it's a decent showing there from Bacon, trying to have a glimmer of hope here for the USF fans.
The unfortunate thing here is, while the players that we got to watch personally were playing with Sheriffs, the rest of the team was playing with saved rifles and an operator, so still the buy's scuffed here. Everybody doesn't have money because they're trying to buy around those weapons. So USF, they do manage to find frags, and you think, okay, they got a couple eco frags, right? Now we're balanced out for gun round. No, not the case. Still low money here. They're going to force up. We'll see what they're good for. They got a couple rifles in hand, but definitely not full utility. Psycho, if he can find an opening early, there's a potential.
Oh, narrowly avoids detection there from those bullets, and will remain at full HP somehow, some way. Not able to find that first shot, and now Campit will gonna be popping the lockdown here. It's going to be the same play from B, now migrated over towards A. It's gonna be the ghost signal here. Psycho potentially will be detained, and he will. 2 are going to be detained here for USF, and GVSU will slowly stumble their onto the site. Not really sure where these USF players are, and Al will find 1. KJ gonna be good for 1. Psycho gonna fight 2 with the Guardian, though. Bacon gonna be adding it on here for USF, but here come the flooding from GVSU, finding a rapid amount of kills. Now it's a lone Yurded Kirk with a Spectre to his name. Still a 2v1 opportunity. The spike is not even been planted yet, so GVSU, amongst the chaos, can't get the spike down.
Yeah, close but not quite. Left doesn't have any information over towards this scaffold side of things, so instead of trying to press for something on a one-on-one, they'll instead work back to main where they know they have control. We'll come back to meet the teammate. Talent's going to double smoke his way into main, so they'll play together. He'll play Crossfire, and it's a great spot for Talent to use an operator as well. Nebula up is going to force Yurded to either throw dart for information, which he's just done. Now this gives info over to the main player. Talent shot not quite on. Second look though, and that one will be good. So Talent a 3K, 7-2 for GVSU. I told you at the top of the broadcast, Camel, Psycho incredibly hit or miss because he is just that, a Psycho who'll go for crazy plays. You see the Nebula come up, you see the lockdown, he says, I'm going to tuck this, I'm going to sit in Nebula, pray they don't clear me, and try to make something happen. He did, a 2K, but just like that, GVSU able to convert because the rest of the site's been taken over. The rest of his team walks away scaffold, so no one's there for any sort of refrag.
GVSU, they warned us into those nets, said watch out for Glizzy. He is one of our main members, and so far he has had a massive influence on this game, but USF trying to answer things back, and the Marshal coming to play here for Veloz, and he'll be good for 1, potentially looking for 2. He's harassed here with ammo and have to back off the safety for the time being. Still a decent frag for USF, and should stall things out for GVSU's push momentarily.
And I will. We'll see. That mid presence earlier from GVSU has worked. Not only the chamber to continue playing Archway, but a trademark has been relegated there as well. So that's no more 2 trademarks on B. We saw the first originally going towards main and the second towards lane. So it means Zero to Kirk has so much more work to do right now. Unless the Jet can get there and get in front of the smoke. They do just that. They're able to tailwind in, but that's going to be a tailwind gone for the rest of the round. They burn it quite early. And now as that execute comes forward. Oh, actually going to stall it. Still not wanting to play through that utility. You guys, it's hard to make a decision sometimes, and we saw him burn a lot of utility. They burn a bit of the Silva's health bar and still haven't really made any space.
Haven't made any space, and it's due to these angles just being
Have to commit this
hounded
rotate
on.
30 seconds.
Yeah, and they don't really have a lot of time to work with. Maybe it's a fake. Maybe it's
No one ever
some
buys this
sort
fake.
some sort of magical moment for GVSU. They have to go now. 23 seconds on the clock. The
Divide
divide
into this
will
round?
be the Ghost Eagle. It's a massive investment here. It's going to be blocking
Running out
off
of time. If the
the side
Jet
of
player
market.
can find anything for the back to the side, there's not a plan happening here. They waited until 15 seconds. That's a very short execute. It's a 4-second plant, Camel. They're not even to sight yet. They've got 9 left. Psycho will find one, and now things will look even more difficult as these 2 players tuck towards sight. The plan has to start right now, and it hasn't. There's no plan happening. The spike carrier has been killed. It took so long on the execute. They falter, and all the frags coming through for USF. They'll take the 3 guns. More than happy to have them as 3-7 for the University of Central Florida. Or Southern Florida.
Wow, I mean,
Can't read.
very fascinating play, I think, Cat Eater, because, you know, it makes sense in theory. I'm assuming they wanted to go at, I thought they were going to go at like 20, 15 seconds, but they were going in onto say, they started going on to say at like 10 seconds. It was very
the call
close.
was a 15-second execute, which really relies on the fact that your fake had to sell them. They have to be gone off site, because that's what Cosmic Divide is for, right? It's for CT. But the fake didn't sell anybody, and why would it? Because there's no contact on the other side of the map. Nobody has a reason to move, and they don't. They tuck 2 to sight, and it's just really, if you want to give credit anywhere, it's the USF defense for not falling for that fake. They have the read, they keep 2 there, and it's easy cleanup for them.
Easy cleanup for them indeed in their 3rd round as Kilroy looks to be stealthing his way over on a secret agent mission, but Capable will snuff that out immediately, and Kilroy will drop once again. Not really finding the value on this chamber for the defensive side as you would really expect, Catnator.
Well, certainly, and we see not a ton of extra utility helping towards Cat right now, but the push instead will head towards mid. Walk through the trademark, and just like that, they're into sight. It's the only thing about getting the Sentinel early, is there's no more Sentinel utility, and they're into sight. Work their way now through market. Drone is going to have information. We'll spot this, and the rotation's going to come through now, but they can't quite get to sight. Yurda Kirk just hopes to do damage to the Nebula.
The shock darts come flying in here for Kirk, floating over that smoke, and he'll be good for 1 through the smoke as well. Camp Bull drops, and now the spike will be initiated. No KJ utility for the stalling power we've seen previously. The Hunter's Fury is available, and for GVSU, a good safety net potentially as Glizzy. Be an altercation here with Psycho. Ooh, no dash available. Can't reposition on a dime as Arrow. Will peek around the corner. Will spot a multiple.
He kills so much time here.
Couldn't get anything here. Here's the timing. Going to be on his side. Will he spot Psycho out of the smoke? Here's the flick over. Can't find the Jet. Now it's going to be Luke trading it back. Bacon dropping. Veloz as well. Kirk, though, answering back. Bouncing forward here onto the side is going to be Psycho. Luke, though, really hammering it home along with Talent. Everyone on GVSU getting things done here. And the GVSU Express is cleared for takeoff. Catnator 3-8. And it's going to be last round here. USF potentially could use the Cosmic Divide along with the daggers, but it's going to be tough.
I know what you guys are thinking in chat, okay? Arrow, how do you whiff that, man? There's 4 people who shoot, just shoot 1. And while you have some validity, the fact that he does whiff that and forces Psycho to come push him instead of getting instantly traded is the reason they win that round. Psycho's the entry, right? He needs to make presence early. He needs to get them into the site and get past those retake crossfires. But instead, he's forced to go fight B main. He sits there for so long that he's not in the push, and the rest of the team falters instead to those crossfires that the Jets needed there to tailwind in to take care of. So that whiff actually wins them around.
Oh, now Glizzy digging for this Hunter's Fury so early on to the round. It looks like GVSU were going to use this as an engaged tool. They're going to find Bacon immediately, instantaneously. Now it becomes a 5v4 in favor of GVSU. USF on the ropes already in their last round and a half. And now the counter Hunter's Fury going to be used. Psycho going to drop immediately, and now it's going to be Gilroy trying to answer things back, trying to get things going in the opposite way, but it's 2v4. Fortunately, though, for USF, they don't know it, but
there it is.
2 members are so low, and there's going to be lockdown used.
Has to get pushed.
to force the USF push in. Like you said, they have to force this.
There's not time to wait on this. There's really not time to wait on this. They're going to come back in this with about 20 seconds left, and they've got to clear 4 players. We already talked about this and what it looks like on the execute. Now we can talk about what it looks like on the retake. There's such little timer. Okay, first frag going to come through. All these frags that come through, and they cannot stop running. They have to get on to this actual defuse. Beautiful pop flash from Arrow. Recognize they got to be scaffolded. That's because these Kilroy caught through on the wall bang. Teammates come through from GVSU. Take it 9-3. A very monumental lead going into the second pistol.
A very hurried USF there, and like you mentioned, it was due to all of that time buying from GVSU with that lockdown, with those sprays, made it so difficult. So great work there for GVSU, putting themselves in a 3-9 edge after that first half here of game 1. And the mindset here for USF is, just survive and play as a team. And we've seen, like you mentioned, Psycho going off in his own, getting outpicked, getting out 1v1'd, and it's been a struggle for USF. They've had staggered pushes, rotating back with their defense, and it's been rough. So let's see if USF can stay together and stay alive in this pistol round.
Yeah, USF a team that loves the burst execute, so be looking for that here. They're going to be looking for early contact to stack up together and then to work splits. You see already they work their way up towards a man. Instant gelato control for them. Drone doesn't spot her, but has information. You can hear what the drone sees, if you will. So they'll hear it to the right. See if they're actually able to check it here. They don't really have an easy time smoking it. You see, like an Omen would be a better option for that, but they could throw a smoke with it with the Astro. They don't want to waste it though, because they have very limited stars. They'll still work the team up Cat. They'll smoke for Tree instead to get it done, which is a nice play. But they got to clear towards site now. Talent to find one. Second pick for Psycho. That's not found either, and right now just getting massacred on site.
It's going to be an earthquake here for GVSU. Everything going their way. And Loof, he'll round things out with that kill on towards Bacon, and GVSU put themselves in a very commanding 3-10 lead after that first half and that pistol round, and we see the timeout coming out from USF. No surprise.
Yeah, the thing is, this timeout, they don't have time to think about really, like, what does this half look like? What do we do for this half? But they have time to get recomposed, right?
Yeah.
Which is always something helpful, and then we sort of see the same problem into that execute, albeit the pistol round, that we saw into all of the retakes, right? Very early retakes, they play in very, very quickly, just kind of play close contract, find frags, rather than try to get any utility out early, which allows for so much post plant, allows for so much stall time that we saw Grand Valley use their advantage onto the post plant. USF will stop for a second and think, hey guys, if we're going to throw that nebula down towards Cat, we got to do it off of the drone, because that drone pulled rotation. There's an extra player towards scaffold. They had so much more time, and then we lost our biggest advantage going into the attacking side. The attacking side gets a numbers advantage naturally. It's the fact that the defense has to split. But if they rotate, now we don't have a numbers advantage. Now that's not the same scenario, and we're getting caught towards side. And you see the massacre come through from Grand Valley because of how many players are there. So at the very least, that's a conversation they can have early, which is definitely better to fix now, considering it is a 7-round deficit. They need to win rounds. They can't afford to lose them. So if they can get that talked about in this timeout, if they can really take that into this round, that will be monumental, very helpful for them, and is going to be the difference between them coming back or not.
Absolutely. We will see if USF can pull off some sort of miracle here for the boys in green here as they make their way over towards B. Fortunately for them, seems like a plethora of that utility for GVSU is stacked towards that A. The Astra and KJ are over towards that area. Talent going to be good for 1, going to be good for 2. Barraging each and every single member of USF, and it's gone from bad to worse. It's going to be a monsoon of offense here rolling through for GVSU, and USF can do nothing but watch.
Yeah, the snowstorm coming early, and it's a flurry of frags from the Phantom down towards lane. That just leaves 2 players towards main. Honestly, boys, just run it down, try to grab a frag, a little bit of extra money. And okay, there it is. There's the frag. Extra money gained for Bacon. 500 in the dome, or in the inventory rather, and see if they keep this push on. GVSU still going to keep 2 players anchored just in case the rotate does come through. Bacon, okay. Another 1v1, able to grab another. The classic shots from Disaster are pretty dang clean. Forces the Nebula to come up for Grandview as they start to now think about maybe we need to send another player over here.
30 seconds
like
left.
That could be an option, but Talent, with this Phantom, is just such an overarching force in this game. Bacon is so confused here as he makes his way towards site, really has no idea where this jet could be. Or if there's a second player as well towards Market, 70 HP here. He's going to turn around the corner. Talent going to be good for 1 and 2. And a 4K there for the Jet. Really ramping things up here on automatic right now for GVSU. 11-3. Everything is going their way.
You know, that's really ironic, Camel.
Yeah.
You mentioned early in the round, all the utility was on A main and Cat instead.
I did.
So all the utility went towards A, and Grand Valley said, you know what, let's just put a Jet with a Phantom onto B. And he just trusted that Talent would find the frags regardless of having any util. And, well, he did. He did just that. A 4K to come through for the Jet, and Grand Valley happy to take another round. Now, think about the bonus, too, with a Phantom to help on the Jet. And that's pretty much wraps on the game.
The game plan for USF has to be to avoid Talent at all costs. He has the daggers as well if he wants to really turn it into another gear. But so far, USF have looked to be aiming towards a site, but the KJ is hunkered down over towards this area along with Loof with that Judge. That could be such a thorn in USF side. The blind light will be the go signal here. The dash on the site. Loof will go for the pull in, potentially work his way inside. Spotted the barrel for a split second there. And he does find Kilroy, but through the smoke, Bacon going to be good for 1 more as well. Bacon now in a pretty dangerous situation. Daunting tasker for USF, and now a 3v1 opportunity. It's doable. He's got a Vandal in his hand as Kirk, but every angle is being surrounded. The spike is nowhere near him, and he's already detected. It's almost a formality, and it will be. He'll be good for 1, but Arrow swoops in and finds the kill. 3-12 here for GVSU.
Match point.
They just out-fragged him. Sometimes you hit the shots. I love the play from Bacon, man.
Yeah.
I love that.
Checking the situation.
Sit, Nebula, hope for the best for the Judge. Got the first one, but the spam coming through smoke gives tracers away. That gives information towards cat side players to know. Okay, well, obviously he's right here. He's shooting, and they just get to spray through the Nebula, and they find the frag because they got the actual range on their weapons. Even though the Judge sometimes, man, it does look like a sniper. But, I like what you see from USF. Now we see them, of course, have to force up here into what could be the okay. I was gonna say what could be their last round, but if Bulls could use a little bit more of that, could elongate this thing. Try to come back from map number 1. Instant trade though.
Good trade.
They don't check.
Loof gonna be good for 1. They do not check. Loof, a sliver of HP. He will end up falling, and USF working up now towards Cat along with the spike here. And it will be only 2 remaining alive for GVSU. Camp at Bull. Will be good for 1. Potentially here he does. Kirk walks right into the barrel. Have a swarm grenade as well. Camp at Bull doing a great job at making a site absolutely impervious. Kilroy has no choice but to peek out. He's looking for a better weapon here. We'll go right back over to the Bulldog. In the midst of it all now, Arrow will look to use that knife. It will be destroyed now. Arrow has all the knowledge in the world. The pop flash, the turnaround. It's not going to be good enough, and Arrow in the isolated 1v1 finds the kill. You can tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. Catnator 3-13. I mean, destruction from that game.
Destruction indeed. If you want a short little piece of copium, Grand Valley, that is their map pick. So maybe they're just the scent players. Always a chance for that. But I will say the fakes from this team, phenomenal. All the plays we saw them come through fakes. The one round that really is noticeable for them losing in terms of the middle of their attacking side was off a fake that just didn't work out. They put a lot into a rotate with the last 30 seconds, try to execute in the last 15. But other than that, man, almost perfectly played. The fakes were quite phenomenal. We saw a Cosmic Divide, Sova drone combination come through, and they even recognized the fact that, hey, we got to send a couple players into site, at least to get through main to really, really sell this thing and make sure rotation comes through. They did just that. The rotation came through, and they said, okay, we walk into A. It's free. Our post plant set up. In the post plant, you mentioned it, Camel. They talked about it in notes. They said, hey, look out for us. If we get to site, you are not getting in, and that was absolutely true. Not a single post plant given up from this team. Phenomenal play, and now USF, well, they got to figure something out going into now their map pick of Icebox, because that one looked rough.
Yeah, and I mean, I gotta say, Catnator, I know this is gonna sound crazy, but you know, from the notes, and this is all from the notes here.
Yeah, from the notes.
It also said that GVSU love to play on Icebox. It's in fact actually their favorite map, and I'm gonna be scared, you know, going into this next game. We are going to Icebox here, GVSU for USF, and I mean, with that knowledge in mind, pen to paper, Catnator. I mean, is that scary for USF going into game 2?
And man, I don't know. Maybe they thaw out. We'll see though, because map's quite cold. After this break, we'll be right back with map number 2. We'll see if USF they got it cooking.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC preseason here. Game 1 just occurred between USF and GVSU and Catnator. We're speaking like it's a funeral, and it really just did feel like someone died. I mean, it really was that bad. 3-13 was the final scoreline. Now we move over to Icebox. What does USF need to change? What do they need to accomplish? You did see a good chunk of them. Did they ever show resilience? And when they did, what was working for them?
Well, honestly, we did see a couple times where GVSU the fakes were just really nice, right? The scrapbook definitely got dusted off before the game started, and we got to see plenty of the pages. But I will say, towards the latter half of the attacking side, or I guess the defensive side for USF, they did start to kind of read the fakes. We saw them when they anchored 2 players towards site that round that they did win off of that fake that came through over into B main. They weren't fooled at all. They didn't move. None of the defense pulled over. So they started to get an idea. The problem is, though, for rounds outside of that one, even when they did read the fake, they got beat off of gunplay. So that's always a factor. It's like when you got this double layer, the onion coming through on the attacking side, in which it's like, hey, if we can't beat you with the fake, we'll just beat you with guns, man. Yeah. And that's exactly what happened. So once again, they're going to start on the defensive side of things here for their second map. The question is, can they adapt not only to the fakes, can they read this offensive side, which has been proven very hard to read? And when they do read it, can they win the duels? Because we talk about confidence goes into gun duels all the time. And if you're losing so many rounds in a row, there isn't any confidence. So if they took this break, if they come back, they're confident again, if they get off to an early start here, I think things look a little different.
Well, We have the ready checks all good to go. We're going to send this one into Agent Select here for potentially the last game of USF's stream run. We will see if GVSU have what it
Definitely
takes,
not.
but regardless, I'm expecting potentially a Sage because you mentioned the rotations have been such a factor for GVSU. It might just be safe for USF to go for that pick to try to block off Kitchen, block off a common rotation route. Do you think that could be an option along with the Chamber?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The Chamber, I wouldn't be surprised to see it come back. If you're playing Chamber on a set, you're not playing Chamber on Icebox. It's as simple as that. I will say that the Chamber coming in as Sentinel does create a situation if you want to play the Sage coming in because you already got that Sentinel. Typically, we see teams just negate that problem with playing double Sentinel and leaving the Killjoy in the dust. Just typically what happens. That's what they did on Ascent. We'll see what happens coming forward for there. We are going to get the Sage on the side for GVSU, which isn't crazy. When you want to run fakes, if you want to play mid at all, you're using a Sage Wall. Just simple as that. Because Poison Orb is great and all, but most of the time what we see happen is Viper Poison Orb goes towards the mid split to get them under tube, and then Boiler player peeks up, puts a Phantom in their hand, and sprays through, always guaranteed to get one, if not two. So the Sage Wall is very, very monumental right now for teams that want to make splits happen in the mid side to go over towards B cargo area. So Sages from both sides coming through. That means the middle of the map's going to be open. There's opportunities going to be there. We have double Sentinel on one side of things. The double Initiator here for GVSU. So as they know they're starting on the attack, the fake, it's that much easier. There's so much more room to make things happen if you have extra utility. Sky Flashes can get used almost entirely to sell fakes. Same with that Trailblazer. And then, of course, we got the cross-map dart possibilities coming out here for the Sova. That also leads them a little bit of post-plan opportunity since that KJ Nanoswarm isn't going to be there.
There will be mind games for sure playing a factor here on Icebox as we head in to game number 2 here of the ECAC Week 1 showdown between USF and GVSU. But regardless, after game 1, you just have to, for USF, just calm things down. Game 1 clearly did not go your way. And we've seen turnarounds all the time where a team loses 13-4, 13-3, and something clicks, something changes between games 1 and 2. So definitely situations here for USF to claw their way back into this one. We'll see if they can do it here. So it will be a 5-stack towards that.
Ironic you say that, Camel. This weekend, 13-2 Ascent game for USF in playoffs, and then instantly they turned it back 13-6. So we know they can't come back from 13-2 and in spectacular fashion. It's an incredible point. We've seen them do it before. Can they do it again, though?
Well, Camp Bull will aviate that blinding light over, really trying to gain some space here as already this A push is underway for the side of GVSU. Shots are going to start flying forward from all sides. Psycho, though, on the flank will be good for one there. Didn't spot him from Raptors and now plunges his way down onto the site. And the Sage Ball is up for the time being, but GVSU have not committed yet, and this chip damage is going to be massive, and now it's going to be loop around the corner. Will be good for one. The trade will ensue now. USF good for 2 kills as a rumbling now approaching the A site, and it looks like GVSU are backing away in fear as they have no idea where these USF players are.
Yeah, we saw that wall go down to try to get quick plant, but what it actually did was give cover to Psycho. Nobody could trade because the wall was in the way. So usually we see it go towards the back of site to block off all the CTs. Different story this time around. It's not a wall towards screens either, which allows for this opportunity to come through for Talent to find the pick onto Kilroy. But back away towards B main. The same story here. The wall's got them all the back of sight, and they're able to play their way forward. Going to start the defuse wall of their own now for USF, as they're going to sit on this thing. Halfway there, past the swing, and Bacon will take out Talent, make sure no one's able to stop that one, and the Sage is gone just like that. Quite ironically, it's the same wall used for the retake.
Oh, man. The storyline's building already. Starting in round 1 there, the double Sage wall, both in the same spot. One working in favor of the team, the other not so much there, as you mentioned. Psycho.
Technically, it's slightly farther forward, but it's the same angle. Just before someone tries to burn us.
And it shows how important that Sage is, especially in those retake scenarios where you do go for that fast plant and you're not able to have that man advantage. Fortunately for USF, they were in that situation where they played their frags right, they played their 1v1s correctly, and they found that man advantage early on. Potentially Talent could find the head there of Kilroy, but by the skin of his teeth there, he's able to remain alive, and that's big for this defensive side now, and USF continue to burn this utility on GVSU.
That they do. The drone's gonna come through early. It's gonna pull a player towards Boiler. You see the Sky now, or the Sage rather, over towards 2 for quick rotate. Putting a lot towards B main right now, and Still, the spike is going to sit on Sova all the way up towards Maze. So it looks like they're going to try to late hit towards A here. Really looking to sell a fake once more. Look at how much utility that Grand Valley is willing to throw into these fakes. Keep the Viper around. Right now, really looking for the chamber. They can find the chamber. Things start to open up as usually that's the anchor to come forward. Bolts to come through as well. There's so much noise, man, right now for Grand Valley. The only one actually anchored towards its A side is going to be the Reyna onto Raptor. The problem is the whole team dies. The fake ain't going to be great. Just looking for a plant, really. Kilroy's going to find Glizzy towards mid. That should give way to the split. Luff just wants the plant. That's all they're looking for. And the Reyna's still here. Psycho will swing. Has it both went up on the other side of the map. So I like what Grand Valley has given us. You can tell USF already starting to learn. Hey, you guys did this all last map. Let's keep one just in case. And they do just that.
Yeah, very smart out of USF. There's the adaptation we're expecting out of a best of 3. You know in game 1, your team that you were playing likes to go for those rotations, and now you leave that one player over at A. No more shenanigans for GVSU here as round 2 will go the way of USF, and now with these Marshals, with these Spectres have done a decent job, and now it'll be up to GVSU with this bye to really try to take control here with this gun advantage that they do have, but USF so far have been playing a lot more strategically, a lot more safe, and GVSU potentially are going to be flushed. Let's see what they can do with this gun advantage going into round 3.
Gun advantage, but minuscule armor. So opportunities for these Marshals to really have an impact for USF. We'll see what that story ends up being. Us trying to get very early into A. GVSU, no fake this time around. They're taking it straight to the house. They find Psycho early gen. That will really open up the site, as Kilroy is going to be the bait here towards back of 410.
Near the Bullets trademark can be used there. Kilroy gets the hell out of dodge and at a breakneck pace, a massive recon dart spots 4 members. And Psycho as well has got to worry about his own teammates. Shock darts as here comes Psycho, escalating the ladder, if you will, and finding Arrow instantaneously. Talent going to be good for one, though. Trades it back at USF now.
Insane
parkour opportunity.
No one knows
the parkour now coming alive here for Psycho as he dips and dives away to safety. Looking so confident on this Reyna. The movement is insane, and it gives USF a man advantage and snuffs out GFU's torch momentarily.
That rocks the re-hit. Because now an extra player down. There's no longer a number advantage towards site. Well, there is now as the Sage will move away, but they don't know that. We know that. So much slower as Grand Valley here. Looking at the lurk, making sure all of sight is clear. They'll throw a bird towards mid as well. Okay. No one's behind us just yet. Let's start to work back in. See if maybe they move the player over. They don't know, but of course you have to really play and physically to secure. Great recon bolt to come through. Bird as well. Double initiator utility. Because he peeks with Spike. That Spike down. You're going to find another. Suddenly, it's just left the top of 410. Wondering what happened to the teammates. Wondering what happened to himself. A 3K for the IGL. As 3-0 USF. Hey, they took it straight back to him.
There we go. USF. As we see now. If we told you that the last game was 13-3, you would have said, really? But for who? And now
we get
USF,
a new wall?
Yeah. You know, I mean, which wall? The Sage wall? The Viper wall? What do you want
know what wall I'm talking about.
Oh, come on.
Psycho grabs a 2K off of that wall. Literally, okay, I don't know how he got the kill on rope. $150 with you. The Spectre spray is ridiculous. Ridiculously accurate coming off of a rope. And then the parkour comes through because that wall exists. The second round now that we've seen from Grand Valley, they lose because of that wall.
Now Psycho, I mean, this is what you mentioned. This is a hit or miss type of player. If he's on, he is going to be on. And so far, he is really taking control and using this ample time efficiently. An Arrow, my oh my, when things are going your way, they are just going your way in Valorant. And Veloce shows you that, Ryan. Now Talent is going to be good for multiple there with that Sheriff. Is spotted, though, with that Owl drone. And in the meantime, GVSU, once again, they try going for these plants, Catnator, but it never works out. USF are always 1 or 2 steps ahead.
Yeah, good read. We just very recently starting to see this actually happen, is that players are spamming that bottom cargo box, recognizing this is straight on default spot, and we see exactly that come through, that knowledge, that game knowledge coming through from USF to recognize we can stop this plant. Luff is able to stop one player from fragging him out, but still 2 left. Plenty of HP, but not going to be caught by a pinch, and Psycho has that one. It's 4-0 for USF. GVSU going to be looking for the rebound into this round. Tough right now.
Very tough indeed. USF, 4 rounds here in a row. Slowly but surely snowballing this defensive half, and Psycho has this Empress, and potentially if they win this round, the economy not looking so good for GVSU. You just see another force Empress playing. He goes for an aggressive angle because he knows he has that kind of advantage. We'll see if GVSU can stave off another defensive onslaught here from USF, but, you know, A has not worked, Catnator. You know, every single time they've gone over to the side, it feels like that wall that you've mentioned, and just the overall gunplay from USF has just been better. This side has not worked out in their favor. Potentially, this is an opportunity, but already you see that Jet getting a little bit low is going to be forced to heal out of GVSU for the time being.
I've dropped the spike.
Looking slower patient from GVSU here. I think really trying to just get a grasp of things. That'll help just a little bit. So that's the backside anchor finally down in this round. Psycho's been absolutely crushing things thus far. Ooh, Kilroy, the rendezvous to get out. New wall just dropped, ladies and gentlemen. It'll go towards the back of sight. There's so much more room now for the GVSU post plant. They get it down. They get it down, Camel. Okay.
Get it down, but Kirk brings out the protractor. He's going to be good for one. Loof will trade it back, and now that's the Hunter's Fury available now for GVSU. Huge reward here. Now a trove of resources here for GVSU. Camp at Bull gonna narrowly find the skull there of Velocity, and it's gonna be multiple kills all going the way of GVSU, and a tornado blowing through a site, and it will work the way of GVSU. Now finally they will win a round of their own, and for their troubles they're gonna have that Hunter's Fury available, also the revive online, and Camp at Bull one ult orb away from those Seekers. So a massive amount of utility options for GVSU to look towards one of these sites.
Oh, the difference a wall can make. They're able to peek towards Rafter. They move back to B main. The players coming out of the screen recognize if we want to go to back of site, we have to make noise to break this wall. Instead, we'll work to get towards screen side. And all of that verticality towards B main is utilized. An excellent shot coming out from Pipes as well, just to catch the angle, to recognize it for the Sky. To find a frag, and we'll get the Sky trying to find a bait now over towards B main. Get to grab the orb. That's the Seekers online. They'll try to meet the rest of the team.
I've got your trail.
Huge chance for the execute. I like this. The fake to come through to try to bring at least one player over, and it'll bring the Sage back up towards Tube. Seekers taken care of, and they recognize only one towards site. See if they play off that.
We saw a sort of shade of that from previous game. Ana sent those fake ultimates here, and now it's going to be used again, and Psycho gonna have to put the fancy footwork here. He's gonna get tagged once, and that's 70 HP now on Psycho, make it 56. Dangerously low. Now in a pretty rough spot. Will be healed though momentarily, so he'll be in a decent position, but these shock darts are gonna be massive. And a math professor here in our game right now. GVSU really showing wonders right now and showing grace and elegance as they made the run of the site, but Psycho, if he can find one kill, a massive amount of healing will go his way, but 28 HP, one shot, he will go down. USF starting to rain in some kills. Now it's going to be traded back. Camp, but Bill good for two. Massive, but the fuse is coming in, and Velocity has all the time in the world. The kills will go GVSU's way, but the round goes towards USF.
That it does. GVSU, they play off site fully towards B main, and typically when you're playing off site, it means you're playing post plant. The issue is, you've got no snake bites coming out of Glizzy, and Luff, while, yeah, definitely a math major with the angles to hit hell, those are the post plant utility. Those shock bolts are now gone from the round. Nobody's able to actually secure diffuser. We see some nice frags from Camp Pitbull on verticality, but then would have to try to make a mad dash towards diffuser. By the time they actually get there, well, the thing's already done. They just sit there and hold. Sorry, noobs, you're too far away.
Oh, Velocity potentially could get some work done here. He's not spotted by that recon dart. Will destroy it, and it will be a 4-stack towards mid with one perched up over towards B main. Kilroy gonna be good for one here with this tour de force. Potentially could find two momentarily. Velocity will scrape together another kill here, looking for two. Can't find it. Glizzy and Loof immediately transcending this round back towards GVSU, and now B
they can pinch
could
the
be
Viper.
a target. And if they pinch this Viper, it could be massive. Loof swings around the corner and flies forward, floating in some bullets over, rifling it inside, and now USF in a dangerous spot. Glizzy will pop the Viper spit, but that kill will be good for Psycho as he roams his way around towards the back of sight.
Two Lear, two
towards
Devours.
yellow he goes. Two Devours available. He will go for a Lear, potentially Kilroy as well. Looking to swarm into the Viper spit. This pick will be massive. It goes towards Psycho, and Kilroy gonna right in front of Glizzy. Finds the headshot. Great intuition there from Kilroy, and USF a much needed round to stop that GVSU momentum. 6-1.
And fantastic Kilroy for that final frag.
Yeah.
doesn't have to shoot there, but recognizes I have nothing to lose. I'm playing Headhunter only. They've got a Vandal. If they spray, they're winning every day of the week. If they jump into the Cloud, they're winning every day of the week. They're the Viper. They have more vision than I do here. Just give me a spray, give me a shot. I'll hope for the best. And sometimes, you know what they say? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And if you're Kilroy, you make 100% of them. Able to find the frag, they win the round out. You talk about how important that mid wall is going into the split. It was pretty big. It was helpful for only grab one frag, but still able to find one over the wall. And that makes such a difference going into it. Makes the numbers advantage manageable for USF to come back and take a round.
Well, I'll say, I watched the wrong angle there, but Lizzie only gets a few shots in. The trade will be minuscule, and everyone will go back to their corners. But for the time being, Blinding Lights will be used. Kilroy potentially can find one kill here. The slow is going to be there, but Talent, he's got just that. Able to find that kill on towards the USF chamber, and how it's going to be. Another scenario we saw a lot on Ascent, a 5v4 for the attack, but GVSU this time have not been able to use these advantages as keenly. Loof will spray through trying to get this wallbang kill, can't find it. And it will be for the time being a B-sided push, but Bacon is over here, has the wall, has a extra snake bite in his inventory to buy time, and one ult away from that Viper's Pit as well.
Cameron, notice how no one moved on the USF side. Because of all his conditioning, GVSU have been playing a player up B main every single round. So they see Luff. Luff gets to take all the space towards B main, walks towards site. Not a single person moved. Not just Fury, not a single tag found either. So similar story there. Now we'll get a res to come through to make this retake more manageable. So we'll go to 5-on-5 here. Glizzy, well, straight back to 5-on-4. Gonna find a quick frag.
That's been the flanker. That's been such a problem for GVSU. Now gone. Loof.
Nice.
Was hunkered down inside of mid-site and will be taken down momentarily. Now it's going to be a 4v4 revive available for the side of GVSU, but the defuse is coming in. The wall provides so much safety, a barrier for USF. They have to push forward, they have to press on, but they cannot. And it's going to be a steady and sturdy defense there for USF, holding the ground,
incoming.
creating a stronghold, and 7-1 here. And we're not playing Soccer Catinator, we're playing Valorant. A little concerned for you. For GVSU right now, USF in all sorts of control on Icebox.
This should be a timeout call. I'm actually surprised that this isn't a timeout call. It's the same problem every single round. If they took a timeout, I promise you they would fix it. They play into site, they get there, and they have so much site control. The only actual person there is Bacon. Yet they don't take any space. They all walk right back to B main. They let the retake happen. They let them get stacked up as a 5-man unit. And just like that, they're able to take the round back.
He will find one frag, so momentarily GVSU swing this round in their favor. One will be spotted. Trademark has to be used. And there to get away to safety, and now it's going to the kill, starting to flood forward. Chaos ensuing on towards the site. Two are going to be noted as well for USF. For the time being, the plant will come in, but Kirk will spot the plant or take down the headpiece there of Arrow. And the plant will now be dropped down for Glizzy. Damage flying forward there, and Loof drops down. USF once again in a man advantage. 4v2 the spike finally implanted on the ground, but it's far too late. Talent forced to dart away to safety, but he's already been spotted. Three members are going towards him. They almost line up perfectly for him, but he can't find the shots, and Psycho will go for the defuse as well, hand it over. And now it's going to be 8-1 USF. Always Catinator finding solutions and avenues back to get these retakes.
Yeah, looking strong for the retake, and we talked about before we got into this game, at the bottom of last game, the fact that there's so much confidence you really need for gunfights.
Yeah.
You look at a map like Icebox, which every retake ever execute comes by the part of that first gunfight. Who's winning the fight? Who's getting them in? And you see the confidence now really oozing, especially out of a player like Psycho. The fact that he's willing to sit back of sight. The only way he gets out is with a dismiss. He's not a Jet. He doesn't have a tailwind. He has to get a frag to get an orb to then dismiss away. In every round, he's willing to sit towards the back of sight. He's not doing that if he's not confident. And that leads to the openings. It stars the man advantage. Yes, it allows for retakes to come through.
He finds one, finds two, shanking two members of USF, and that's going to be some free guns here. Talent will be feeling himself. Ice water in his veins. Can he find more here for the time being? Glizzy will drop the plant. Talent feeling himself, but runs right into the brick wall. That is Velocity, and that's going to be everything that they potentially need, but immediately another frag going the way of GVSU as Camp at Bull. Finding an early one there on the rotation out towards side as the Viper's Pit is down, and places will be taken for GVSU, angles will be held, and it's going to be so difficult for USF to get back towards this site.
I like GVSU putting the Vipers pin into this round. I don't care that they're up. They need a round. Bad. They need a round. Just throw the ult down. Make sure it happens for you. Both gonna make all this noise, trying to break the wall to get to the backside of CT. They get caught up by Love just over the pit. Both will take one with the instant trade to come through. Walk straight through the wall. Pit bolt, instant trade. GVSU, they drop the pit. They drop a player on the post plant, but nonetheless, they get the round. They're second now. They can take just 2 more. It'll make things just all the more manageable. We don't really know what they can do on the defensive side. We didn't get to really see it as a 13-2 Ascent game, but I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. You said they love to play Icebox, and hopefully the defense is mirrored to that statement. For right now, they could use a couple more rounds, though.
We will see if that is the case. If GVSU can maybe pull together an 8-4 here, that could look pretty good for themselves and their fans. We'll see if that is the case, though, as they'll leave one over towards B, the lone bacon, as per usual here for USF. And now GVSU really starting to feel it, looking to press forward, marching out of the site. All 5 members will leave towards A, and Kilroy has to back away for the time being, and Loof will watch out for the flank. Lizzie gets that plant down, and they have the 100 street cat in there, so it looks like GVSU will play for this post plant along with the snake bites they have.
Please anchor one towards site. Okay, we keep the jet close maze just in case. So that's going to be the option. They can't just flat out screen. Talent's going to be here. There's a swing to grab one. The Viper going to be here to help as well. They recognize the noise to the generator. The dog should have spotted it. Talent to pick up another. They slide back through, in and out. They're there to break the wall this time around. It's not an easy DP to come through. Spike through their dead just like that. Arrow will kill him again. Psycho going to find a quick trade, able to grab a second. Gonna dismiss straight into danger. Tries to find the right click. Almost 360. Almost looking for the FaZe Clan 1 montage, but Glizzy going to catch it out to finish the job. It's 3-8 for GVSU. That's the difference, man. They don't lose on the post plant because one human being stays there to make sure they don't get sight.
And now it will be an unfortunate situation, where you're on the last round. You have to just have, essentially a Walmart buy here for USF. It's going to be very rough. Fortunately, though, Kilroy has that tour de force, so that's going to be a good way for USF to potentially hold off. It looks to be B, and that's where all these members are going to go, but the first shot will only find a bit of damage, or a lot of damage. Those healing, though, will come in, and that will pretty much cancel out that shot, so it is decent for USF. They know at least that the rotation will come in. Now Psycho potentially has a chance here, but he just falls asleep with the wheel catinator.
Yeah, that's why you see players a lot of time. Okay, I'll tell you later. As Bacon able to pick up one, they're going to look to flood their way into sight. That slows can go down to the back of things to make sure Psycho can't get an easy swing. That's been a typical problem. Yes, you have found them with Band-Aid fixed. Oh my goodness. And the bad luck just continues for Psycho here. The duel switch back to the side. Bacon will find another as his luck continues to grow. Girl's going to come through, but it's full flash, so it's got no info. Only that it's gotten shot. That doesn't help too much. They don't know where it's from. They know that Luff's shooting mid. Able to pick up 2 was Kilroy going to fall. And now flood their way into sight they go of USF. Psycho with the Marshall yet again. Okay, he's hit the shot, and Bacon will come through for the 3K. On his Fury now going to come forward all the way off the site to the top of Boiler. Will pick up some tags, and Arrow will pick up some frags. Find 2. Yurda now, the last player onto the site. Has to stick this thing as last round. No point run away, no point to save. Darts out early. Second bolt's gone as well. 11 HP, and Luff will just run and gun and recognize I just need to hit 1 bullet, and he does just that. A 3K to come through for the Sova. It's 4-8. GVSU said they needed a couple of rounds. Well, Camel, what did they get?
I mean, I think, for what it's worth, for where this game was, it was 7-1. And now we're in a situation where things look a lot better for GVSU. It doesn't seem like a situation where they're just getting absolutely destroyed. And it seems like they have some ways and some routes that they can take, but now it's going to be defense. Now it's going to be USF setting the tone, setting the tempo, and with the way Psycho's been playing Catinator, we'll see how he opts in to take these duels. He is the only duelist on his team. He will be the one to, carry the load in terms of who's finding these kills, who's gaining control. So if Psycho's succeeding, USF will succeed. Let's see if they can do it here in the pistol round.
Drone will lead the charge up to B main early for USF. The Viper close enough to hear noise, but not close enough to play anti-plant. Will now work back around. The 180 to come through. Too late to actually throw a snake bite down, though. So USF more than happy to take it for free. They'll work towards the back of B main, but in pistol, you don't have the extra utility to take extra site control, so this is where you get a pass.
And this chamber becomes so much more important on these post-plant scenarios. You can't really flank. It's going to be difficult. You have to work through these alarm bots and the like. GVSU did not have that luxury afforded to them, so it's going to be USF playing for these lineups. One will loft its way over towards the site. Talent can be good for one, good for two. Loof as well, getting in on the fun, and the defuse will just stick. And it's just so simple for GVSU. They make it look so easy. USF just didn't expect potentially how fast GVSU were going to get into the site.
Yeah, a great call from GVSU to recognize. They want to play post plant. They'll walk us back to B main. If they're going to give us the space to site, we're happy to take it. We'll set up our execute just a little bit closer for the retake. They save the util for a bit, and that's information they get from Glizzy, who throws a great toxic screen to get them into close yellow. And the moment it comes down, everybody's prepped and ready to go. It's almost a magic trick. It comes up, they see one. It comes down. Wait a minute, there's 4 of you guys? They find the frags to get the job done.
Potentially, this could be the start to something major as Campit Bull
didn't need the headshot.
right between the uprights there, going for one, and we'll find one. Can he find 2? He does. And it will be Loof adding on for the fun, and it's going to be Campit Bull doing some spins, some dance moves here, and they're pushing for more. Loof, he finds it. Kirk will drop, and now it's a lone Bacon, who really, I mean, you know, just have fun, my man.
Hey, good luck, bro. GG's. Headshot angle and arrow, well, that don't bother him. 6-8 for GVSU as they instantly come back, swinging a flawless anti-eco. All these guns now coming into the bonus. And I would say the Marshall not great for this when you get full armor, but can't people hit headshots anyway, so.
So maybe the momentum is on his side. Maybe he's just feeling it today. We'll see if that luck continues. Won't be over towards Rafters, though, as it will be another A push for USF. No ultimates here for them for the time being. It will be their chance on this 3rd round with this bye to look at a potential aggressive push over. Talent watching with this operator will dash forward to conceal himself from the recon dart for the time being, but invested a lot of utility there to get back onto Rafters. Will look for the shots, will spot Kirk towards Nest there, and we'll find the kill. And now USF in another man disadvantage moving towards the site, and this is where GVSU love to play.
Early frags, another thing that GVSU loves to pick up. Now they look for that extra man going into the retake. Of course, they are going to be on to this bonus here, so a little bit limited in terms of utility. They've got the utilize. Trailblazer come out first. We'll find one. Doesn't get the extra info to Maze, but that'll be good enough to at least recognize one's hitting up towards default. But think about it, though. We're looking at 4-on-4. They got the operator. That's going to go for long sight lines. If they don't get peeks from there, they're not going to have that information.
It's going to be a snappy play here from Psycho. Going to be good for one. USF Bacon really helping out now. And it's going to be Psycho. One more kill. Bacon with a 3K, frying him up and serving him on the side with scrambled eggs. Catinator right now. USF finally went around here. And it will be after 3. And they had those gun advantages, and they make great use of them.
Did USF not reach the op in time, or did they decide they didn't want it? Do you know?
Think?
I'm 50-50. If someone would grab it, it would be probably the chamber, which would definitely have a chance to work onto the post plant. But again, offensive operators are really difficult, man. The same reason why we see GVSU falter in that round when Talent's got the operator trying to make something happen on the retake. It's very difficult to find spray transfers, find opportunities. And if you're a team that's trying to burst execute, if you want every player going into the site together, you need them to have a rifle. So, I don't know.
Well, it looks to be another B-sided play here for USF.
What?
Swapping back and forth here. Psycho almost finds himself done and dusted, but he does inevitably fall as Campit Bull finally spots the Reyna and takes down Psycho here. True to his name, once again will fall down first here for USF, and Plant will momentarily be stalled out. USF finally gained a kill on towards the Viper. That's one of the main ways that GVSU have to stall, and one more kill for good measure. Arrow drops, and now it leads to a USF man advantage with the Viper's pick, with the revive available. So many tools for USF to turn to if this round goes south, but for GVSU, they don't have any shock darts, they don't have any owl drones. It's just going to be a tap instead of 8-1 out. They do, but he can't find any kills. It's just going to be Kilroy dropping talent. Good for one. Can he find two? The shots are pure. He's looking for a
Low
1v1
Viper.
now. Viper spin available. Low Viper here. Bacon at a sliver of HP. The fake loud burst. The updraft.
hears that.
Parachuting up top. Looking to rumble his way over, but Bacon expects it. And he spots the jet and takes him down unfazed. And they will pick up their 10th round win. USF trying their damnedest to stop GVSU at every chance they get.
Good plus time for USF, recognizing we've got a little bit of time here. They really do slow the round down, and they force Talent to play very aggressively. He had a lot of time to work with there, and part of that aggressive push comes off the fact that Luff was into yellow before Talent was even through to cargo box. So they play very one-man oriented there, and just unfortunately for them, USF hit the shots. They get it done. The push comes through, and it's very readable. So a good play.
And now Loof fancies his chances here. Glizzy does end up falling, so Bacon now, will he expect one more? That's the question. Will go for the reload. Will spot Loof momentarily. There the shots fly. And now the trading of utility here from both sides. Bacon will look to jump the corner. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a difficult 1v1. 42 HP on Bacon, actually losing this trade for the time being. And in the meantime, right now, USF are looking for rotations. Every angle has been blocked up, and now it looks like they're committing B with this wall.
They are still going to work with the Sova of Luff, who's going to back away now. To recognize all I've got is a Sheriff, bro. I got to give him room. I'll do just that. I'll move back to site. Drone will swing the way through, so that's yellow control gained at least. We'll have two to Sheriff towards site, but definitely not the favorable weapons, or maybe they are if you're able to find the first two frags. And suddenly, man advantage going to go to GVSU. Recon bolt to come through. That'll be pretty close towards site. 130 as well. To mention, try to deny the plant, but the plant does go down. Ooh, good tag. Just swings towards yellow is lucky. Guessed right. You're going to trade one back, but still man advantages for GVSU. Guns a little bit far away to get picked up.
Blinding light available, and that's going to be a massive kill there for Kirk, evening things out at 2-2. There's the blinding light, there's the flash. Camping Bull feels safe to move up along with Talent, and it's going to be Talent feeling himself. He's got the Vandal versus the Bulldog. Does he spot the shoulder? He does. The slower is out. He's running for the hills. He barely escapes detection, and now the time all on Veloce's side. He's going to fall, and it looks like Talent does have enough time here anyway, and the fuse comes in. 7th round win there for GVSU on a thrifty. The Sheriff shots fly, and it really felt like USF corralled themselves in a very difficult spot, and GVSU didn't have to do much.
Yeah, for sure. GVSU just swing around, hit the shots, and great timing initially off the plant to come through, recognizing the footsteps, hearing the numerous amounts, and just swinging out for those first two frags, grabbing a couple rifles, and then working it for the post-plant retake. Say we're seeing a very segmented retake from GVSU. Not incredible usage of utility in a team-oriented way, but hey, if you get the frags and win the round regardless, I don't care, bro. Do you?
We'll see as the double Marshall shots really making sure that Owl drone is gone. I don't know what it did to USF, but it must hurt their feelings. It's clearly they are upset. It's now 10-7. This was 7-1, mind you, if you're just joining us. So GVSU have clawed their way back into this one. Loof spot one moving up towards kitchen. For the time being, Volace is not spotted, but he will spar with the enemy Sage for the time being, and USF will be shut off. And now Loof has all the knowledge in the world, will go for the spray inside. And Arrow gonna find the kill there, and now USF down a man, down Volace. One of the main man on this roster. So now USF with 3 ultimates. They do have ways to get onto these sites, Catnator, but it's just a matter of do they want to invest it in this round.
Most certainly. Wouldn't be terrible to at least to kill Eco, but it is, of course, an Eco of their own. So the question of if they can grab maybe a frag here, there's a chance. Talent gonna tuck towards bottom of pipe. There's the frags. There's 2. Now's a beautiful time to start running ults. Once Arrow's able to find that frag, and then take down the Viper, who does have to get on hand. This frag opens up the round so nicely, but Arrow is just there to hold on to things. Absolutely no fear. Bites the nerves down and bites down for 3 frags. Makes Sight go into that 1v3. We'll work their way to Sight. Fake the plant. 15 seconds. Has to get down onto it and will get downed out of the round. As Arrow will find a 4K from Rafter. The Sage, not just the healers. No fear. And they'll get the Eco Res as well, just to make sure their money going into the next round. If they were, hypothetically, to lose this one, they'd have a nice rebound.
And the one thing that USF have, clearly is the ultimates. They have all 5 available here for this round. GVSU sitting at 0, and none of them are even close to getting their ultimates. So let's see if USF can utilize some of these ultimates here on their side and potentially gain some ground and gain some space here as talent. This operator will be spotted. Now Psycho can be good for 1 here. Rampaging his way forward, trampling through 2 members as USF really making a statement now on this round and finding 2 early kills. And Camp Bull as well, very low HP, but does fancy his chances in a 1v1 with Voles. It's a good return kill, and still a 4v3 in favor of USF with all the ultimates they have.
Everybody may just fought through a poison orb in a wall.
Yeah.
And USF were the winners. They were victorious in the Great Blind Battle of 2022. Last Friday to come through, of course, out of the wall, so that one doesn't really count. USF worked their way back towards that A side. They are still anchoring for GVSU. They'll keep talent in the back side of things, and he's got that rifle, that upgraded operator to do the trick. Caught by Dart, will move away. I'll peek for the scan. There he goes. He's back into it now. It gives so much time, though, for USF to walk their way forward. They really show such a keen awareness for the operator as they go into things.
Loof will pelt the site with Shock Dart. Psycho, does he have a right angle here? He spots Talent, dipping away to safety. Talent gonna be good for 1, finds the kill with the operator, and now it's gonna be all even 3-3. The Viper's Pit has to be invested here.
Really good call.
Bull will spray through. Does Talent find the lucky outshot? Loof is gonna find Bacon. That means the pit dissipates here. 2v2 Psycho has to invest the Empress here. It's all on his shoulders. Does he find the kill? He does not. Talent from the corner blows him down. Folds him up like a lawn chair on a Sunday afternoon. Catnator, the feet are up here for GVSU as they win a crucial round, and every single ult, I believe, at least Psycho's ult was invested there, so it's going to be good for GVSU. Bacon's ult invested as well, but they do still have 3.
Yeah, still going to have ults to work with. Of course, the Viper's Pit just didn't quite get the value it wanted to. A massive frag to come forward. That was the ult that needed to go down, and that it did. It puts Talent's operator back active. It forces Psycho to try the jump spot for some information, which his jump spot's a shoulder peek, but same difference. Goes for the shoulder peek, gets caught by Talent, and he only has that sight line because the Viper's Pit does get taken care of. So those are the 2 massive points of the retake. Just able to find the frags, get the job done. Retake operator is so difficult to work with, especially when it's got no dang vision. But if you can solve that problem, just like they did, you're able to find value.
Let's see if any value will come of this tour de force. For the time being, USF have maneuvered their way over towards that A site. They're going to use Kilroy as a stepping stone to make things easy. And this is going to be a timing game with Arrow. Does he spot the chamber early? It's going to be 1 miss up at the tour de force. There comes 2, and a crucial frag going USF's way.
Yeah, no clue that first shot went, but the second one's certainly on point. We'll find that frag, and now USF going to look to work that momentum to bring their way into the site. Just Fury going to be out early here for the attacking side, trying to make sure no early retakes happen. 1 tag to come through, 1 piece of information, but certainly getting more info from Talent, who's stepping through at a rafter. Able to find 2. Bolt will get information. Psycho caught out, able to step away regardless. Started for a moment and now out of things. Shot from Talent. Gonna go just as the tailwind comes through, so not quite able to find it. Momentum gonna kill him off there. Left step forward off the rope to find 1. Crossfire is there. The whip! Ooh! The headhunter comes through. The recoil of Sheriff will keep things cooking. 11-9 USF. Catch a fortunate break. That's why crossfires are so important on the post plant, man.
Just a couple more bullets there, and I think he's able to turn around to find that kill, but regardless,
quite possibly.
Great attempt from Loof. Does not find the round win. Does find a good amount of frags, but still, Talent able to pick up that operator. He has been so proficient. We saw 2 kills that last round, Catnator.
Hope that trend keeps continuing. He'll stay to A, and USF will recognize we don't want to work against the op anymore. We want some freedom, and they'll work their way towards the B main side of things. Instead, Poison Orb once again will go towards mid. That's a bit of conditioning here, continually going forward, and that's forced GVSU to put a player either towards Boiler, or in this case, they put a player lower Boiler, all the way up towards close contact, because they got a Spectre in hand. You don't want to play distance with the Spectre. You want to be up close and personal for those crispy headshots. So that's exactly where that Sova's going to be, but nonetheless, that Sova can't be in any sort of position to throw darts, throw information to any other site. Is this team going to work their way straight into yellow? Already there to go to site. Glizzy on the anti-plant with the Odin to spray down the wall first, but very much off the angle. You got to turn a little bit further, bro. About 15 more degrees to your left, and unfortunately, that's planned to go down. As the team walks their way back towards B main. Once again, GVSU, they're able to take all the front of sight.
Will be another hasty push over for USF, and it will be Kirk dropping down. Loof good for one more as well, and so far, it's looking pretty good for GVSU. Kills are just going their way so seamlessly, so efficiently, so easily, and they construct a perfect post plant. And it will be a defuse here for Glizzy to wrap things up. Just after that spike went down, it was unraveled for USF. GVSU cashing in there, winning their 10th round, making this one very, very close.
So there, USF doesn't want to deal with the operator. They say, we'll go B main instead. That'll fix our problem. The only issue is then that singular operator just being there the round before means that USF doesn't break any utility. They don't bait any utility over towards A. So the Sage has wall, she has orbs, rest of the team has flashes. All those A players still able to use things to get back in. We talk about the Sova anchored towards mid instead. They have dart, they have shock bolts as well, and just like that, we see GVSU walk in with all this utility that no one's made them use, and they use it for the retake to make things just that much easier to take all that space back.
We'll be able to take up space towards kitchen as Sage will deny things potentially, unless Psycho wants to push forward, but it will be another drawn out sort of play here for USF. Haven't been going for any sort of overzealous type of angles, and a bit of chip damage goes the way of Talent, but he'll be healed up and still has an operator. So really a glass cannon in this sort of situation, and it will be Campit Bull finding an early kill onto that chamber.
Blinded.
And now the blind light as well will confirm at least one more is over there, so this might just force a rotation as well.
The Reyna sneaked up tube.
Ooh.
Play the Pink Panther theme. It's a huge opportunity for the Purple Vampire to make something happen. His work down has snuck past the Viper. Saw one. So much info. That's at least 2 to the back of the site. Psycho will know that. We'll convey that to the team. And they'll start to rotate. So Psycho has a 2 chance to sell a fake now as well. He's able to find frag. Good for 1. Good for a second. That's massive. Forget the fake. Let's just go straight back to site. The Reds will come forward. They'll go back. See to find this 1 kill. And well, Psycho's done just that. A 3K from the IGL. They're into site. Plant will go down. And Glizzy stuck with a headache to try to figure this thing out.
I mean, just the patience there from the IGL of USF, and it's what we expect from Psycho, and he makes it happen here when it matters in clutch situations. He is who you want on your side. It will be Glizzy looking for the 1v1 rendezvous out, and now Glizzy in a whole world of trouble. His location is known, and Glizzy will fall here. 12th round win for USF, 1 away from forcing this one to a game 3 here. But if any team can come back, it will be GVSU. Fortunately, though, it will be Talent on this Bulldog. Does not have enough money. The funds have not been there for the last couple of rounds, so Operator will not be there, and Glizzy even potentially just going to go for the Bucky as well. So things definitely in dire straits for GVSU in a potential final round here on Icebox.
Yeah, forget the fact that the Operator's not there. 2 of the rifles aren't there either. Talent will be Bulldog. Glizzy will be Spectre, so Glizzy's going to try to throw the Vipers, put early B main. He's going to try to get up close and personal with the Spectre to find opportunities. Surprised that he's making this play without the Judge, but the Judge absolutely terrible for the retake, so that could be an answer right there. Spike will get dropped. That's information gained early where the Viper is able to hear all of that. The USF, they're not going to work into this pit anymore. They recognize they could off of the drone potentially, but it's so much space to try to work with. They'll use the Seekers instead for information here to see if this team, are they really sitting there? Are they anchored? Is Spike just there chilling? Are they trying to figure this out? What are they doing? And in the meantime, you see that Seeker come through all the way to Maze, and look who's taking that space. The Sky, the Jet, already they're up. That means if Rotate tries to come through, if USF try to make any stunts happen, here they are. Oh, but position given away for Cam Pitbull as that Bulldog spray comes through. He's going to have a teammate for the refrag, but nothing just yet. Wall now down, and Psycho going to try to take tube control to work around towards the backside of B. Lost the fight, though.
Big frag going the way of GVSU. That's that roaming Psycho there, dropping early on Glizzy. Still with the Viper Spit. Hasn't even entered it. It's just the fact that it's there that's dissuading USF from pushing through. Just the idea that he could potentially be inside. So it will force the rotation, but this is allowing GVSU to find these picks mid. and now have a 5v3 advantage with 25 seconds left. A snail's pace for USF. They have to pick it up, and they do, but they are running into the waiting arms here of Talent, who will bide his time, prowling on the site. We'll wait for the bottom light. There's the flash out. It's going to be 14 seconds out, going lower and lower. Talent is going to have a field day, going to be good for one. Bacon trades it back. The spike has to go down. Spike there has been killed. Kirk is going to be good for one more. He'll fall his way down, but he floats right into his demise. That will be GVSU picking up their 11th round win here. And are looking for one more to force this one into an overtime. And I mean, for being down 7-1, Catnator, what a comeback to start, but they have to finish.
Job ain't done just yet. They need one more round to keep us kicking, take us to map 3 of Haven. Left heard all that noise, close contact mid, heard them running down to main, which allows Talent to sneak in all the way towards site. And then, of course, the sky comes over as well. Pitbull has a guiding light ready, which solves for so much time. And then it's just a matter of finding the frags, make sure that spike doesn't go down, and that it does not. USF need to find one more here.
Still just waiting things out. USF not trying to make any sort of mistakes here, especially considering the circumstances. And Psycho will have a mini exchange there, but it will lead to nothing. And now that scout will provide a little bit of information. There is Luke investing the Hunter's Fury. And Canner, I'm expecting this to be used for a post mode, but he just used it early on for, it looks to be scouting. Doesn't find much luck.
Yeah, we say that a lot, don't we, Camel?
We do.
Early Hunter's Fury almost always goes this route, unless you have some sort of early information, whether it's the dart, whether it's the flash. This would have been a great time for the Hunter's Fury, quite frankly, because they all were lining up towards Maze. It doesn't come through, though. Camp Pitbull, he's come through instead. A 2K, a 3K from Generator. Psycho to finally shut it down, but it's a little too late. As flooding to the side is the rest of the squad. Talent will find one after, make it a second for the Jet. They get together, they make it happen. The Initiator Jet combo, we always talk about Sky and Jet. They look so good together, like ketchup and mustard, and that's the case as we go to OT.
From the most unlikely of sources, the Bulldog there for GVSU is the saving grace, the ally, the 6th man that they needed, and a timeout here in the first round of overtime. I like this idea from USF. If you have a play here out of the playbook, Catnator, now's the time to whip it out. If you lose this overtime, you are done, and this series is over.
At USF, we talked about the comeback. They started to make it happen, and suddenly, Grand Valley says, we don't want to play 3 maps, bro. We're done for the day. We want to go to bed. We want to party up just a little bit. Lunar New Year just got kicking off. They start to take rounds back, and USF says, okay, guys, come on. We know how to do this. We know how to win. We know how to win rounds. We can get it done. They slow the pace down. They kill that momentum. Now I see if they can swim back into things. The only issue is here, Camel. They took this timeout for their defensive round. So Grand Valley now gets to sit here and draw up a play.
Yep, that is true. You know, when you do take these timeouts, you are giving the enemy team the opportunity to also concoct something. So we'll see if GVSU have any sort of idea.
They love to throw fakes.
Yep. Those
the worst thing you can do to a team that loves to throw fakes is give them time to draw one up.
Yeah, and they were so prevalent in Ascent here, so we'll see if Icebox is the same. It will be a 3-2 split, so definitely an eerie sighting.
This is a fake.
This has to be a fake. I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be a Viper Wall, and then a recon.
And then drone into B.
You mentioned this in the pregame. In this game here, we'll see if it happens. There's the recon art. There's the wall as well. Everything will be used. The poison orb to get this.
Oh, no.
Viper's pick potentially, and it just looks like for the time being, Psycho will work his way up. Such an important decision here. If the push does come in, now the rotation from mid as well. So it looks like A will be the target, but again, there's so much time. A rotation could still come through if a kill maybe occurs in mid.
Yeah, I see that poison orb come through to B main, recognizing in order to actually sell this fake, we've got a 1 drone out and then get really, really far into B. And they don't want to play that far forward, so they'll reset the default instead. And now they'll throw double initiator utility. The drone comes towards B, the dog comes towards A. That's all that's been seen so far. So USF, they're going to keep the defense right where it is. DVSU will recognize we know there's an advantage. Time to swing the site. Can they win the execute?
What second decisions here will decide who wins this game. Location revealed. Luke is going to be good for 1. Volace drops immediately. That's the Sage gone. And Psycho now hunkered down on top of the site. He will drop down. Kilroy, though, crucially finds an exchange. And that could lead to something here. It's a 4v3. And here comes Talent. Good for 2. Bulldozing his way forward. Sky's up top, and it's just a bait as Camp Bull takes him out right between the eyes. 13-12. GVSU just destroy USF there.
Great knowledge from Grand Valley to recognize Psycho always sits back of sight, always tries to swing us for the plant. They throw down, instead of wall, they throw a slow. They say, okay, come on, bro. Come peek us then.
Yep.
He peeks up. He gets absolutely annihilated. 2 players watching that angle towards hell. They find the frag, and suddenly they see themselves in the driver's seat of the game, a chance to shut things down after what was a pretty dang good comeback.
Started here 7-1, now 13-12 for GVSU as Camp Bull feeling himself here along with 2 other members as this will be a push. Psycho is spotted, gets a dang 21 HP on the rain. That's got to be so careful. And Bull back away to safety. He's got to get over to that save to get some healing. This will be a pretty big investment as B is exposed. The plant will go down. Volace will sit on that decay momentarily. Will be regen back up. Psycho, though, still in a precarious situation. Will flip the corner, and Loof is right there in time and takes down the enemy Randa. That's the Lurker gone. And now no more flanker to be had for USF on this attack. A 5v4. The scout will be used by Camp Bull. And right now it's all about gunfights. It's all about the flank. Loof is the influence here. He can make things happen. Kirk is going to go for 1. Volace takes down 2. USF flipping things around in their favor. Loof still in a very decent spot. Does Kilroy notice? Does Kilroy spot anyone? He's blinded. He's flashed. He's taken down a 1v1 here for GVSU.
Has to hold.
But the views will be insane. He's got to go for the half. He does. He just goes for the heal. I don't know what he was trying to go for, but Bacon, just not enough time it seemed, and he'll go for the shots, rifle him home, and now a 13-13 scoreline. Intensity here from both these sides in overtime.
Close, but not quite. Grand Valley invested so much into the mid push, and all it took was just Psycho to sit there a main to make those players stay. He makes the call, asks the standing IGL with all this new info. Hey, there's 3 mid. Guys just go into B. They do just that. You see the anti-flight come through from Glizzy, but the Snakebite is just inches away. That it's only really the decay doing any work. The 30 HP Spike Planner is able to finish the plan, and from there, they're not able to get back in the retake in time, because they think they're going to have all that extra time with the Viper anti-plant, right? But they don't, just because of that one Snakebite. It's unfortunate, but sometimes, hey, that's how it goes. These players are human.
Another situation here. We've seen this movie before where 4 work together and Loof plays that lone position over towards one of these sites. This time it's going to be B. Waiting for the cavalry here, waiting for Glizzy's move up towards Kitchen. We'll see if he does find any altercation with anyone. For the time being, though, nobody is near. Now, right now, Psycho, I mean, he's in, could be an amazing position. The timing is not going to be on his side. And he turns up towards the stars and Talent. Gonna make him see someone out. Glizzy gonna wrap around the corner. He spots Kirk. He's gonna be good for 1. Trying to escape the safety as Bacon takes down Arrow. A good frag for USF. It's still a 4v2 opportunity, all going the way of GVSU, as once again they'll get the spike down in a man advantage, but it will be traded back momentarily. A 3v2. Volace flips the corner. Can't find the frag. And now a 3v1. Kilroy meandering onto the site, but aimlessly, if you will. He's got no idea where these players are. He's spraying through walls. The time's on his side as well, Cater. It's so rough, especially with that recon dart. Don't spot him just yet, but the scout will.
Put so much into Psycho there, close contact. You say he turns to the stars, absolutely correct. He turns to the drone, tries to make sure that he's not getting scanned, and when he looks up, that's when the players come from below. So we're to turn the flash, able to find the first fight, and well, he's found himself out of the round. 14-13, GVSU yet again. Their second match point here in overtime number 2. Can this one finally be the difference? Camel, I doubt we see them send 3 at mid.
Yeah, and the onus sits on USF. They are on attack. They have to get this spike down. They have to go in to GVSU. So let's see if they play more reserve. Like you said, that last defensive round was a good idea. Definitely something out of the playbook there. But clearly was not what they were looking for. They almost won the round, but in the end, too much was invested at mid, so it looks like they're going to play more reserved, more back, and wait and try to burn some of this utility. USF have the same idea, leaving the spike behind, and we'll look to try and trade some of this crucial post-plant utility that has been so vital and so pivotal in these rounds.
USF going to play this so much slower here. We usually see them very heavy lean into one side of the default. If that doesn't work, then they start to rethink.
Poison's off.
This time around, everything's towards spawn. And you know why? They saw 3 players work up mid. And look what they'll do. They'll send 3 players towards mid. So I like the adaptation from USF. This time around, Grand Valley will move away from it, though. They're back to a thinned out default defense. So we're not going to see that play come to fruition. Instead, we'll see, hey, if we're already going to be mid, let's throw the wall. Let's go tube. They do just that. Lear's out first. Managed to get through us. That kitchen player not going to have any sort of vision. It was a huge opportunity.
We're going to be good for one. That's Kirk drop. That's the Sova gone here. Can Glizzy wrap around? He's going to be in a great spot. Doesn't spot out Psycho. And the spike will go down momentarily. A 5v4 GVSU. The onus gone for USF. They planted on the spike. Now it's just about buying time here. Little Psycho spot the Cloudburst. He does. There's the utility being used. Talent gonna be good for one. Psycho, what a great spot, but he can't find the shots. And the defuse will come in. It'll be the bubble here with the Sage Ball Talent. Right between the eyes. He's good for one. He's good for two.
Beautiful.
And it will be a snakebite to buy time, but the inevitable will happen. Loof will go for the defuse. They come from 7-1 down. Catnator and GVSU crawl their way back to a 15-13 win. 2-0 over USF. What a comeback. Just a great showing there by GVSU. They stayed calm, and they got the win.
Yeah, we really saw that momentum start to kind of spur in their direction. The moment they started to slow things down, you could tell after map number 1, they're feeling good, man. The 13-2 squad for them, they're really starting to feel things. And then they just started to let things get away from them. They played a little bit too far on their execute, and then eventually we see them really slow down the pace. They make that half 8-4, and then they're able to come back here and get it to OT off of some clean reads on the execute. And part of that does indeed come to the fact they recognize that USF, if they throw their default, if they play so far back, they can hold that utility. They've got the double initiator, but they still really spared that util until they needed it. Very, very much willing to hold on to it, and that was the difference for their retake coming through. We saw in the last round as well. So we saw 3 players. They're waiting for Grand Valley to potentially push mid. They didn't push mid. So instead, they tried to work through the execute down to tube since players were already delegated there, but they hadn't made any presence anywhere else on the map yet, which means there's no utility is expended yet for Grand Valley. And just like that, they walk back into the retake as USF doesn't have anything used just yet, able to find themselves a win.
I mean, just very strategical on so many fronts. And, you know, people in chat were talking about it, but just a very good game from both sides. Clearly, these two teams were so evenly matched, and if this did go to a game 3, it would have been a treat for sure. But in the end, GVSU does come out with the win, and for USF, they do go home here. Just unfortunate to say the least, and you know, now just looking onward for them. I mean, you know, you did cast them before. This is the roster I assume they'll stick with, and they definitely have some bright spots on this team. Psycho definitely someone to look out for, as he got it going on Icebox there, but just wasn't enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see this team later into the season as well. Remember, these are matches that are being pulled out of ECAC. That's week number 1. So Grand Valley will go up 1-0. And for us, we'll go to break. When we come back, we've got a second series on the way straight from ECAC. Same place, same time. We'll see you in just a little bit. Broken. The site they go. Ball to swing through. Trying to make. Oh! Finish the second frag.
to go towards Beast. This is the chance for GVSU. Like you said, with the Hunter's Fury, have so much buying time with those KJ mollies as well. There's the second one being used. Kirk doesn't have enough HP to make it work. 10. That is half, though, for USF. Oh, I don't think they know. It's going to be one shot in for Glizzy. 2 kills for USF going down, and now GVSU in a great situation here, and it's going to be 1 remaining for USF. Valacy's going to be good for 1. Can he find 2? He's going for the tap. So thrifty for GVSU, and a great fake to sell out USF, and they go all the way over to B, but it's really A that's the target.
A beautiful fake comes through the Cosmic Divide to B. They'll sell it further with the Sova drone from Glizzy as well, and then they send both players over into main. Typically, you see teams will send one, but teams they read that, right? They say it's just one player. Surely they're trolling us. Instead, they send Glizzy, they send a Pitbull as well. All that information goes over to USF. They say, okay, we gotta rotate, guys. We gotta move the way over. No, sir, you do not, because we're in the A site just like that in the post-playing utility. The KJ Molly saw enough time for the Hunter's Fury to get the job done, get damage as well. So it's just one tag needed to find the kills, and just like that, it's round converted. Weapons picked up. GVSU looking to take it straight to the B site.
And they said in their notes, smart post plans. Catnator, I read that and I go, okay, we'll see what you got. Clearly, they have something in store for us here early on. Glizzy finds another kill on one of the hot hands for this USF squad. Psycho drops Kilroy, though. Able to answer back for USF for the time being, a 3v4 instantaneously. And Glizzy, 1 shot, 1 kill. The skull bludgeons Bacon. It goes down here at 4v2, all in favor of GVSU. And Kirk with only a sheriff to his name, taking chip damage as well from these shock darts. GVSU are just unrelenting, Catnator.
Yeah, you can tell some momentum definitely getting picked up off of that last round. This should be an easy cleanup for the rest of the way. 0 points out, not going to find a scan. 1 frag gone, instant trade from Glizzy looking for the 4th. Okay. Kirk will give us a little bit of action back. Pop Flash is going to pop behind him. So only taking half the flash, able to swing if he wants to. He's going to look to anchor GVSU to site here. Try to find maybe some money off the frags, but if he can get these guns down, it will be advantageous for the future. It won't happen. Trades there. Love has frag. 4-2 for GVSU. 1 will fall though.
The worst thing in the world. A plethora of kills there for USF on their save, so they'll be fine with that one. And you see Psycho here, Catnator, opting in for the operator. It's a smart choice. It's a choice that makes sense, especially considering on Ascent, that mid control, that cat control, especially over Rosa as well. It's so crucial for the defensive side of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports U Network. We just watched the matchup pulled straight from the ECAC Week 1 matchups, and now we're joined on the desk by Cam Pitbull after a 2-0 dub. How you feeling, brother?
We came into Ascent. Our top two maps are definitely Icebox and Ascent, so we came into the best of three thinking that we were going to kind of take this kind of how we always do. We play very confident, and being able to have our first two maps as the first two maps on the best of three was really, really good for us, and it boosted our confidence, winning the first map 13-3. So we felt pretty great going into the second map.
Yeah, awesome. And you mentioned that confidence, and in these sorts of games in the ECAC, do you guys expect what your opponents are going to dish out? Do you guys have notes and things like that of what your opponents like to pull out?
So actually, no. We came into this, we couldn't find anything on South Florida. We had no info as to what they do, what they like to do, if they have streams or strats or anything like that. We couldn't find anything other than a player that was not on the roster this semester. So we didn't really have anything going into it, but we knew if we start out kind of as a default, we can learn how they play, where they play, and they didn't really rotate too much off that, so we were able to make a lot of fakes happen, a lot of mid picks happen, and really take a lot of map control with our double initiator setup.
No, absolutely. The stalling for utility and the fakes into the end of the rounds, so phenomenal, so perfectly placed. And that leads me to my question of how long has this roster been together? How long have you guys been prepping for? Because so cohesive, and a lot of times we see in EDU events, teams, they have good strats, but they're not quite able to coordinate with one another. We did not feel like that was a problem for this roster.
So actually, when the semesters for Grand Valley, we had about a week to do tryouts. 4 members of this team had been together all last semester and mostly last year. And so when they came together and they were looking for someone, it was between me and another player pretty much. I mean, there were really good players. We had a lot of tryouts, a lot of people that showed up. But there was only a couple people that we really felt were kind of in contention for this spot. And so when I was chosen for the spot, I was basically told, we're going to put you on things that you're not going to like, put you on things that you're not comfortable with, and have to learn from it. And doing so, it gave me a lot of kind of perspective to the game. I'm a duelist main, so I usually play Ringnut and Jet.
Okay.
And so when I came into the team, they asked me to play Sentinels, and I had to learn how to pick it up. So I've been learning, Cypher setups and Killjoy mollies and a bunch of different things that I can play on my team to give them a better shot at motive. Because if you look at our team comps, the only person that we really have that's on a set role right now is Luff. Luff plays a lot of smokes. He's got, I think, 1,200 games on Astra. And so he's a very hardcore Astra main. He's fantastic. For sure. So going into a very, very strong controller, very, very knowledgeable player. He actually took over the IGL role for us, did a great job.
Killed it.
And it's been fantastic. We just have been able to fill into roles where we feel comfortable.
Got you.
So we've only had about, I want to say, 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
About 3 weeks.
That's a flex. That's crazy.
Started, that would have been January 6th. We had tryouts, I believe, on the 12th. When that was announced, we've done like 4 days.
Okay.
We played a couple battles trying to get prepared, and I think it's come pretty well.
That actually makes a lot of sense. I think we can see the coordination really come through off of strat calling, which of course credit to Luff there if that is the IGL, and then we start to see things just barely start to get disconnected on the retake. But that's a problem that sounds like will easily be fixed the more the team plays together and just develop natural cohesion. So with that, man, fantastic performance, fantastic showing for you guys here in week number 1. Best of luck going forward. Significantly more weeks to go. Hopefully we'll see you guys into the playoff broadcast. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck in the future.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Well, thank you, Cam Pitbull. But regardless, here we go into our next game here, Cat Native. It's going to be Bryant Esports going up against U Albany. Excited for this one for sure. Haven't seen either of these teams play, so I'm curious to see what we have in store. The teams are ready to go. We will get right into the game as soon as we can. But looks like the first map will be Haven with Albany starting on defense. I'm excited to see if we do end up seeing this chamber. If it does become a sort of staple pick on this map, you can get so much done from C long, A long, etc. So there are a lot of avenues for that chamber to become useful. It's just a matter of if they can execute, if either team does end up going for that pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And Haven Ascent, ironically, going to be our first two maps that play very similar in terms of laning. The only difference being that bid control less important on Ascent, and it's more so you want to get control of either Garage or A short, depending on your split. But same sort of cohesion going into the maps. So I think this map number 1 game is going to really show us a lot of what to expect from map number 2, and that momentum carrying forward is going to be very, very big for teams. And I really like this Camel. We barely get to see this. It's very, very rare. But when Fracture came out, teams started to play Breach. Almost necessary to play because it does allow for you to get towards that KJ ult if it comes down towards the B site. And then teams started to realize, wait a minute, Breach is actually really good, and just we've been completely ignoring him. So to see him come out here onto Haven, there are teams that really make this thing work, especially if they theory crafted it, because other teams just don't expect it. Then you pair it with the Sky, you've got 5 flashes coming out and an entry duelist for the Jet. There is a massive potential for this team. You can tell that Bryant, Valorant Gold recognizes they're going to be starting an attack and are going to use that to the best of their ability. But it will be up against what looks to be a double Sentinel.
Yeah, this KJ gets locked in from White Chocolate, which it looks like it will. So, yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, will be that Breach Sky combo starting on the attack. Definitely could ramp things up. And, for Eel, this has to be a field day, especially considering, how much, sort of space you can get from these scouts, these fault lines coming through. Really, it puts him in such a great position, but also in a situation where you might have too much power, might get too over-aggressive. So we'll see if he can, hold off in terms of being too impactful, in terms of just going maybe too far forward and risking his life.
Oh, certainly. We'll see the case ends up being. Honestly, even if Eve does jump in too far and die early, since they'll have the flashes, it'll make the refrag so much easier for Bryant. That will definitely be a factor as well. But of course, we can say all we want, Camel. Why don't we just let him show us? So we're going to start to jump into things here. One thing I'm going to be looking out for, of course, is the Breach KJ combination. Even though it is a different map, still same concepts. Breach utility absolutely shreds any sort of utility on the ground now. So that means nano swarms, that means alarm bots, that means, of course, the ever so prominent KJ lockdown. So it's important that White Chocolate keeps moving that turret around, or that thing is going to get almost certainly shocked every single round. It'll be miserable. And hey, no proponent of fakes here. We're no surprise to see fakes come out on the broadcast after last series. Got the same sort of thing here, as we're going to get Jet Dash early into A short, pair that with the Sky Flash as well.
And I like the concept. It really is like two sort of ways of getting onto a site. You have the Breach and Sky, so you can have these sort of double pushes, and it's really just a matter of being safe. And it looks like for the time being, Cloner will be bunkered in towards this cubby area. We'll spot Semi momentarily. There's the shots. Double dig immediately getting the kill there. Semi will drop down. For the time being, Cloner has this overheal, has the advantage. Can he find the kill? There's the concuss going down on top of Cloner. And it will allow Eel to scurry away to safety momentarily, but the duel still will continue. Shed will be good for one to dismiss out, but Eel still finds the kill and confirms it, but it's still a 2v3 in favor of Albany.
Great trade coming true from F. We'll watch for the dismiss instantly. It will swing. We'll find the frag, and this team going to walk away now. They'll go back towards spawn. 30 seconds, so not a ton of time for this rotate, and it's been read quite nicely by the University of Albany. For now, it'll be just the KJ left towards the C site. They've got a trademark to play with. They've got a turret as well. And then, of course, they've got their physical presence as they're behind Green Box, Frenzy in hand. They hear all the noise. Trademark is there, slows through, needs to jump to sight. And White Chocolate, good for 2. The Frenzy comes out. Easy spray transfer. It's 1-0 for the University of Albany.
And he makes it look so easy. And he finds those 2 kills and puts Albany up at the front. Like you said, 3v2. Not a lot of time on the rotation, so definitely just a rushed push that Bryant had to go for. They do just that. Result in a couple of kills going the way of Eve, but regardless, still a plus here for you, Albany, as you start to see there are the Spectres and even a judge here for D Nuns. We'll see if that becomes a factor as he'll go over towards short, look for a cheese kill, but it will be a stack towards mid. I like this idea, knowing you're on a save, knowing you have nothing to lose, go aggressive. It will be a bit of a trade here. Semi will now be concealed inside of the smoke. White Chalk looking to have a field day. Will spray his way inside, but he's taking a hell of a lot of damage. Has to back away to safety, and for the time being, Bryant will get onto this site for free. Take a bit of chip damage, the spike will go down, but so far no contest from Albany.
Eco secured his goal, just wanted to get there, wanted to get the spike down. They've done just that. Bryant now on the flank is going to grab one, look for a second now towards grass as well as the swings come through. Right with the Astra prolongated, and Semi's able to take one to Loner. As the player's going to fall all across the board. Semi good for two now. Frenzy to pick up those two frags, and it's traded back by White Chocolate, who's taken out by Penumbras, and just like that, there's a Spectre picked up. Bright is able to get a trade on himself with a shock bolt. But it's a 1v2. And what's turned into just a quick B-site rush for Plant has turned into D-Nuns with a judge in hand, trying to retake from distance. They'll know about it now. Double swing going to come through. There's the flash. There's the swing. And Bryant will get away with murder here in this round off the back of a massive frenzy. 2K from Semi.
Yeah. And like you said, they got away with murder there. And it was just looked to be, a miscommunication. Some were already on top of site going towards the extremities while others were still in mid. So it definitely seemed to be a bit of a staggered push for that defensive side. But regardless, still will be now the buy coming in for Bryant as the Phantoms, the Vandals are all here and ready to go. Looks to be an A push here. Aggressive is the name of the game. Shed going to be good for one already towards mid as Cloner will drop. That's a big way of getting back onto the sides of those leaders, but D-Nun's going to be good for one. Momentarily stopping this attack, but still, he's got to be nimble here. One more shot for good measure. D-Nun's in a great position with 1 star, and he's actually forcing a potential rotation, or at least for the time being, a revival here over the defensive side as Albany will continue to push forward and gain some more space.
And as sure he goes, you got to recognize these players have slid away, and the defense should. Okay, they don't fill the gap. No one's rotated off of it. CERN they do now as White Chocolate's going to hear all this confirmation utility as well. Runs at close range, going to find one, but the gun going to fall very far away, so he's able to find a quick trade before any more damage can be done by the KJ. But just like that, the Sova snuck in towards the back side of box. We're going to swing now very quickly, taking care of Larv. Right, taken out. Bryant just need to hold on to the post plant here. Do so quite nicely. The Astra will find a 3K. 2 more to come for the controller. Bryant University up to 1. They play nice and slow. They get information. Swing into sight. Play together. Post plant. Very coordinated as well. No risk taken and easy round 1.
Now, for the side of Bryant, they'll have this Cosmic Divide as well, which they can invest towards one of these sites, especially over towards C. It can provide so much value on pretty much every site, especially for post plants, forcing the issue, forcing the defensive side to come out through that divide really puts him in a pretty precarious situation. So we'll see if that becomes a factor for Bryant. But for the time being, another default push. They know they're on even footing here with the guns, so they'll take things slow and try to bait out some of this utility and force Albany to walk to them for the time being. This location for semi-revealed, but they'll be able to pick up the Rolling Thunder, and that's a tool they can get onto any site.
That it can. So definitely going to be worth playing for the orb here. It'll cost them is that 4-second Astra smoke. And just like that, they've got access towards the A site. I would like to see them prod it just a little bit before throwing it down, just in case. I'm a bit of a hoarder when it comes to ultimates, Camel. I like to use them only when I need to. Get charge early, information towards backside of box, and just like that, they've taken short control.
You are divided.
He's now going to have 2 initiators to work with here. Cosmic Divide going into this round. That's really all it's going to take. Okay, throw it off. Why not? Make sure they can get it. Rolling Thunder's going to hit D-Nuns. That's it. He was already not going to find much. The only thing here is now the retake's possible. They haven't used any utility yet. Both bolts are already gone, and Spike's still yet to get planted. Wall's going to be gone in 10 seconds. So that'll leave 30 full seconds for this team to start pushing their way forward. And now they're going to be into things. There's not a ton of utility here for BU to use. Just have to hold it by their wits.
Well, it's a massive fall line, but he's blinded. He has great intuition, though. Finds 2 kills. Poetry in motion there for Semi. And potentially this could be Bryant winning this round out. Eve in a whole world of trouble. Has this up to dribble. Here's the footsteps. Spots Sal. Takes out 1. And Penumbras is going to be there as well. A luminous round there for Bryant as Bright falls. 3-1 here for Bryant. And Albany staggered there on that retake. And the divide. Great work there along with that Rolling Thunder. And, I mean, you know, you wanted to conserve it, but Bryant, they're just throwing it all into one basket, and they come out with the round win.
Yeah, which does still make sense, right? I personally would like to save it. But hey, if you can get on the site, especially against your opponent's gun round, recognize we're going to kill Eco here. Why not? Why not get the job done? We saw the benefits of having these two initiators in specific together as we got the flashes in from the sky, and then we got the flashes on retake for the breach, and that comes together quite nicely. You mentioned the fault line, cuts 3 coming into CT, stops the retake in its entirety, makes him have to work a lot harder. You see the Heaven player has to jump out to try to make opportunity happen, and that shuts things down. Bryant University using the utility they have to perfection, gets them around. Saul gets a headshot early.
Really good frag there for Albany. Let's see if they can take advantage as we see D-Nuns has really pushed forward, creating a lot of separation here through short. But for the time being, we'll just leave that one alone, and C looks to be the target here as Bryant have assembled the naval fleet here to barrel their way towards the C site. Nobody is even watching this. There's no KJ utility. Bryant don't know that. They're going to check. They're going to pop the stars and now make it known. Albany clearly as day. There's a great bolt. Could attack multiple, it does, and now it's going to be Venumus with this blinding light. Will force the issue. Bright in a whole world of trouble. White Chalk going to fall. It's going to be Bright now. Good for one. Cloner really making things interesting, though, and it's going to be actually at the end of it all as the dust settles. Bryant in a bit of trouble. And now they're in a 3v1 Varv. All on his shoulders here. We'll have
Flanks here.
a decent idea of where one is going to be. The flank is imminent as well. He's got to worry about it. Does hear the shots. And now with the spike in tow, he'll look to press forward. Oh man, the alert bot is there as well. It's going to be so difficult now for Varv with only 13 seconds to play with. He'll be spotted. He'll be taken down. Disdain on the face of Sal as he walks away with a 3K as well. 2-3, all in favor of Albany.
Yeah, you can really see the benefits of that bolt coming through early. Same story as well with that gravity well, which allows for the fragile to come through and makes it a little bit easier for the swing to the back of the site. Then, of course, that martial frag only happens because there's no armor. They can find a body shot instead, get the job done. UA recognizing that, hey, we might be down in terms of firepower, but utility just as strong for us. Get the job done, really making do with what they had to perfection. Now they're back to gun round. Both teams really fighting for economic control in this round, though UA might be able to just barely squeak out a gun by next, especially if that player with 5.4K is willing to just help a teammate out.
Let's see. 3 ultimates here for both sides. Crucially, that Rolling Thunder is one of those key cooldowns. And Bryant, last time they invested that, resulted in a free site take. We'll see if they end up doing it again. It was over towards A as well. And it will be Bryant slowly but ever so closely making their way towards the safe site. But fortunately for the Albany fans, 3 are very close towards the site. And they have this KJ ultimate as well, Catnator, to lock this down. So this could be trades of KJ ultimates here to buy time.
UA doesn't Hunter's Fury this? Interesting. They don't hear any steps. They don't Hunter's Fury it because they know they're still going to have all this utility for their own retake. You mentioned the lockdown they're going to have. While they're trying to counter this, just let it. Okay, that puts a little bit of a wrench into plans, but the tainment isn't that long. They'll be back when they need to be. I'm just going to grab one as well as Leonard will peek Heaven just a little bit early, try to get some juice going in before the retake started. And
oh, no way.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why Breach is so good on Fracture up against KJ. You see the heat field come through, and just like that, the lockdown's gone. Now what do you do for UA? You saved to make this play happen. And Campbell 70's already got his ult back as well, so he's going to play having nothing but impact. Now the Rolling Thunder can save and use for the actual retake scenario. The post play to perfection, and Eve is going to swing off of all of those players stuck in the aftershock. Good to get 3. D-Nuns will take 2 back. Certainly not able to take back the round with a 3K for your pleasure, but just not enough time. D-Nuns will sit to site looking for just leisure as BU get away with 2 guns.
I mean, but regardless, Semi, I mean, just solo carrying that round. The Rolling Thunder to perfection, Catnator. And after that, the rest is history. Yes, D-Nuns does find a good handful of kills towards the end, but, I mean, it was just beautifully played. We saw the interaction there with the lockdown getting killed, and really just showing this agent to its full strength. Now 4-2, and still you have these Seekers, you have this dagger play coming out from Eve. Potentially that could be a combo that they go to. On the other side, Albany rocking with that Hunter's Fury, the Cosmic Divide, and the Empress for Cloner, who still hasn't really found much success, hasn't really been able to find any sort of opportunities to go for kills. So once again, it will be Bryant pressing forward through mid, through garage, through C, and trying to gain space slowly against you, Albany.
Drone's out early, gonna spot Shed, and he'll head back towards spawn. Playing close contact yet again with the frenzy. What are you talking about?
Wow.
Jumps up, just barely over the nebula. Saw as the angle. Will take the frag.
I've got your trail.
Chamber rendezvous to get up early. Just gonna look to get them in the fight.
Gonna be good for one. Can they find two? Shed already advancing his way inside, but now Cloner adding insult to injury, taking down Semi, and now it's Marv. Marv all alone, and he will find one more. Now in a 1v2, he's got A all to himself with 33 HP. And only no stars to his name. This will be difficult for Varv here, but if anyone can do it, it is him. Sal will advance his way over. He'll pop the Nebula here, and now it's going to be Varv. Moving his way over. He's playing in a very, very difficult position as White Chocolate spots the headpiece, and it's a dome. Finding the skull there. That'll be clubbed and taken down. White Chocolate will give you Albany here their third round.
Team Ace.
It was a good idea, but, you know, you can't watch two angles at once, Catinator, and they make them pay.
That's the one thing, right? Had a star left, opts to put it towards heaven, recognizing, why did I do that? And tries to pick it back up, and by then you gotta wait 20 seconds before you can use it again. So it's just griefed, it's GG's, there's not much you can do. But one of those nebulas could have gone to CT, it could have gone to long. Of course, though, that's dramatic irony. I can see the whole map. I can see the mini map as well, Camel, so I know that. He doesn't know it's going to be player long. He doesn't lurk on its way, which is credit to White Chocolate for setting up the double peak coming through long. So obviously getting credit to the KJ for the flank.
Looks to be another mid push for Bryant. They have been unrelenting towards this part of the map. It hasn't really worked out in their favor, and now D-Nuns will look for the pull in. He'll spot one. Can he spot two? Now he's got a plethora of information. Will spray his way inside, looking for one more. The dagger's inside for Evie. Can't find him. And now it's the pistol for D-Nuns. He can't find the shots. White Chocolate cleans it up, and it's a monsoon of offensive pressure for the defensive side in Albany. Tie things up at 4-4.
Albany this time around able to hold on to things. Bryant University back to their classic eco strat. Run it down B with pistols and hope the frenzies find frags, and they do.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie, they do. This time around, U is a little bit quicker on the rotate, so we get there a little bit faster. It makes for trades. Last time around, we saw Bryant University able to find those frags and then steal guns away, and that's where things really start to get dangerous. But not the same case this time around. They deal with it before those guns get in their hands. Those trades so crucial for the defensive side of things. They hold on to it. Rebuys back for everybody. Back to the default we go.
Default indeed. Sal found a pick earlier. Can't hear the orb being taken, so we'll fire the shot.
Surprised
The
KJ
orb
didn't hear.
picked up. Yeah, and now it's going to be a situation for Bryant where they're a bit staggered here on this push and playing this one a lot more carefully.
We get two up towards close contact short. You Albany putting a lot into this short push. I'll say they have a little bit of KJ utility that they threw early round, and they've just left there. The nano swarms that being. So if they do plant, if this close contact does to go awry, there's going to be potential for this team to walk their way back over because they're stalling for the anti-plant. It's a matter of what happens here in this close contact. As the first peak has come through, Gunner's done some damage. Has leaders to get out as well. Quad burst first. A great play from Bryant to get their player out. And now we'll start to try to occupy some space towards C-Long. Cosmic Divide going to try to hide that noise for the rotate, but look how far back it is. There's so much information gained. They heard them walk away. Didn't know about Semi, though. He's trying to sell this fake. Well, he's gone. That's 2 ults used. They do anchor 3 players, so fake or no fake, it's done its due diligence. Just leaves White Chocolate, has to peek out Divide for information. Now Phil puts back to the fight where he's been pelted by E top of box. It's all to take one back, and now we're set for the retake.
Saul has been so good, so proficient on this operator. Cloner going to be good for one, looking to make his way inside for 2, but Shed shuts that down. Saul once again on top of it, finding Shed there, and now a Divide going the way of you Albany. It's going to force this Astra right into the reticle here of Saul, and he'll find it. And it will be a 3K here, demoralizing for Bryant. As once again a situation they get onto the site, but it's the retake for Albany that strikes. Fake was good, but not good enough. Unfazed as Albany as they lead 5-4.
It's the only thing about the fake, man. That utility you're gonna lose in terms of the actual retake. Wasn't bad, just retake was better. And sometimes that's just what it gets chalked up to.
That works.
Now it becomes a situation for Albany here where, so far, 3 rounds into this sort of momentum building process, potentially could use the lockdown here to get another retake option. And Saul, with this operator, with this TP out, he's been so safe and he's been able to find these angles. This is what the chamber is meant to do.
Exactly that. Early poke and prod, ability to get away. So crucial. Could be the case over there towards D-Long, unfortunately. Not going to be the case towards A-Short either. Close contact once again for Cloner. And that's Bryant University slowly starting to get the download on their opponents. Cloner's been there almost every round. They recognize it. Saul, okay, able to take one back, though. Has been pretty consistent with that operator and being able to find refrags, whether it be later, whether it be sooner. BM's going to take one as well. Now they know about it. The full blind, and Arm's got a beautiful shot. That's a phantom down. Has been grabbed just yet. There's no re-smoke on Heaven either. So if he wants to go for it, White Chocolates and have all that information. Unfortunately, have to go back to grab the spike. That did get opt, and they've done it. I'll move forward back towards site. White Chocolate will start to move away. A little bit of a timing game we're playing right now.
Timing game indeed. Albany's still at the lockdown as well. And it looks like they're going to take their time with this plant.
Still
33 seconds. Yeah, it's going to be a fake.
They're going to throw stars to garage, try to fake the C, and then work their way into site. Stars not popped just yet. It is up, though. Now up towards garage. Nobody bites, though. Rest of the team stayed because that Sova's all the way through garage. You can't be here, boys. I'm already here. White Chocolate towards Heaven. Swarm grenade's going to go out. Second one's on its way. Plant's gone down, though, in the meantime. Recognizing one's going to go towards Long. Take their sweet, sweet time here is UA as they want to get this flank on the way. The Sova's there now. Will make contact towards Long in a moment as this player will peek up towards Cubby. Bright as the first. That just leaves the number 13 HP.
Will be good for 1. He's got the blind on that as well. Potentially can find 2, or it's going to be so difficult. There the shots come flying in.
Flash.
Penumbras is going to be good
Another
for
one.
1 more. He's got a 3K here. Pops the secret as well. Will look to advance his way inside, but Bright is determined there. Poised for the kill, and he finds it. 6th round win for Albany through all the utility, through everything in the kitchen sink. They find that win, 6-4. Getting that operator as well will pay huge dividends. Give that right over to Saul, who has been automatic with that weapon.
You know, win or lose, I still like that from Bryant. I like how much they put into it. The Seekers with 13 HP is a little bit questionable, especially if you peek off at the Seeker. The fact that if the player's shooting the Seeker, they're shooting the exact same position that you're in. I think the reflash would have been better, but hey, that's all hindsight. Very, very close. They account for the lurk. They clear the lurk. They get Spike back, which was in what looked to be an unrecoverable position. Things just fall apart sparely at the end. University of Albany once again playing to their strength, recognizing, hey, we can slow things down, we can start to get control, and they don't lapse off of that control either. And they're going to go for early control down to mid, just like that. They're in on the flank. They'll put 4 onto this flank.
All right.
What am I watching? Where's that shot goal? Is that for plant? Was that default plant?
Potentially, but doesn't find the mark, and
Okay.
that will mean Shed
Okay, guys.
will be in a bit of a awkward situation as for the time being still a 5v5, but HP bar's not that great. Shed will be good for 1, will be good for 2. Oh man, he's really feeling it right now. Could have been good for 3, runs out of ammo, and now Varv flicks so finds Cloner. And it's going to be a flooding here for Bryant. They're going to find every single kill they could ever ask for and more. Saul with 10 HP to his name. They'll be parachuted on top of. He's got the op shot there. It's going to go wide. 1 more for good measure, but in this situation, 6-4 here. He's in a bit of a sticky situation, Catnair, no doubt. The spike ticking lower and lower. He can live for 1, gets the damaging shot. Will find Eve, but at the end of the day, still too much to handle. And Semi will trade it back, and the 5th round win going towards Bryant.
In the half.
And that's what makes Sentinels so important there. They still get the KJ utility. Alarm bot's going to come through to recognize noise towards short. The turret as well going to be in spawn. We'll get early information as soon as those players make their way out the window to try to contest for long. And Bryant's ready for it. They turn around. They say, okay, you guys got to be here. Indeed, they are. One person will make contact with way more than they could have ever accounted for, but it's quick adaptations to come through. So both these teams showing us they're incredibly adaptable. Both these teams showing us they're incredibly prone to throw wrenches in the plans. And that makes a very interesting dynamic for the game.
It does indeed, and now it'll be the Tour de Force equipped as well for Albany. So another one of these options here for them to look forward to, but that will be the divide issued as well for Bryant. A full committal towards A, as now Cloner will be swerved in onto the side. He's got to be careful, vulnerable as well. There's the flash. He spots E for a split second. Good trade though for D-Nuns, and it will be Penumbras taking down the Astra as well. White Chalk will trade one back. And after the dust settles, it's a 3v3. The KJ Ultimate will force the rotation. They won't get out, and they will be destroyed, actually, instead of the Breach Utility coming up once again.
That was very close.
Yeah.
Only thing about new Aftershock is that instead of one big burst, it's 3 little ones. Well, I guess not new Aftershock, just in case it's been a while since you've seen Valorant. That was a patch like 2 months ago, but you don't see Breach very often, so you might not know. Just in case you don't, it's 3 bursts. So the 3rd burst came through just as they left. That would actually kill the rotate, but instead, still cooking. Emmy's going to kill turret. They get to site. Information is going to be gained here for UA, but nonetheless, site's there. Plant's gone down. Sal's in the Tour de Force right now. He's got no other weapon, so he's going to be playing the operator in hand. We already talked about how hard that is to retake.
Gotta conserve his bolts as well. Can't get too over-eager here as Bright will use this drone, but he's flashed momentarily. Doesn't get a ton of value out of it. And in the meanwhile, Semi looking to wrap through Garage, make it more difficult for Albany to get back onto the site. White Chocolate gonna look to slam them down here. It's gonna be Bryant in trouble. That's gonna be one there, 2 going the way of Saul. And he's got 2 bullets left for 1 lone Astra over the way of Long. And the defuse just has to be stuck here. There's the first pull. There's the distortion here on top of Varv. Is gonna be good for 1. White Chocolate, though, answers back. And it will be all the time they need for Albany. And it's on the back of Saul here on this chamber with this Tour de Force. He's just making it so difficult, Catinator, for Bryant to, once they're on the site, to keep getting space. Saul shuts them down in their tracks.
It is very difficult to retake with an operator unless your teammates play around you perfectly. Yeah. That's exactly what happens. You see the nanoswarm come through from White Chocolate towards site. It forces the site player to peek. They try to work around towards Garage instead. Who's there holding that cross? Who's holding that angle? Saul is. He's there. Hits the shots. Makes it happen. And when you've got teammates that are rifling, that have utility left over, and are willing to play it off you that nicely, it doesn't look hard to retake on the up. All you got to do is hold the angle and get the job done. That's so much trust in the teammate there. There's so much cohesion for University of Alabama, and now we get to see that cohesion go into an attacking side.
Absolutely. 7-5 here in favor of Albany against Bryant. For the time being, that will be taken. Just a bit of space here, a bit of pop shots from both sides. And now we can see how Albany like to play this attack, because this is the first time we've seen any of them. So already starting things off, taking a page out of Bryant's book for the time being. Conserving their health and looking for a slow but steady push, using this drone as a bit of a barrier, a bit of a safety net towards this A side. Will they spot the jet in the corner? They do not. So that can become a factor later on into the round.
Yes, it can, and that's why it's so important the 2 players over towards CT shoot that. It does give information that the rotates come through, though. Okay, Eve. Okay.
That's the way to do it.
We'll rotate away, but we'll find one as well. The run and gun ghost. It's just clean sometimes, man. So Cloner going to fall out that round. Unfortunately, Cloner usually the player to fall early, at least on the defensive side when they were over towards short. So a little bit of deja vu seen for him early into this one. So the rotations have come through. It's been heard all the way with the short players. Now they're going to get info on that short, close right side angle. They know nobody's there, and they'll start to play their way through short now. Just going to leave the sky towards heaven. Everybody rotated very early off of no information. It's like that. UA's into the site, but they've got to hold on to it.
Have to hold on to it indeed. Penumbras in heaven. That's going to be a major factor along with Eel up there that can potentially look for a dash out. Let's see what the play will be. There's the flash. There's the blinding light. There's everything being used here to flood the site. Neef is going to be good for 1. He's got a 3K here. He wants the ace. It's in his eyes. Varv advances forward. He's going to drop down as White Chocolate will answer back using these mollies to full effect, buying the time here for Bryant. It's going to be Eve, though. Good for 1. Can't find the ace. White Chocolate still trying his damnness, but it will not be enough. And Bryant, they already got half, they get the other as well. 6th round win going their way. Good start for them on this pistol round.
What a phenomenal retake. Guiding Light comes out of heaven. It blinds the players to hell. It also blinds Cubby. Then they throw Nova Pulse. So Cubby player, even if they do turn the Guiding Light, they're still not getting shots off, at least not quickly. The fire rate goes down so far once you get concussed. And then on top of that, if there's a short player playing off-site, they're getting absolutely griefed by a Nebula. They're not seeing anything anyway. The team comes together perfectly. They play as a unit in. They clear all those angles. One trade comes back their way. All good. White Chocolate's able to find one, but inevitably it'll be the 3-on-1 for them as they get to sight. The 2 last players will take care of business. They'll get the defuse. Incredible to see that level of cohesion, that level of execution on a retake in the pistol round.
And now Bryant put themselves in a situation where you win this, you tie things up with Albany at 7-7. That's a great way to start things off, as D Nuns gets a little too antsy. It will drop in the barrel of Semi, so for the time being, Bryant have this man advantage. And they just look so cool, calm, and collected, especially knowing that they have this gun advantage. They can hold these angles with such ease, and with the Astrostars, it's so much space that they have to themselves, and Eve as well. With this Marshall, he's got an updraft as well, along with the Cloudburst, can survive on his own. We'll see if the push towards A becomes a factor, and if multiple
Does he
members
ever look
rotate
long?
back over. Hasn't looked long yet. Where's the timing going to come through? He's pulled it off short, waiting for someone to come through, and Penumbra
Doesn't have to now.
as well. Yeah, doesn't have
Yeah. Now the teammate will come through. They'll have the long angle instead. It is ironic. It works out. EF will take short player, so just like that, they've taken
30
care of
seconds
business.
left.
And that leaves 2 for UA. They'll both be towards grass right now. Shed, good morning, good night. Salvo Fall. Semi has the second frag as well. 7-7 flawless for BU. Bonus, going to be absolutely bulked up.
Absolutely, and wouldn't be surprised if Eve just ends up going with this Marshall once again. We've seen that before, from Cam at Bull, who we spoke with earlier. He, went with that Marshall. He would always try to rebuy that if he was feeling himself with that gun, and Eve, just got a couple of kills there, has been feeling himself 17 kills, tops the game with the most kills in the game right now, so clearly is on a level in game number 1, so he wants to play to his weaponry. Gonna go back to this Marshall here, going to save the economy and keep it in his favor, and looks like Bryant, bit of an interesting idea here, spots the head as Eve will go for one pop shot, won't find much success in Cloner, sniffs out this mid push, but can't find the trade in Penumbra, and that might allow BU to make their way inside here. It's gonna be difficult, the trades are starting to fly forward. Shed takes a hell of a lot of damage, has to be careful, the swarm grenade's gonna be popped as well, 6 HP, the one that KJ has gotta back away and find that Sky for some healing, but right now not possible.
What a
And
read.
Sal, just a tremendous read, finds Shed, and now gonna even things up at 4-4.
Not sure if Drone spotted that for minimap or if he just made a read, because it was just so close timing wise. But regardless, excellent frag to come through, and I like to call for UA to actually go fight that window. Typically, we see teams fall away to that. They'll go back to spawn. They'll go back towards lobby instead. Those guys really do fight it. When they recognize they have the utility advantage, but they also know there's a Vandal down now. They don't want to give it away, so they fight the extra members there. They win it quite spectacularly, and now they'll work their way towards B main as a unit.
Will be
This is psycho.
but Semi.
Wow.
Oh man, just feeling himself here with that blind, finds one, and now D Nuns is gone from the push.
30 seconds
And it
left.
allows BU to have this man advantage with 30 seconds, left on the clock. So a snail's pace for UA. They haven't found much angles, they haven't found much success. And it will be, for the time being, this Jet with the knives still has a safety net.
No, he does look long.
Look here, and Eve won't find the shot still. Not a lot of time for UA to work with. Saul gonna be able to find Penumbra, so that's the Sky gone here. The plan has to come in, and Eve cannot find the shots.
Wasted
Will
the
plan go
wasted
down?
the
It
time though.
cannot, but yeah, he wastes so much time, and that's all he needed to do. Will be
enemy
BU
remaining.
winning that round. White Shotgun be good for 1, trades it back, but in the end, it was Semi's aggressive push through mid that gave them that man advantage, that allowed the push to be so wasted. And now it's going to be a timeout here from D Nuns for the side of U Albany, trying to recuperate and re-figure out why this game went so south.
Yeah, Semi forces the retake coming through, recognize the fact that they have the entire control of tempo.
Yeah.
The fact that they haven't seen any info for so long. They can throw Sky Flash for sure, but they want to save it for Garage just in case. So instead, he said, I'll just info peek, guys. All good. It's chill. We'll throw his flash. We'll spot a player who's incredibly blind, was not expecting that to come through, finds one, and then backs away as well. Stays composed with it. They get information. This team, okay, they throw the sky flash out of Link. Nobody's there. They got to be working towards A. Most likely, they're right in the guess. Semi moves over now to short, and even though the whiffs are coming through in waves for Eve, he stalls for so much time, and that player who does come out of short is looking now towards him to try to find the frag, which allows Semi to get it from the rear, which puts Spike Carrier down, and by the time they're able to recover it, there's only 2 seconds left. There's no time to make the play happen.
Well, another situation here on the stream where just time wasting becomes such an ever-prevalent factor, and once again here, Bryant take full advantage, find that sort of scenario, and put themselves in an 8-7 edge. And right now, I haven't seen that Rolling Thunder in a while. We'll see if after this round, Semi can gain that. Now, on the defensive side, the breach becomes valuable in sort of these post-plant scenarios where we are in these 4v3s, these 3v2s kind of, where that Rolling Thunder can be such huge value. I've already seen it before on the attack, and defense should be no different as Eve almost gets taken down 5 HP. He is calling for his Sky. Let's see if he can get that heal sooner rather than later, as a rotation will come in as well.
Rotation coming through indeed. Garage play a little too far back to hear it, but ironically, the Jets here because they came to the Sky. So there's going to be more backing going into the back of the site for BU here. Information coming in away. The utility comes through, and the frags will come through the Nebula as well. Barbed with one. Penumbras has another.
Wow.
Sprays will continue, and UA suddenly stunted as they managed to get here along, but not much further. No extra control gained. And right back to the drawing board, right back to a delayed default. What do you do in this situation? Cloner prodding, just looking for straws on B side. Give me something. Throw this man a bone. Maybe that's what the B stands for. He's going to get a bone thrown right here. Can he catch it? Yes, he can. Able to find one. Overheal as well. Does somebody clear left side is the question. They're all going to step on the aftershock that comes through all the way from the A site. No swings. BU so patient.
Will this patience be a virtue? There's one more flash here. The spike will now make its way over towards C. White Chocolate has found the space. Can he find the kills? That's the question. It's going to be a time game. Barv wins out in that duel. Eve trades it out. Takes out one more, and Cloner will be good for one, but the spike is so far away. Cloner, you'd have to run an ultra marathon and back to make it there. It's not going to happen, and Shed disintegrates him off the face of planet Earth here in Haven. And it will be now 7-9 in favor of Bryant. Still Eve with those daggers has saved them off, and Penumbras as well, along with that Rolling Thunder and the Seekers being available. So the 1-2 punch, the God combo for Bryant in this retake scenario potentially could be a factor, as A looks to be the target. We'll see if Albany commit to it as they have the lockdown as well. So plenty of different tendencies we've seen out of both these teams. Let's see if Bryant guessed correctly here on what side they're going to push.
There's absolutely zero utility over towards A. It's just one player. It's just Penumbras. He'll shoot through Nebula earlier, the 4-second smoke rather. The mini Nebula. Nebula Jr. As this team will now back up. They'll give some space. They'll bring their Astra over as well. And Semi looking to make a play towards short just in case things do go awry. Which right now will be everybody up long. Contact execute is the name of the round. No contact just yet, but we'll get the second half. We'll get the execute.
When will the Rolling Thunder be invested? That's going to be the question. There's the plant here from Cloner. The spike will be initiated. That will be the go signal here for Bryant to slowly but surely work their way over towards A. And you see, smartly, the Albany players scattering around, making it difficult for this Rolling Thunder to find any value. Let's see how much they get off this.
I got a short player too.
Rolling Thunder out the blind as well, going to be used. That's going to be the go signal for Bryant to work their way in. It's going to be good for one. Shed finds Saul, and that's the chamber. Gone and Dustin, but no other members on site. Eve, he's got the Opera, another greatest weapon in this circumstance. He's going to look for the shot for Cloner. Dismisses away, and Eve almost finds a 2-for-1 exchange. A Semi trades it back. Bright's going to fall. White Chocolate and D-Nuns exchanging, traversing over. A Semi with the flash, trying to get things done, but D-Nuns turns the blind eye, finds the shots, and takes down Semi there. And in the midst of it all of that action, all of that controlled chaos, it works the way of Albany, and they play it correctly, Catnator. They walk away from the site. They don't allow that Rolling Thunder to find as much value as it should have.
Oh, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say, Camel. This team we talked about last half. These teams are adaptable, which makes it very interesting to watch this game go through. It's why it's so close. They recognize the fact that, hey, he's got ult up, guys. We can't sit on site. We're going to get massacred. They put just the chamber there. Everybody else gets out of dodge. They get back towards short. Unfortunately, one extra player does get caught, but they still have 3 to work with. They're still able to swing, and that's just, you don't expect that if you're Bryant. You think that ult's going to do justice, and just as it does, it's just not quite enough, and Evil wins the day. UA able to take another round, make it 8-9 now. As they're back to the slow default, they recognize we got a round. We're feeling hype. We've got some control. We got some control of pacing. Slow it down a bit. We own the tempo right now. We own the game. Let's work that to our advantage. Haven't really peaked anything yet. There's the only problem. When we see teams do go into slow defaults, we see them kind of just late round execute without any sort of prodding, any sort of poke, any sort of actual instillment of utility. They'll send the drone down towards long. That's it thus far, though. So nothing's been utilized for the Bryant University defense. It's all going to be available here for this C push.
Right in towards Eve. He takes the first shot, and that's going to divide as well. Can he spot? All he does! And dips away to safety with such grace and elegance there. As now Shed will be good for one more. Finds Cloner, and that's another one of these initiators here for you, Albany. And now it's going to be White Chocolate forced to get this plant down as quick as humanly possible. 30 seconds left. The spike is down, though. Now D Nuns will snake his way forward with the smokes. So beautifully done by D Nuns. Concealed in mystery there, shrouded in darkness. Catnator as he finds 2 kills. What a turnaround now. And you Albany, a winnable round.
Gets away to log as well, and is going to go ahead and shoot that dog. So now they have misinformation. They're going to have to check log here, and they won't know the rest of the teammates are. Well, now they know. They have to go down long. So Sova's going to anchor here. Potential. When do they peak? Able to find one. Right, can't get the second. Trade's going to come through, but it's done their due diligence. Lockdown, of course, going to take these players away. D-Nuns will have a pull on Spike just in case. Flash is going to come through. Time runs shorter and shorter. Penumbra's turns just before the kill, but gets it now. No one's defusing. That's the end of the round. D-Nuns will find both frags just for the road, and we'll get away from the spike. 9-9. We're all tied up here for UA.
D-Nuns with the use of the smokes to gain that double kill really saved that round, because, you know, it was Eve who found that first frag cat there, and it looked like it was another one of these situations where Albany maybe overstep and they start to rotate out, but it just changes. D-Nuns takes matters into his own hands and flips that round right on its head, and now we're all tied up at 9-9.
Low money for BU, but we've seen them make low money plays off of util before, so we won't count them out just yet. That round, unfortunately, did see them losing in the post plant in a 1v1, but they still got the plant down nonetheless. They still got close, or 1v2 rather, same difference. It's Bryant University. We'll send 4 towards A. They played the stack. They gambled incorrectly. Sometimes the house wins, and they'll look to now spread things back up as Eve up close and personal. This is the one player who's got a chance with his read. What about timing here? So step forward now into the angle. Certainly good for one.
Yikes.
There's the one. No one's reswung. He's reloaded. This never happens to a shorty player. Nevin is up now as well. He's stolen a gun away. There's a second one just there on the ground. One gun taken. We'll throw it to the teammate and probably go back for another. All right. Forget the teammate. Who cares?
I mean, like you said, you never see that. He had to reload. I mean, you just gotta push out there. Yeah, it's just not supposed to happen.
I can't believe no one reswung that.
Oh, man, it's an anomaly there for Albany, and now
there's a second
you looking to take matters into their hand. It's going to be Penumbra's in the right place at the right time, and he finds D-Nun's skull, and he takes him down. An absolute butchery here for Bryant, as it's a 5v2. The spike is, yes, in their hands, but like you said, info being gained. The line going to be used just for a bit of tracking here, trying to gain an audio cue, but for the time being, Albany have no options. There's no time on the clock, and they're just going to be forced to save and maybe pick up a gun here over towards Garage. That's really all they can do. Great steadfast hold by Bryant, and it really all comes down to Eve with those kills with that shorty.
A little bit of hunting coming as well. Ooh, both players going to fall, so the hunt not going to get value. I do like that from Bryant. The players that don't have guns, you might as well hunt. You have nothing to lose. You might as well try to see if you can kill a couple guns to make sure this revive's a little more difficult. It doesn't happen, but still, it's the thought that counts. At the end of the day, remember that going into February 14th. As Bryant University now will have a full buy. Unfortunately, UA, the money was a little low for their Valentine this year, so Spectre's in the hands of Cloner. Rest of the team having to work with a little bit of light shielding. White Chocolate and Sal, the only two to get full buys.
Let's see. The idea is for this round is an aggressive push from Bryant, creating a lot of leeway through long, and Penumbras is going to be revealed. They know how close they are towards this site. Potentially, a peek could come in. There's the Lear, but that's going to be about it. Both teams take their marks, and it was just a bit of an altercation kind of, but still, nothing really. They just want to push up, see if they could find any intel, find any frags, but in the meantime, looks to be a couple of players rotating through B, but the gate shirt is there.
Double Initiator set up down towards long. We know for a fact they're getting out of things, so no surprise that they did. And that breach, we know they're over towards A, so they should be able to take down the Slack down. Just got to figure out where it is. And hasn't quite been able to find the angle. It's too little too late. Thought about it forever. Gonna get detained. Is far enough away link that they should be all right. UA is gonna occupy B. Spike. Okay, everyone this round just thinking about things. As UA, they've more than got the B site, but pondering till the Spike makes its way over, which it has now. Gives a chance for BU to actually set up for a retake. Great aftershock. A little early, though. No capitalization off of it.
And Eve also falls, so now it's going to be a 5v3, but trade it back around. Penumbra's going to be good for one. Potentially a kill over towards window. That's going to be a crucial pick going the way of Bright. As will be Albany, the attacking side still with full control, full autonomy as Thunder Fury is available as well. Semi will turn the corner. He's got a flash available. Can he opt in to use a cloner with a sliver of HP? Semi has no idea. There's the flash inside, the swoop in, but he is immediately traded back as D-Nun still good for one. And through all of that, through thick and thin, the Hunter Fury is still available. And you're forced to get into the situation kind of where you have to just fall back, and it's a lost round. It's a lost cause.
That is for Bryant. We'll say went in with a little bit less than they could have hoped for, but hey, the cookie crumbles. It's 10-10 here. We're all tied up in the swing of things, and both teams should have rebuys here if my math is good. Well, it's not. I'd say it every time. My math is never good. I'm very off, considering the fact that lost bonuses get reset, things of that nature, and BU looking at a half buy. Penumbras, of course, got that save. Just saw that happen. Eve could buy one technically, but if anything, just buy shares for the rest of the team, buy pistols, and let them see what they could find. BU, we just saw them grab an eco. Don't want to see them buy too much. We want to make sure they have rebuys because we don't want to jump them into that ping pong economics. We'll send two forward now. Going towards A long, but UA going to take their sweet time. Recognize they're up against a lighter buy.
Speaking of ping pong, this game has been so back and forth, the ebbs and flows, and D-Nun's going to be good for two. He's got 6 HP to spare, not even close, and this will allow an easy push towards the site. Albany, all the control in the world, but Shed is going to be good for one, and you have to remember, D-Nun's with only 6 HP, can't really push up. He's got to be so careful. One pistol shot, he'll go down, and now Semi will advance his way forward, look to spray his way inside, takes a hell of a lot of damage, has to be careful, and White Chocolate wraps back around. Eve gonna be good for one with that Marshall. We'll get a free Phantom out of it. Look what I found. A treasure trove of resources going back the way of Bryant for the time being. D-Nuns, though, works his way all the way back over towards C with this divide we mentioned, providing so much space. And now Eve will peer out for the time being. Just a bit of vision check just to see if anyone was out there, but he'll wait for his teammates. And for the time being, the spike will be down, but still,
next round's rebuy.
Yeah, it might just be a save.
Yeah, next round's rebuy already scuffed. There's only 2 players who actually are going to be able to get something out of it. Technically, the KJ could buy 1, but it's even easier if you have the guns to come out of it. They can come out with 3 rifles. It will reset their economy and make sure things can work out for them. So not super surprised to see them kind of just hold on to things. I like the ready break with the aftershock. They're going to... No way they hunt.
They're hunting.
Okay, they went back. They got a notepad out. They did the math and said, if we hunt here, we can get a rebuy, I swear to you. And so they're going to opt to hunt here instead. They'll try to take UA down. I think they get a rebuy regardless, but Semi up close personal has a frenzy. Okay, this is the one player. If you're going to have somebody hunt, let it be him. He's got a frenzy anyway. He'll fall. Rest of the team has rifles, though, so hopefully he lives. Please live. Okay, we'll get a rebuy. Rebuy's going to come through. BU, important round for them. Lose this one. Break eco yet again. They will have max loss bonus, though, so they will be able to sneak out yet another Y, but it'll be a little bit weaker. It'll lead for some Spectres. So if they can come into this one and win it, they're tied back up. Eco's tied back up. And we get to see them really play for OT.
Right now, the operator will be acquired here for Eve. And has had a very solid game on the Jet. 23, 14, and 3. He's got to make something work, though, with the tools he's got. Once again, I don't know what these situations Clone are going to use this drone as a safety net inside, but does he spot Sned? That's going to be the, or Shed, that's going to be the question. It's going to be out of the smoke, the time of game. He spots the legs, he takes down Cloner. And a crucial frag going the way of the defense is going to be, this is so difficult to get onto these sites. An impervious hold by Bryant right now, making it so difficult for UA to get anything done. They do get one trade, but now it's going to be a timing game for Shed. Through Garage, every angle has been closed off, barred from entry. Bryant still on this defensive side in a 4v2, everything going their way, including the spike, which is on site.
Around they needed an around they're so far so good upon. We'll have one initiator's utility to work with. Great bolt. A Shed going to be put down to just 60 HP. But a bolt's not the whole story. They've got to find frag. They've got to find space. Opportunity, but opportunity gone. That bolt will go towards the top of the door, so no info to be gained there. Don't work that sight crossfire. They're working it entirely in ones. White's going to find the first. Can't quite find the second. All right now, 1v3, caught by the aftershock, and good riddance as the rest of the team now looking to swing for it. Able to find the first. 20 seconds remain. Still doable if they give ones, but you'll see the breach. We'll recognize. We'll say, let's play smarter, not harder. We'll move back to where that spike control is. Bullets through for Bright. Still trying to play for this round. 10 seconds remain. We need the spike. We need the plan, and Semi has the frag. 11-11. We're tied up in the swing of things. Bryant around. They wanted around. They have revives for both sides. Still vying for control.
Oh man, these teams so evenly matched right now, and it can go either way. 11-11 here, and we're sitting at a point where the economy becomes such a factor. You see now, Saul, he was in situations in the first half where he could go for this full shield, then opt in for the Tour de Force. This time around, not going to have that same fortune, as he's only 4 out of the 7 ult orbs there. We'll try to get this one to make it 5. We'll see if he can do just that, but it will be a pretty awkward Walmart purchase here for Albany for the time being. Bryant have 4 ultimates here, and they can be pretty liberal with these. Let's see if they end up using the Seekers or the Divide to block one of these sites off.
Still in sight.
Early util comes out, 2 Leers through, 1 to Garage, 1 to Sight. Frag to come with it as Cloner's in just like that. Varv is gone. The controller main, who's been huge for this team, suddenly out of the round. 1 more to CT. Are they aware of it, though? It's a matter of time before it comes out the Nebula. Oh, wait. Retake going to come through. Lockdown. Smart call to recognize the KJ. There, the lockdown is set. We'll have their Fury. Should be an easy cancel. First one's there. Second one's there as well. Seekers now to get out Garage. All absolutely decimated. So all the util's been nothing but bad thus far. Bright's going to find one. Shed over the top of things to find one. Eve trying to make plays happen. Cloner get one dismiss away. Top box goes Eve, just looking for frags, looking for bones to get thrown. No one going to give peeks, so they don't need to. Shed is going to force one to fall to their knees as Banana Storm will come forward. Second one's going to be out, though, for the post-plant side of things. And there's really just no way to get into this thing. We've got an op to deal with. D-Nuns will fall as he's been able to take one through Garage. Trade to come through. UA play the post plant quite nicely, use the util effectively. Lockdown was great and all. His Hunter's Fury is there to counter, and UA use exactly what they need to secure the round.
And this is the worst case scenario for Bryant in a situation where you are barely able to scrape together a Spectre here for Varv. Penumbra's going to have the Sheriff only here. No ultimates, only the Cosmic Divide for Bryant here on this round. Cloner has the Empress available. That could be a go button here for UA. And you see Semi advancing forward with that fault line. We'll actually give Eve some space. Let's see if they don't check this corner. A very pivotal position here for Eve. If he's able to find one, that could be absolutely imperative for this push. The drone will be used. Let's see what corners they do end up checking. It's only through sewer. So now Eve still in a great position here, waiting for the shots to fly forward. And now Albany will back away to safety and force the lock in the same position we saw earlier. It's going to be the Empress as well. Everything being used to get on towards B. Let's see if they end up rotating over. They do.
Shed got a lifetime of work to do and only seconds to make it happen. Dawn just like that. But it is going to be the fake to come through. Penumbra's to swing through off of the flash. Both are going to die on site, though. Somebody's got a quick trade. Instantly traded yet again by D-Nuns. As UA man advantage going into what is also a round score advantage. Looking to close out map number 1. As Eve and his Astra will get together. First contact to be found. Varv will win that one. Divide available as well. It'll go. Okay, that makes it a lot harder for Varv to be impacted this round. Let's walk all the way around. Eve is going to swing for 1. Varv gonna have this contact as well towards CT in just a moment's time. It's the first and only Nano Swarm gone. Defuse gonna get stuck. White Chocolate trying to play forward. We'll just hold on to things here. The swing now to find the first. The swing, he's off the spike. White Chocolate 1v2. As clutch things up, the University of Albany A team will take map number 1.
Wow, I mean, it's just a timing game, you know? Just turn the wrong way, and sometimes that gets you. We see there, good last round there, 13-11. That series was so close, so back and forth, and, you know, the wherewithal of both those teams to remain consistent the whole way through, definitely admirable to say the least. And now we look into map number 2, which is going to be Ascent. And that was Bryant's pick, you know, so losing on your pick, definitely. Do you think that's going to be, you know, a confidence, you know, not booster, but just bringing down the team? How do you see them bouncing back on Ascent as they are going to be starting an attack?
You know what? For what I have to say, we'll wait and see. We'll cut to
Oh,
a quick break, and when we come back, we'll find out the answer to that question here in map number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, one and all, welcome back to the Esports Hub Network. We're pulling games from the ECAC week 1 of the regular season, and we've got our second best of 3 underway. The first map going the way of the University of Albany, but still plenty of showings coming out from Bryant Valorant's gold roster. They gave them a run for their money, a 13-11 scoreline, just losing to a 1v2 clutch. Can they bring things back here now in map number 2, their opponent's map pick? I'm Canada 3K. That's Camo. We're going to take you through the rest of the series.
yeah, and I'm excited to see, you know, the adaptations, the changes that Bryant do end up making, because, you know, like you said, this game was so close in game number 1, you know, just narrow margins between these two teams. You know, like you said, that 2v1 clutch to end things off. So for you, Albany, it's just about understanding that this is their map pick. They have to come out and execute. You know, you do these map bans for a reason. You feel confident, you feel comfortable on the maps you choose, and especially winning that first game, you know, it's like winning in your, you know, opponent's hometown. It's like winning in an away stadium. It really gives you that confidence booster going into this next game. Now on Ascent, you feel confident, you feel comfortable. Let's see if you, Albany, starting on defense, can get things going, and potentially we'll see some different compositions, some different picks here. But the KJ definitely going to be locked in here. Penumbras will go to that, as well as potentially White Chocolate as well. But looks like everything staying relatively the same, but Saul will swap things up, go to the sky here instead of the chamber.
Ascent is hard to play without a jet.
Right.
It's very hard to play without a jet. The entry duelist is so crucial. The only reason it is possible to play without a jet is if you have a race. And neither of those things are going to be prevented for the University of Albany. They do have a 1-0 lead, though, so I'm interested to see what they're able to work with. Double Initiator are going to come out instead, and they'll opt for the Reyna. And Cloner, honestly, no Camel not to be that guy, but didn't have an insane performance last map. And that's not just me speaking out of my opinion. That's me speaking from the stat line. It was 10-21 for the Reyna. Not an incredible scoreline coming from an agent who we know statistically is a self-sufficient fragger, has to be good at getting kills. And now they're the solo duelist into map number 2. So Cloner's going to have to step up big time. It's simple as that.
Yeah, and if he steps up, we already know what D-Nuns can do. We already know what Saul can do. Every player on this Albany roster has had a chance to step up. Cloner has been the one dark horse here who hasn't found much success. We'll see if he can turn things around, though, and give Albany an extra boost here of confidence going into their defensive hold in the first half of Ascent. But regardless, Bryant need to make some adjustments here. They do. They put now Penumbras off of the sky and give it over to Semi, who was that breach player. So definitely things still making sense here. We'll see if Penumbras can have a great impact here on this KJ, not really being on that sky to really initiate any of this offense. So for the time being, it will be a cat push. They'll make this one a little bit stagnated with the scout being used here along with the KJ turret to watch over a flank. And now Albany definitely hear what's going on. Know what's brewing on top of A. The door will be closed as well to almost confirm it. And Shed will now go for the plant as well. So quickly, Bryant getting things up and taking a hell of a lot of damage. D-Nun's going to be good for one. Cloner drops to Shed. It's a good trade, but still the HP bar's not telling the same story. Bring out the Protractor. Bright good for one more. And still pinging health bars here for Bryant. They gotta be so careful. White Chocolate swings the corner. Can't find the shots. Has to reload. 60 HP in the chamber. He's gotta be so careful. Still standing his ground. Good for one more. And now a 2v2 all even up here for the HP bars on Albany. Not in a good place. And now a 2v1 D-Nuns long for the world. He's taken down Semi with a 3K in the first round win.
Absolute chaos. That whole round. Absolute chaos. Nothing really of analysis other than that. Entirely just came down to winning gun duels, and Semi won 3 of them. So certainly helpful in winning the round, and that they do. Bryant University will take the first. They'll give them a little bit extra money here going into this one, and they'll opt for all Spectres. I thought for a minute we were going to get Frenzies looking into a potential rifle buy-up for the next round, but that's not going to be the case. It'll be straight Frenzies. Wouldn't be shocked to see it go straight back down towards A.
Looks like for the time being, they'll leave the spike behind now, collect it here, and move through Cap once again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they had a lot of confidence, a lot of
look who's out lobby already.
That site, but yeah, look at this flank coming out. This could be massive here. They don't know this quite yet, but this KJ flank could be huge. He's going to be good for one. Fine Varv on the lurk. D-Nuns will fall, though. Good trade for Penumbras. And still, controlled chaos for Bryant. They do lose one, but they're still on top of A and creating a lot of space here to work with.
They're going to the Silva here too, towards the inside box. So when Bryant comes out, they'll be found. Looking for the second player, but Killjoy has moved around towards main. That infrared should come for the process of elimination, and the process of elimination is happening towards site, as Shed and Eve both able to take one. So that's going to leave just 2 here for UA. Saul going to peek through scaffold. Doesn't see much right now. White Chocolate has to eventually jump into the front 180 of this turret, and will have no choice but to get spotted.
Last player standing.
We'll shoot turret. Eve will shoot his teammate. White Chocolate, he'll fall to the opposing KJ. 2-0 for Bryant University. They'll keep 4 Spectres alive. Going to be very much stocked up for the bonus. We'll see what it leads to him. Should have 1 rifle buy-up, though, of course, from the player that died.
We'll see. Indeed, as now the buy comes in for Albany. The Spectres will remain for Bryant. It was a good trade there from White Chocolate. Like the idea, understanding he's on a sort of round where you can make those risks, you can take them, and he does just that, finds that kill on towards Varv. It's a good consolation prize, but still not enough. They lose that round, and now looking into this one, it's going to be the KJ utility stacked over towards A, and we'll see now if Bryant take the same route. Looks like, for the time being, Semi will move towards Cap, but this will be sniffed out momentarily if White Chocolate does end up peeking this corner.
It's an upgraded defense here. We went from just a couple players chilling to the entirety of the utility for UA. Everything going to be stalled in this department. Spare 1 Astra Star over towards B main, so not going to be an easy push for Bryant from any means. The Spectre is so important in this round that they're able to close distance. You need to get up close and personal. Getting up close and personal, going to be dogs up towards Archway. Information now towards Market, just on one, just the sky. Okay, we're trading utility blow for blow here right now. Penumbra is trading those utility space, able to get in, but now taken just as quickly as Bright will find. Penumbra's coming up towards lane. An interesting peek from him, but peek came perfectly timed. BU now made a rotate off the space that no longer exists, so they're gonna have to look to recreate it some other way, which Semi's done just that. We'll take down Saul. That's been Market player gone, just leaves the Sova. Is gonna get absolutely creamed on site if this team can execute together.
Let's see if they can do just
30
that.
seconds left.
He'll move towards Boathouse. That's where Bright is stationed. Can he find the shots? He cannot. It's going to be an awkward spray. He is good for one. Can he find two? 19 HP. He'll be taken down.
2 Vandals.
They do get 2 Vandals here. It's going to be the spike initiated as well. Eve locked up here in Boathouse along with the Astra as well. Semi puts himself in a very difficult position. He's going to get pulled in, and the White Chocolate makes it a kill for himself. And now a 3v2 onslaught potentially for UA to work with. Let's see if they play together. I don't remember that Astra, very low on HP. D-Nuns, one blow of the wind here. He'll be falling 10 HP here. He's going to push through. The spike still ticking lower and lower. They do spot one. Barb is going to be gone. D-Nuns takes him out. Can he swing the corner? The wrap around. Eve, very, very low. He's got to hold 2 angles at once. He cannot, and D-Nuns unravels that post plan and makes it easy. It's going to be a White Chocolate with the defuse as well. Finally, UA are on the board.
That they are. Started off shaky on the defensive side of things, but don't matter if you got the retake potential, and that they do. Use rifles to their advantage. You're able to slowly isolate, able to make the retake happen. But then again, they did lose those rifles, as aforementioned, which means going to be a lighter buy here. Cloner, okay, buddy. What patch do you think we're on, man? It's 4.01 now. The Ares, it don't work like that. He recognizes by the Spectre. That's right. I got to push the talk button, Camel. It goes straight to their comms, so...
Oh, okay.
You heard me. What can I say?
Connor,
if you can hear me, will you jump? Yeah, he just jumped. He heard me. I don't know what to tell you. It's that simple. You can't prove me wrong because Observer wasn't on him, so you don't know.
Very true. Very true. And, you know, it will be now a Cloner with the assistance of D-Nuns here as UA once again look to hold up A. It's a good idea from Albany, as that is where Bryant has had a majority of their offense, but now Eve has popped the dagger, so he's feeling himself here on this round, looking to go for an aggressive play with the Sky that he does have, and the Seekers could be a good option to get on one of these sites. Let's see if they do it.
Utility, yet again, going to be there. Oh, what?
Oh.
The Soul Read? For the early Nano Swarm? I guess if you don't have contact, you just assume that they got to be cat. It's the one spot you don't have control of, so... Great game sense from White Chocolate. We'll actually push the cat player off. He doesn't know what we do, so we can give some credit to that.
Got your trail.
Right, we'll throw bolts towards B. Now the... Okay, not the recon doesn't actually have it in his inventory, but has information nonetheless. Seeker will get info as well as it comes to the mid-market. A split once again from Bryant University.
No.
Can they clear the site?
Oh, Bright in such a difficult position. He's been flashed. He's been blinded. He has no idea where he is right now. Can't even find one kill. And now the spike will go down. A 4v4 here. The Sky Healing will be massive to top everyone off. And now it's going to be the wall bang here. Semi takes a bit of damage. It's not going to be too much, though. And now UA will slowly but surely work their way towards the set. A 4v4 opportunity. A Sheriff in Saul's inventory. There's the blinding light. A good flash. Finds one. Can they find multiple D-Nuns with this Phantom? Putting in work. The intuition there from White Chocolate. The cleanup from Cloner. And now Penumbra's in a predicament. He'll fall. And they flood the site. They bulldoze their way down Catinator with such bad intentions. They pick up their second round win.
Don't even start that shit here, mate.
Fuse to come through, and now 2-2 on the scoreboard as well. As calmed by UCAM. A great call, of course, going into the side, and a great retake coming through. It's a little funny to watch the Nano Swarm get shot out by 3 pistols just crouching, but it speaks to how well that team played together in the retake. The 3 homies that shoot the Nano Swarm together swing lane together. They come through, they get the job done. If one was to go down, the refrags would have been there. Fortunately for them, no one goes down, so they're able to instead all grab rifles out of it. That'll help the money just a little bit here if this round does go awry, but they're going to have economic advantage in this one as well. So it's all up to Bryant University to try to shake up the storyline.
Let's see if they can do just that. They have a couple ultimates here to use. The shock darts will come flying forward. We'll just dissuade an approach for the time being. But there's the KJ ultimate being used. Bright has to know. An inkling of suspicion there. Let's see if he uses the window to his advantage. And he will be detained. He's going to look for this info as well, but he is absolutely correct. He will be detained, and I don't think anyone's going to be trading this without Penumbras. He's going to wrap the corner, take down Bright single-handedly there. Awkward
Nobody else got
Bright.
outmained. They used maybe the ground duel combination to guarantee the rest of the push got split up. So that leaves one towards back to the site. Everybody else trying to fight from now back behind, which is literally a semi is able to come on the flank. Will find one Varv into trade. Pascal will pick one up. So still things going to work out here, though. That is push.
Yep.
They managed to figure things out regardless of the push is split. Rather, said that backwards. 3-2 as Bryant University adapt yet again and make good on the round regardless. For anyone who's about to make a little Bright there back boathouse, typically when you throw the lockdown from B main, if you throw it in a spot that's unwallbangable, it means that just the very sliver of the back of boathouse corner is usually left open. So Bright thinks there, I can drone all the way out, and then I can just go into corner. That ends up not being the case. He comes out the drone with 4 seconds left, plenty of time to go there and recognizes, oh no, I'm down bad. I'm screwed. I can't get out. And he absolutely cannot. So that kill is able to come through, but the rest of the round rather clean for the post plan.
Cloner will spot multiple and will be forced out of that engagement for the time being. 2-3 here, and as Penumbras will spot the skull there of D-Nuns, will begin for one semi, takes down Saul, and it right now is not looking good here for UA. Once again on this defense, they lose multiple members early, and they're just way too far forward. White Chalk potentially could get a frag. He turns the blind eye and will waltz away to safety. Only has a frenzy to his name, Captain.
Kill the Storm, not going to find damage off it, which the frenzy kill a little bit harder. Also not able to swing while players are in that fragile state. Deterred the This is the one instance where you wish the observer wasn't as good as they are.
Right.
Scoots turns at the perfect time to catch that, and well, we caught it. Unfortunately, Bryant not able to find much towards close main. Okay, well, White Chocolate's found something to make up for it. It's a Vandal picked, or not a Vandal, Fanta picked up for him as well. So work his way towards Lobby, but straight into danger he goes yet again. Okay, second gun going to be dropped here. Cloner wants to go pick it up, and well, they've done just that. There's guns available now for this team. They start to work their way into a retake. Work his way up middle. Catch one. Reswing is there. And the second frag for the Jed. It's a 3K on the round for ETH. It's a 4-2 scoreline as Bryant University back to the advantage.
Back to the advantage indeed. And, I mean, for Albany, the game plan is simple. You have to give Cloner, you know, some ways of getting some early kills. This is a chance to do it. He's got the Empress available here. He's going to have a good amount of members towards his side as well. We'll see if they can use these 5 ultimates to their advantage. Only one sitting on Bryant's side. It will be the Cosmic Divide. Could be used in a handful of different opportunities, but for the time being, will be once again pretty awkward start here for Cloner as he gets sprayed through the smoke, and it's gone from bad to worse for this Reyna.
Orb converted here for Shed. Won't be huge right now, but in the future, something to keep an eye on. See if Bryant University is able to consistently get that early frag. That's conditioning. That doesn't get taken into account a lot of the time. The fact that slow orb control really can make the difference, especially because orb control is very favorable over towards B main for the attacking side. Haven't been playing it a ton, but when they do, it does slowly start to add up. So it's going to be in waves while they're on the topic of it for UA. So plenty of opportunity for them, even though they are down a player. Bright's drones out early. Battery's going to die right before it clears. Okay, gets one. Info on one for Bright. Recon now out as well. Broken instantly. So honestly, the same confirmation that the drone already had. Not going to know about player counts.
Decent shock dart will catch Eve. And once again, Bright is going to be this lone wolf on top of B. He's got to get at least one kill to make this one worthwhile. You're going to see that jet sky his way up top. It's going to be a bit of a dipsy-do and a bit of a bait there, and switch as now Bright falls, and now Saul waiting for his moment to strike. The spike has already been dropped down, and it's forcing Albany into this choke point here. It's going to be Saul advancing over. He runs right into the barrel of Shed, and that KJ Molly will be destroyed. Varv backs up his teammate, and there's just no way Albany can make their way onto the site without walking in to one of these Bryant members, and it's just a tempered aggression right now for Bryant, and they're playing with their food.
Camel, look at the headers, look at the agents. Tell me what you see.
Yeah.
What do you see?
I see, it really just feels like
Nothing draws your eye right now?
1-6? I mean, 1-6 is there.
No, not the one. You didn't have to say that, man. I was talking about the 5 ultimates for UA. I'm sorry. I'll never do that again. Oh, no. I can't believe this. They've got 5 ultimates going into this round. Please use them. Please, I'm begging you. Oh, well, make it 4. D-Nuns is out just as quick as he got into the round. Come on, man. UA, we just need a break from somewhere. So many ults still at their disparity here. I wouldn't be shy to see a little bit of lockdown, secret combination come together. No Hunter's Fury going to be up to contested. I do believe they're 1 ult off the Hunter's Fury though, so if a frag comes too early, that story could change. But that's the story for later in the round. Cloner will fall. As Semi has a quick trade after that martial headshot. It was clean, but no more for him this round as he's cleaned away. Pulls out early. No ults used.
Standing ahead.
Quite yet, right?
Oh,
Potentially
I didn't see that. I'm blind.
No one saw that recon dart. Now at least Semi peeking around the corner, and Varv along with every other member here of BU, creating an earthquake on top of A. Salt tries to jump peek, but he just ends up running right into Shed's bullets. And it will be the 6th round win here for Bryant University. Picking up a 4-round cushion. Redemption, but I mean, you know, Albany, they've been in this situation before. They've been down before. We know they have the comeback gene, and it's only a matter of time, you know, before these players start warming up here. And the dark horse is Cloner. If he can get things going for UA, whether it's on this attacking or this defensive side or attack, it's going to be dangerous.
Yeah, redemption for them and redemption for you. What do you notice at the top? Your screen here, Kim.
5 ultimates, I did.
Yes, sir. 5 ultimates still. 1 round later, still all 5 ultimates on the board. Not getting utilized for UA. I told you last series, Camo, I love to hoard them, but not like this. Eventually, you need a round win. You've lost 4 in a row. Use them at some point. D-Nun's going to make sure the first frag going to come their way. Maybe we start to see them here. Maybe not if they're able to hold things just normally. D-Nuns will get the first pick towards Cat. Will now move over towards A main, where he's going to be correct in his guessing. The rest of the BU side is working that direction. We'll get a very split default here, and that split default's much more difficult when you don't have a player actually able to occupy mid as they try to bring 2 players into B main. Hunter's Fury going to be out for BU instead. The other side using ultimates. That means if the lockdown did hypothetically come through the retake, they won't have it, but they won't have D-Nuns either in this round as the Hunter's Fury early is able to find 1.
We'll find 1. Let's see if that KJ does end up rotating over. There's the recon dart, but he will hide from it for the time being. Saul still none the wiser, has the dog as well. It will be an exchange and a timing game there.
There it is,
as he falls, and the Seekers finally will be used. Oh man, they used it ultimate with 30 seconds to go. The spike is actually being rotated over. Time is going to be very, very tight here. And if White Chalken can find 1 kill, it's going to be so close. It's going to be White Chalken taking down Varv. That potentially could open the floodgates here for Albany. It will. Cloner finds 1 more. He's looking for another. 10 seconds, clearly no time for Penumbras in a predicament here in a 4v1. We'll just look to save potentially, but he is getting run down by hungry Albany players, and they find his head. And they'll bring it home. 3-6 here. Albany slowly but surely clawing their way back into this one.
The Seekers give so much info there that is going the other way. And for the minimap enjoyers in chat, we got to watch Shed run all the way from top cat to the outside of tile where he inevitably does fall, with the Seeker chasing him the entire way. I mean, maybe, you know what? Actually, when I go for runs, I do like to have a dog with me, so I guess it makes sense.
That's true.
What's a jog without a friend?
Exactly. Now, we'll see if Bryant can find another friend here, and that being that they
found a friend.
They found a friend indeed, and Bryant will fall, and that's going to allow the KJ ultimate to be used. There's no Hunter's Fury to deny this.
Yeah, same story with a wallbang potential with the Odin. Don't have to worry about that anymore as well. So once again, they'll cover the entirety of site in that wallbangable position. Then they will jump Trailblazer through. Information to CT if they spot 1. No info on market just yet, but we got info here on the minimap. It's an entire fake going through. They'll throw the ult down first, and the Seeker's going to come through mid to try to really sell this mid split coming from Bryant. This is the last time they used the Seekers was mid split. Saul got to pick up 2. As there's no split here, it's nothing but a spare. Semi and Penumbras both going to fall. But into the A site goes Bryant. Plant's going to go down. KJ will hear it, will recognize, and now the rotate going to come through. And they've got ults for retake. Thank goodness they've saved them here. Did they use them? I think he's going to grab one. They're going to shut down players. Take a frag, not quite there. Now going to get caught in the dust. If the rest of the team's there to find the pinch. Cloner will take that one away. Lockdown comes through as the retake is coming 3-on-2.
Now White Chalk trying to use this turret as a shield here to conceal this lockdown, trying to get this one off. It will force Shed to the back of line, and the defuse will come in as well. They're trying to go for half, but there's the suck, the pull. Everything in the kitchen sink being used. It's going to be Shed through the smoke, finds one. That's Cloner drop. White Chocolate has to watch two angles once. There's just no time on the clock. Barb has to push forward. So much util. Just hold it, frozen fake. He goes to the play, and he's going to have. Does he have enough time on the clock? He does not! And potentially he could have just held that one out. He goes for the play, the safer option, and he just runs out of time, Catinator.
This is so hard to analyze from hindsight because there's so many different factors that go into it. Like the fact that if you do want to go wide swing that angle early, you have to consider the fact that it takes so long for Verve to actually get into it because he's sitting there shooting turret with Vandal Spray. So if he does swing early, he's got nothing to shoot. If he holds, I think he's just a little bit short if Verve is to hit every shot of actually getting the thing down. Also, I don't think you expect Verve to shoot turret. I think you expect him to walk straight into you. Even though he is going to walk tag, he still would get there in time. So many factors go into it. Bryant University going to find the break, going to find another win, even though another ultimate does get committed, and Verve will hook commit to the cap and peak. He'll take one, same with Penumbras. That's early make control one yet again for Bryant University. Now looking to win the deal as they get to A side too. Just got to find Sal.
And they find the sky, and he is getting pincered from numerous angles and will drop. And now it is desolate here for the side of Bryant University. They have A all to themselves, and now it's going to be the long truck over for White Chocolate and Co. It's going to be a 2v5, and with the Spectres here in their arsenal, the greatest source of weaponry here is Recon Dart will be used. White Chocolate runs right into the barrel of Eve. It's good intel. Can he use it to his advantage? He cannot for the time being. More Recon Darts being used to spray inside. It's a flawless round for Bryant University. Off the back of an aggressive frag early on in the round, forces the 5v3, and by the time the spike was down, Catinator, it's already a 5v2. It's just difficult for Albany to get back on.
No, most definitely. Fortunately for them, they're going to have 3 ults going into this round, just in case they're needed. It is going to be last round of the half as well, so a fantastic time to use the ults that have been stocked up since about round 5. Same story, though, for BU. It's the second time we'll see these ults rear their heads because they've been, you know, getting used. Not to say that's in my notes underlined, circled a couple times for post-map discussion, but
It'd be a great episode of Hoarders.
It might be a point.
Could be. We'll see if this potentially could be a 3-9 curse or if Albany can wrap things up here 4-8, but regardless, still 3 ultimates available, like you have mentioned time and time again for both sides here. So it will be a slow push for Semi. He's got this flash, he's got the dog. It's just a timing game here. If there's Sal, Semi turns the blind eye. No peek though ensuing here. It'll just be a bit of a mind game play as there's the pull in. Saul in a great position. Will pop the dog, will pop the scout. Look for a venturing towards Cap, but for the time being, will play off of this intel, will play off of this recon knowledge, and will slowly peer his way out and actually make his location known, and his presence will be a damn. There's now to be a back away here, and still just meandering over towards A. Nothing really being done for Bryant in the first half of this round. Now looking to go towards B.
They're very late to this. Kalivi's gonna come through. Trailblazer's gonna get the information towards all this util, so things should be all right. But still gotta actually go through and physically break it all. Banana's gonna come through first, so Verve's able to get in. The rest of the team's got a couple seconds before they actually get there. Hunter's Fury now gonna get lined up. I saw these players gonna be stuck towards lane. Ooh, the one tag they would have had was updrafted over. Just unfortunate. Hunter's Fury isn't going to find what it's looking for. But is this team going to find the site? Time running shorter and shorter as Barb able to swing through lane. Clean. Break transfer to grab a second, a third, maybe to site. But White Chalk going to hold on to things. That was the spike planner. There's no one to plant the spikes. So Bryant University is trying to make an opportunity happen. It's all for time, but they take too much. As White Chocolate will now grab another for his troubles. Massive towards the anchor in green box. It's 4-8. That's to find just one more round going into the half. The momentum they could definitely use.
And like we mentioned, will be here potentially. Last game for Bryant. Need to clutch up here and win these crucial rounds. The pistol round so important to start to build momentum. It will be Albany on attack. The onus now sits on them. The tempo sits in their hands to make things happen here. And for the time being, the spike will take an adventure towards mid. And it could be some more mind games going on, Kenny. We'll see what they do towards A.
Scanning ahead.
Dart will scan 3, so some information going to be gained for Bryant early. As they start to move over towards B, they'll move the Sky. It's fine, they've got a lot of KJ utility still rocking over towards A main. So certainly is going to be info to gain. Okay, the Sky will come back to things. Will come help Cat. It's clean. It's a clean setup for right now. That Cat push is going to be inevitable. That's that Dart. Gives all the information that's going into mid right now. No alarm bot there, though. It's been used over towards A main instead. So they had to find physical presence, which Shed hasn't seen anything just yet. Dart's going to be up in here about right now. See what they say about the 5 numbers to find one as D-Nuns try to make his way in.
It's going to be a bait and switch here. There's the bottom light catching 2. Shed will take down White Chocolate through the smoke. Semi-good for 1 cloner. Not having the greatest of games here. Just gets RNG'd. It's unfortunate there, and he's just going to have to die. It's going to be a wraparound here. Saul, great flick. Tremendous precision there as he finds Shed. And now Bright working up. It's going to be a trade of blows here. More headshots, and Saul really feeling it right now. It's going to be a 2v2, all evened up. After what looked to be Bryant running away with it on the defensive side, there's going to be the distortion used. It's going to be the plan anyway, regardless. Varv will work his way up top towards 7. Eve takes a good amount of damage. 13 HP now on this Jet. Can die to 1 shock dart. Anything could be used here. Maybe the Cloudburst. Saul spots 1, looking for the flick, He can't find it right now. Eel is going to be over. Eve trying to get things done, but Bright will hold down the fort, hold down the line, and create a barrier between them and the spike. No chance for Bryant. 5-8 here going into this next round.
Not too shabby of a 2-man crew to have left alive. They're the 2 initiators. They have all that information. They're able to use darts as well. Flashes come out kind of early, so now able to actually find information towards when that player is going to drop. But they make more than enough noise to get the info for free. Drop comes down, and they really do start to make it look good. They're able to kind of split those 2 players because Bright stuck towards Generator, so they send the dash forward off of Eve. Is unfortunately not quite able to find that first 1v2 towards the back of Hell. So well played from both sides of things. UA barely able to sneak through with the post plant. Once again, tagged by Dart or 2. Varb looking to tag 1 early, but Bright has the readjustment to pick up the first. Val's going to pick up 1 over to A as well, so both initiators able to come up big on the default. And into the B site we go.
He doesn't have what Eve has. Does not have the shorty clutch factor out. Eve with the shorty of his own.
Does he?
In a whole lot of trouble. Darts over to D-Nuns. Accelerates inside. Catapults over to him, but he can't find the kill. And now it's a 5v1 expected result here for Albany. As right now, Semi, they're chasing him down. They're hunting him. He is prime real estate for Albany. And it's going to be a spray in. He's going to be good for 1. White Chocolate does end up dropping. And the flick over, trying to find Bright, but it's a Spectre against a Frenzy. The big brother there, winning it out, and Bright takes full credit. It's going to be the 6th round win for UA. Expected result there with the gun advantage.
You know, not to throw copium into it, but I think that if we're back in the future, or not the future, that's a movie. If we're back in the past where the Jet used to pull out the gun like a little bit faster, I think Eve gets that kill. I remember a couple months ago, if you tailwind now, it takes longer for the pullout delay, which means that if you dash into somebody's face, they can shoot you for a good 2 seconds before you can really do anything about it.
Right.
And we learned that rather quickly, didn't we?
We did indeed. And so far, in this first half of play, Albany has gotten these 2 rounds under their belt. If they win this bonus, it puts themselves in such good position, such good posture. And right now, only a lone KJ actually on top of B. Eve is in market. We'll see if they do end up smoking that off, if that does become a factor here. But for the time being, it will be a slow, augmented push, fragmented, if you will, as there is the Sky over towards A. It's a bit of a bait and switch. There's the swarm grenade to dissuade any sort of approach now, and White Chocolate will work his way inside. Remember, it's going to be good for 1. Can he find 2? He cannot. Bright crucially takes down the KJ. The plant will ensue, and no more KJ utility to speak of.
D-Nuns will hold close market here. Trying to make sure they're not able to get into this retake early. Looking to take a couple players out. Same with Semi, but not quite able to find it. Contact coming all across the board here. Beautiful flash. D-Nuns won't swing off, but honestly surprising. Went out through CT. The dog doesn't clear. D-Nuns in absolutely perfect position. Star will take 1 second found. Oh, it didn't account for the extra players. Semi gonna take that one. And 2v2 for the retake. Very much doable. Upgraded guns as well. Sal stuck towards B main. They can work the 1v2 towards site. If they're going to, they got to do it now. White Chalk gonna pick up the first through lane. That'll pick up one. Will recognize there's no time here. Does he play for the exit or does he play? Okay. Well, he gets the exit. He's gonna die though. So timing's a little bit interesting. Gonna lose a gun. Something he probably needed as well. We're gonna have a pretty scuffed rebuy. But nonetheless, 7-8 for UA to take the round.
And I think that benefits UA because, I mean, look at the economy. It's in shambles right now for BU. So heads up play there for Albany and cutting this lead now to 1.
Placing sentry.
I don't know, Catnator.
Oh, sorry. I know you're looking for me to fill. I had something to say. I totally blanked on it. The KJ utility was so deep in the B site that there was literally nothing for Penumbras to do, right? When eventually they get there, there's too many players, right? They don't split the push, so everybody gets into lane, and by that time, when Penumbras finally does catch the contact, it's too much for him to deal with. So it was very interesting, the alarm bot that far into sight, right? It was green box, same with the Nanos one.
D-Nuns doesn't spot Semi.
I've got your trail.
He is on a secret agent mission. Will not complete it though. Will back away to safety. The Seekers will be used on A, but we've seen this movie before. Deja vu. It's all a ruse. You're actually bringing one player over as well, but Cloner drops to a sheriff kill from Eve, and that could be big.
Oh, Sal. If they can find frags too, it just gets bigger. Able to find one. That's 2 guns actually converted here for BU. So this fake could go the absolute wrong way as they kind of powered up the defensive side of things that was initially on the eco. Unless White Chocolate can shut things down, but that's close contact again. If he doesn't win this fight, it's the same story as those last 2 frags.
I mean, that's really going to be interesting to see if they check this corner. I mean, do you really think there's going to be someone here towards the left? They will. It's going to be White Chocolate. Can he find the kills? He does not. An erratic spray. 3 guns here. And it's going to be a 2v4. And now a tremendous blow here to the UA attack. They have the Hunter's Fury. Will they play for the post play?
They're stuck on site with it. You can't use it.
D-Nuns in a very awkward position as well. He's going to over the flank. Bright going to be good for 1. Can he find 2? Eve is on the flank. He gets dropped. D-Nuns and Bright holding down the line. And now a 1v1.
Gonna pull him off Spike here. He'll kill so much extra time.
He's gonna look for the pull, the defuse, not even at half. D-Nuns playing for time. Jump peeking, baiting. It's so brilliantly done, but the flick is there! Penumbras is there in time. D-Nuns, all he had to do was buy a little bit more time. He could not do it. You see 2.45 and just over eager there. Unfortunate for UA.
My goodness, we got to see an absolute fantastic showing for the post plant. Bryant D-Nuns just shooting their way out of it. Absolute uncertainty. But unfortunately, same story goes through for the defuse. Yep. Everything played perfectly for D-Nuns. He swings as soon as they get back on the spike. And hey, sometimes you get out frag, brother. You can do everything right. And sometimes a clean shot wins the day. And it will that round. Bryant University happy to take that one. Eve is going to take an op into this round. He'll drop a lot of utility to do so. But if he can find the player to tile, they're not going to expect this. They've been given pretty much free mid control. This could be the difference for this team moving forward. They'll jump spot it. They'll see it now. They'll see it towards Cat. There's only one reason a player doesn't shoot there, and it's if they've got an operator. UA will recognize. They'll throw all this utility to force the op away, and they'll start to take some space to Cat.
We'll see if Eve will advance forward. He's got the Sky right there with him.
Interesting.
And for the time being, just be a tag on top of Bright. Bit of intel going their way. And we see now Bryant, with 3 ultimates available, have a plethora and a weighted amount of options. D-Nuns getting pulled in towards Garden. He's got to be careful. We'll get vulnerable for the time being, though. There's the Swarm. There's the mini smoke there. The Nebula Jr., as you alluded to it. But regardless, still very slow-paced footing here for both sides, as Albany will work towards Cat as a 3-man unit. And this will be the story here for Semi. If he pops the Seeker, so much intel is going to be given. And he will end up doing that.
Found one.
And they will all move over towards Cat. Now all the intel in the world for Bryant. As the flash will be used as well. He's going to walk into so many members. It's good for 1. That's going to be crucial. As now they're going to flood the site. 30 seconds to go here as Semi. That kill could be major. It'll allow Varv to get one more. The fight will ensue now for White Chocolate. The KG ultimate is available on both sides. Shed, though, takes down Cloner once again. This Reyna has not been working out. There's the Hunter's Fury as well.
It's very early for the fact that the team does have a lockdown available. I don't think they use it, but it's just something to think about. Okay, well, I think this is too late. I think this is far too late because no one can defend it.
Yeah.
As soon as they get detained, like no one can defend this thing. They're able to jump straight down to it. So what happens playing for the fences here, able to find one. So actually, the lockdown ironically isolates a 1v1. Great flash to come through from Salt. CP peeks. Ooh, Eve will take the read. Won't play for it. Won't give Sal the chance to control it. Instead, will push forward, recognizing how much time he had. About 20 seconds between that kill and the defuse. Able to swing through. Now to finish the job. 10-7. It's Bryant University will take charge.
Take charge indeed, and that kill on top of D-Nuns becomes so much more pivotal. Not in that situation in the 3v2. It's 2v2 all evened up, and the rest is history there for Bryant here. Now the op stays in East. Inventory has been a thorn in UA's side, and they have to use some sort of combination here. Maybe the Cosmic Divide is the answer. Potentially it's Hunter's Fury for the post plant, but it's going to be a save this time around, so looks like UA just playing for frags here. They understand that this definitely could be a loss if they don't play this correctly. They're just going to go for frags and try to burn the economy of BU.
Slow default back to mid we go for UA. We got to see a couple op peaks, and as soon as the op's gone, okay, no peak no more. So here we go. UA will walk their way through Cat. Ooh, close Marshall shot, not quite. Nova Pulse will kill some time. Flash will kill even more. Cloner will kill the Flash. Presence known from UA, and they'll head for the hills. A couple different footsteps gonna give info to multiple players mid. Shadow get that extra info visually this time. It's on everybody's mini-map as he's able to find a couple pop shots here and there. Now sitting on darts.
Scanning ahead.
Recon bolt out. Shot instantly. Okay, gets a scan though anyway. Like a little bit too far. It is an off angle, of course. Flashes to come through. Team looking to cross.
Now White Chocolate will be good for one. Shed in a bit of trouble here. He's got to work about the Leer. There's the bite as well. Varv will be good for one in the back half. And now Bright will pure the corner. It's going to be a very difficult 1v1, especially considering the gun advantage. And Shed wins that all the way, but still sight. Trying to be taken. D-Nuns. One shot, one kill. Could be a gun there going their way. Still pushing on towards the site. It's going to be a 2v3 opportunity, but Penumbras has their number right between the uprights, and he finds 3 kills in a row. Poetry in motion here for the defensive side, and Penumbras trying to bring this one to a game 3.
Penumbra seems very, very comfortable to the back of the site. It's a matter of if things are set up properly to make the back site anchor viable. It's very different to play back site when all the contact comes mid and 2 of your teammates are spotted there than it is to play back site when you're the sole proprietor to the push happening in front of your eyeballs. So getting to actually separate and make that space for the frags is huge for Penumbras. It can get the job done, but that does feel like a little bit of a win condition for the defensive side of things. We'll see as the rest of the game plays its way through. An important round for UA to win. See if they're able to find it.
We will see indeed here. 11-7 is the scoreline. UA have not found much success over the last couple of rounds. Looking to answer back here, looking to try and deal with Eve's operator here, and now Cloner will swerve his way inside. He will be traded back. D-Nun's good for one, and Cloner still not finding much success with this Reyna lock-in. Fortunately, though, it will be traded back. This still is a 4v4 with the Seekers in tow. This could opt in for a rotation as well, Cadnator.
That's what I was talking about before with not having a genuine team for Ascent. 1, it's hard to get in, but 2, it makes your defensive side much different as well. Because you see, at the moment that Jets are able to get ops, and if they are good at hitting op shots, which Eve definitely is, it makes for such a scared offense. They're able to use Cosmic Divide here to get the site, but you notice how they're afraid to go cat now because they don't know if Eve is going to be there or not. So he spent so much time early trying to find the operator that it definitely loses them time in the round. This time around, though, won't be an issue. They'll be able to get their Cosmic Divide to go down now. And they hold on the post plant, though. Hunter's Fury is still going to be up here, so they can use it going into this retake. But they need Sal to stay alive. He's the only one with info towards when this defuse starts. He's gone just like that. No one has info. They have to peek.
They have the Hunter's Fury as well. They have the Swarm Grenades. There's the stalling power here as this potentially will be the defuse. Varv.
If he holds, they don't know. He doesn't know
he's
he's
hold it. They have no idea he's holding this. He's just going to stick it all the way, but he dies in the last possible second. D9's good for one more. The defuse coming in. No time left. He'll just stick it once again. D9's not pushing forward, not respecting the amount of time. And it's the 12th round for Bryant. UA, another fumble.
That's so hard there for the post-plant defense, which is a perfectly placed cosmic divide. Varv recognizes will hold it for this exact moment. The rest of the team will work their way outside to B main to play around the Hunter's Fury. They recognize that. They say, okay, if you want to play there, you can play there, but you have no information, so best of luck. Fortunately for Bryant, he is able to find the timing just barely to stop the first hold, but for there, nobody else is around to be able to actually head towards site. That's the one thing about that play, is they have to make a decision whether they're going to go B main to play Hunter's Fury or whether they're going to fight on site. And sometimes you draw the shorter straw, and that's just the case.
Now, the Empress available for Cloner has got to step up in a big way here. For the time being, it will be a slow and staggered push over towards A. And this will be potentially last calling for Albany. We'll see if they have any tricks up their sleeve.
The freest sight I've ever seen.
And it's free. We know that. They unfortunately do not. And they have considered every option available now, considering that they've already made all their way on towards the site. This should be free, and it will be Cloner.
Yeah, surely playing lockdown for the retake.
Yeah, this is going to be simple here for UA, but we've seen this move before. We've seen situations where they should win. There's the lockdown for BU, and that's the force out. And maybe some lineups here from Penumbra.
Oh, that's going to go straight to wine. If you want to sit there, you're dying, brother. They'll throw him fragile, too. T-Nun's stuck in hell. He is able to actually move away, but he has to get the change to do so. The team knows they're going to swing that now. They're going to go straight to B main. This thing gets held. We're trying to get to half. His Varv takes a little bit more than he's good for. The post utility good thus far from main, and well, the turns will continue. He's going to grab one challenge on their eat to the top of the box, trying to make plays happen, but suddenly he's all alone. He's in a 1v3. He's getting swarmed. There's no time left. He's going to falter, and UA, they hold on to things. The lockdown, the utility is quite nice, but UA, they adapt and they hold on.
The start, it is a start from UA, considering how that last round with the defuse went. All things considered, let's see if they can find an avenue back into this game. This round should almost be guaranteed, considering how the guns are looking, but it's the next round after that, Catnator, that becomes so much more important for Albany. So we'll see this one, and this is an aggressive push through B, so that this could be deadly for BU. We'll see how they play this one out. This could get ugly. Cloner will advance forward. Do they know Eve is in this corner? Do they check around? That's going to be the question. The scout will find him. They're going to chop and put the fangs down. Cloner going to be good for one. Can he find multiple? They'll pop the Lear outside and look to slip and slide his way over. Penumbra's already at half HP. Bright takes down Shed. And that's 2 kills going the way of the attack. And potentially a lurk they have to worry about. The Astra roaming around through their spawn.
Too little, too late. Unfortunately, just before they're able to actually swing through, the rest of the team will go tile and now make their way towards Cat. The Sky will be met with a flash. We'll turn it, so it's only half blind, but no one's going to swing through, so not really going to make too much of a difference. Alarm bot broken, information gained as well, and Varv has a chance to pinch this, but the Sky's going to move very early, able to find the frag, and Varv, well, if they didn't pinch, because he's gone just like that. Rest of the team going to make their way down through Garden, and D-Nuns has the easy cleanup. We'll find the 2K with the Phantom Spray. Off camera, we got to see early pushes come through from both sides, both playing for orb control. It's the only one thing you can really do in that round. It is an eco, just trying to find some sort of orb control to bring it into the next round, which Semi did indeed grab an orb, did put themselves to the Sky ultimate. They did die anyway, though, so it's not like it really made a difference. They would have still got the orb from dying.
I don't know about
something
you,
to talk about.
Cloner needs to ult here. I think this is the time. I think now or never. You know, it hasn't been his game.
Cloner fans
wasn't
rise.
his game last time. Cloner fans rise up. I would imagine he'll go for an aggressive angle here. If you win this round, you put the economy in shambles for the last 2. We'll see if BU can scrape together some kills here. Eve will hold down the line with the operator towards Cat. Nobody is walking in that direction, though. There is one watching the flank, and now Penumbras can get some major value here. Let's see if he goes for the spray. He does. He finds one. Can he find multiple? Salt will back away to safety. It's a good frag, and that stops any plans of UA had going towards B.
No one grabs Spike.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Like, yeah, we can leave. We need Spike to do so. Well, you can't leave if Eve is watching tile. He's going to find South. He tries to flood his way into mid, and, well, they found the op. It's been a long time telling us they've seen it early, and, well, now they have. Oh, just barely. That shot's going to whiff from the tile player. And they work their way now over towards A main. Eve will head back towards Scaffold. Reading this play quite nicely, and Astra's going to be there as well. D-Down's ready and waiting for the rest of the squad to make their way through. 5 stars to the Astra's name. Seekers, oh, it's going to give this jig up.
Varv is the one player that D-Nuns has to worry about here.
30
He doesn't
seconds
know it.
left.
He's waiting for potentially an heaven push, but he will place the stars down in accordance here to what his team wants. There's the pulls in. Everything going to be used as well because they still do not know where Varv is. He's going to peer around the corner, find 3 kills simultaneously. And Bryant will force this one to a game 3, a deciding game 3 here. And it wouldn't want it any other way. Catinator, both these teams so evenly matched. And now we look to go over to Icebox. And this is another scenario here. We saw this earlier in the day. The rotations, that some teams can whip out here are so prevalent. I'd like to see if potentially we get more of the same between these two squads. But Albany, it was those couple of diffuses that really separated these 2 rounds. And when push came to shove, it was just Bryant all the way to the bank. He finally performed there with that operator, became such an issue for you Albany to deal with. And now we're all tied up at 1-1.
That's almost always the difference, man, on its Senate.
Yeah.
If your Jet can find the operator, can keep the operator in their hands, and can switch positions, it makes it so hard for an offense to do anything. Forget worrying about utility. We got to worry about this one player at the start of every single round, and that burns so much offensive utility so early because they have to try to figure out where ETH is, and then by the time they try to get there execute, they don't have the utility to utilize. So that's the big difference there. And now we go into a map that's much less about executes. It's much more about fragging out, finding the early contact frag. And it's a map that we usually tend to see Reynas on, a little bit less now as we started to get teams playing Chamber. And Cloner, well, he's been Reyna for these last 2 maps. Now, let's see if he's been saving that energy early series to have a pop-off game map 3, but we can't find that out until after the break. We'll see in a couple minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CENC preseason here. Game 3, last game of the night. Catinator. I am Camel, and I mean, this game, this series, these series in general, I mean, plural really, have been so fun to watch, so fun to cast. And you mentioned it here, the differences, the adaptations, the mind games we've been seeing out of each and every single team here tonight has really been fun to watch.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we were just talking about this before. We're getting to see a banger series here in our second series of the day, going all the way to map number 3. And we're seeing so many different looks, which is always so exciting to see, whether it be compositionally, whether it be just in executes. It's been a great day of Valorant all the way through for the Esports U Network, and plenty of more exciting action on the way as we get throughout the weeks, throughout the seasons. So we are pulling matches from 6 different conferences, Camel. Always super exciting, and we'll be pulling at the agent select now as we get into this decider game.
I'm curious to see what the draft has in store for us here. We already see an early lock-in here for the side of BU. Definitely their composition starting to come together. And potentially we can see the chamber. Okay, so Semi really flexing the agent pool, I gotta say. I mean,
Same thing
really,
for White Chocolate.
Yeah, and
you see the Sentinel.
Oh man, I mean,
yeah.
we're just
KJ
getting
2 maps and now into the Rays.
Spicy game 3, Catinator. I like it.
That is the other thing about collegiate Valorant. Almost everybody can flex to anything. It's actually insane the amount of flex potential there is, because then again, you don't always have complete control over who your roster is. It depends on how the recruiting goes down, right? So you just kind of recruit what you can and then you make it work at your school. And that's exactly what we're going to see. We'll see if these teams make it work, but we are going to get a very, very much similar compositional set. Differences going to be Rays and differences going to be Jets. Hey, you know, both entry duelists. Both entry duelists for sure, Camel. Both can get you into sight. Both can stall. We will say the benefit of playing Rays is paint shells can do a good amount of damage either on post plant or on entry, and they're good for getting ops off of angles. So it's a good counter to the Jet. But then again, Jet is, well, Jet. Just that. It has the ability to tailwind away, makes opping very, very useful, and we know how good ETH is on the operator. So if they're able to get that rolling, that's going to be almost certainly a lockdown on the A site, and we know Viper already famously good for locking down the B site, so options could get limited quickly if BU is off to an early lead, but of course that is an if.
Definitely interesting compositional-wise. Not a lot of flashes, not really any to speak of. No skies anymore, not really seeing the KO here, so it will
Oh my gosh, I just noticed that. You're totally right.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's an interesting pivot, I think.
It's fine if neither of them do.
Right.
It's bad if one does, and ironically, you can't see the other team's selections, so it just kind of worked out this way.
Yeah.
But yeah, that could have been a big issue, especially for post plants and for executes early. But if neither team has them, I'm good for a dry peak kind of game.
Yeah. Chaos will definitely be the name of the game between these two squads. Already has, and now we are in this final game 3 here between Bryant and Albany. As so far, name of the game here in this pistol round has just been a bit of buying time is now shed. Here's a plethora of noise. We'll spot one over, takes down White Chocolate, looking for one or two more. We'll spot multiple members, but D-Nuns sprays his way inside. Will be good for one. Plant will go down towards this Sage Wall. Pretty standard stuff here for you, Albany. And now they're going to back away forward. The post by D-Nuns. Right between the eyes, takes down Eve.
Okay, first shock bolt gone, second shock bolt gone. There is nothing for the post plant, but there are less players for the retake. As VAR will fall, this is a 3K for D-Nuns here, and obviously feeling confident. Reason he threw the utility out, and well, he was pretty dang accurate in that confidence, put it in the right place. I said he's going to jump through a wall, looking to get himself in the right place for frags, but not the case thus far. Going to get the heal from the stage, but they need frags. The first one to be found.
It's a good start, but again, you're in a 3v1 Semi with such little amounts of HP. He pulls the trigger, takes aim, and takes fire. So it's going to be the first round going the way of you, Albany, starting off the tempo game here. We'll see if they end up forcing up, trying to push this advantage, especially considering you're on Icebox. And if you're going towards A, it's such narrow corridors. That Spectre is so prevalent.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. The Spectre's huge, and there's no one to flash you off the Spectre angle. So it's actually free cash. And while we have a second, I actually want to talk about that a little bit because it started to click in my head that these teams have to get really creative, right? Because they're not playing double controller. They're playing just the Viper, which means that when you look at anti-operator, it's either toxic screens that are creative or poison orbs that are creative. So it's a matter of what lineups these teams have together, or the op is going to be massive for Eve. Eve could actually shut this game down.
Look at the guessing game. Bryant guessed right. They put 5
Good
on
orb.
A.
Really
but
good orb.
Let's see if it matters. Bryant's going to be good for 1. White Chocolate swerves and skirts his way inside. Going to find 2. 1 with the paint shells, 1 with the shots here.
One enemy
Now
remaining.
Saul feeling himself so much space being taken by UA, and there's nothing Eve can do. A sitting duck and a flawless round as Bright finishes it off. And I mean, they take matters into their own hands. Even though Bryant gets right, it's just too much pressure. The overarching aggression from Albany takes round 2.
There's nothing better as an analyst than saying something and watching it happen 10 seconds later.
Of course.
Talk about the fact that the Viper has to make something big happen. We'll throw orb down where it gets to the top of sight on the top of the ramp, so it blocks off the back generator angle, but it also blocks off rafter. There's no peek there for ETH, who's got a Marshall in hand and is looking for sight lines. His sight line instead is blocked off, and you see the rest of UA work their way instead into sight. That's something that doesn't happen if that orb doesn't go down. That wins them the round, that gets them into sight, and lets those opening frags come through, lets the Spectres get the close range distance.
Wall raised.
Up the number of very
Interesting
early investment
wall.
into the Sage wall, and it seems like potentially he was expecting more players to
They're
come
playing
over,
their
but that's just
Viper
going to be
kitchen.
right. I mean, very interesting layout for Bryant.
Yeah.
All things considered, really interesting.
The chamber utility going towards mid instead, so we can't even say the chamber utility is going to be what lockdown B instead. It's just one wall that's getting left unattended. They put it at daycare and the teachers walked out the room, so they get lucky this time around as they're just munched on animal crackers, but in the future, it could be painted on the wall.
We'll see if those animal crackers crumble here at the seams, but regardless, a kitchen push is inevitable for D-Nuns, and see if he wraps around the corner. The timing game will be imminent here for D-Nuns, waiting out the clock and waiting out Varv's move as he's locked up under. Gonna be a bit of an altercation here. He spots the arrow, knows at least one is over towards that general direction. And for the time being, both parties will back off at 30 seconds here. UA have to make a decision sooner rather than later. And with 26 HP on that chamber, it's going to be tough for him to push forward. Now, White Chocolate will make his way over. Doesn't have a boom bot to clear things out. Penumbra still in a great position. There's the wall going down. The spike will be initiated. Wrapping around the corner is Varv. White Chocolate beats him to it. Still plenty of time to get this spike down. A man advantage here for UA, and White Chocolate slowly but surely scurries his way to safety. Now a 5v3 now, but now the trades are starting to come flying forward. Semi with that phantom shot. Penumbra accelerates up top, ascends to the sky, and takes down 1, takes down 2, and now things are swapping back the other way. A 3v2 advantage for BU. Looking to play this post play correctly. D-Nuns wraps around, takes down Semi. And the tap has to come in for Penumbra. It will. And no bait gonna come out from White Chocolate. Not amused by the antics. So much time being burned off the clock. Eve can't guess correctly. D-Nuns scouting his way over as this recon art as well. All the time in the world. Penumbra's trying for the trade. Can't even find the kill. A 3K for D-Nuns. And just perfectly executed play on the post plant there by UA.
We are starting to see the implications of no flashes.
Yep, we are.
How do you retake the site? You see them start to walk their way in. They get the initial drive peaks, right? It was just as over peaking from UA, quite simply. So they get those first 2 frags. They make their way into sight, but they have to try to play through utility. And you stop and think, how do we get into the angle? Everybody knows there's an advantageous position for the player on the angle because all you have to do is the left click.
Penumbras, let's see if he goes for that Sage wall again. He'll just back away this time for the time being. And that's the Viper wall going to be invested here. Penumbras waiting, fighting for his opportunity. Cloner will once again go for the plant. Take that one down, and will strut his way back over for this post plant here. 2 shotguns available for D-Nuns, and the ladder here. Saul as well with this operator. We'll spot that wall being taken away. Does he watch for the peak as well? There's the orb. He knows someone is in that area. Great intuition there by Saul. The read is absolutely impeccable, Catinator.
And I'll be a broken record here. How do you get this op now off the angle? Now is able to peek further into yellow. We'll go for a second. Cloner's going to pick up one as well in the meantime. They try to dart some information, and they're getting info all right as the peaks come through for UA. Just nailing the frags right now. Cloner to finish the job. The Eco, nothing on the retake. They will drop 1 just for the road, but UA are more than stacked up and able to revive 4-0 right now for this team. As they're recognizing how they can just walk into sites, how they can set up their post plant. Then again, that is the Eco. So 2 rounds in a row, but technically 1 round in a row, 1.5 rounds if you want to still count the eco anyway. Technically, you can still use utility. So now we're into gun round. This is a chance where we really see if UA can just waltz into
Ignite
sites.
this place, Raze.
If UA win this round, it's definitely, this could be ugly. This could
First
be
operator
as
for ETH, by the
brutal
way.
as it gets. And ETH does get this operator, so this is a chance for him to make things happen. You see what the position he's playing at? Very aggressively waiting for this pushover, but he's not going to get it for the time being. Now it's going to be a couple of members here. Clone will be the first to peek, potentially. And so far, a tense exchange here as ETH waiting for this peek out. But he can't find the shots there, and now D-Nuns is known. And that's 2 shots going astray, and that'll be a lot of intel nonetheless going the way of UA. They now know the op is over towards A.
I do like how much further ETH is into the angle on top of pipe. Typically, you see him back generator, so they're able to tailwind to back site, right? But you don't have to worry about that if you don't have to worry about somebody pushing you off with utility. The only thing that's actually going to be able to push him off instead is a drone. So the fact that UA is not completely set up, the fact that drone hasn't, okay, well now it has, so never mind everything I just said. The fact that drone hasn't come through, hadn't pulled rotation, so actually I'm still correct, because now the drone comes through and rotations are going to come through. There's 4 on the back of the A site. If UA can recognize this information, they can find it. They're going to find out that they got a very easy trip to B, but that window slowly closing as they walk back up B main. The info's gone away for Bryant, and they're able to bring back the defensive
30
rotation.
seconds left.
They can't bring back the dart. That thing's gone.
That is gone.
Will be missed. Bon voyage. A nice view of the boat. We get the site. Anti-plant's going to be there. Only 20 seconds left. There's actually, I don't think they can plant the spike. I don't think they get the spike down. There's no way to get it down. You have to get past default. The wall's going to be in the way. They got to go to actual site. Viper's going to be there, but they got to go all the way into cargo to do it. So someone's got to frag. They're able to do so right now. Fights to hold on. Those frags are crucial. And UA able to get on the button. ETH to swing through. Have the right click in time, but it won't matter. He gets traded. So UA just barely going to hold on to the round off of pure fraggy potential. They quickly recognize the fact that default's not going to be an option. They got to go one step further, and that they do.
More bodies on site than an order at a Subway, and right there, 5-0 for UA, and everything is clicking there. And you said it, they had to force the issue, and they did. They went towards the site, they used that Viper's Pit, and they took every advantage they could. And this is the problem now. Without flashes, ETH can't create space. He's sitting at 1-5, unfamiliar territory. And also, it's just been the fact that UA has been on point. They get rid of the dagger. Cloner gets things done there, takes that Penumbras, and already the Sage is gone. No wall to buy time, and ETH is forced to dart away to safety as well. So much being invested just to escape from the danger that UA have been providing.
Cloner to use wall to sneak up towards Raptor to find one. Look for a second as well, and has it. A 3K for the Sage being the entry duelist here. Ironically, Battle Sage to go forward. ETH will find D-Nuns instant trade from Sal's operator. And now will get completed. And the Viper a long, long way from home. Not much really to be done here for Varv. Marshall in hand, has money to rebuy, so could lose it, especially if they get the money that they're going to get if they do die, which, I mean, kind of up to you. I don't think you want the Marshall for next round anyway, so you might as well get extra money.
Bowser Cloner, the timing on his side, the 4K to round things out. Finally showing what he can do there on the Sage. Just able to do what he does best. Now, if we saw this with the Reyna, what's the deal, man? Like to pop off with the Battle Sage, and when push comes to shove, the Reyna not his deal. Maybe it's just how he likes to play.
Can I give you a concept?
Give me a concept, please.
If you're playing the Reyna, I will say map number 1, he had a Jet on his hands too, so he was just a support fragger. But on last map, he was the solo duelist, which makes him have all the pressure, right, for the entry.
Right.
He has to do all the work. He has to get all the frags. Now he's Sage. He doesn't have to get a single frag. He doesn't have to do anything. But he is, so I think it's the pressure difference.
Oh, no.
Okay, well, he doesn't do anything this round.
Caster Curse is real.
Yeah, my bad.
For the time being, EU finally gets something to go their way and pick up that first round here. Looking to win the next 6 and tie this one up going into the second half as the Viper's Pit will block off the side of B. That'll be a no-go here for UA for the time being as they use the drone. And Understreet as well for D-Nuns. He's got the intel. He knows where Penumbras is. First shot goes astray. Second shot goes wide, and the third will not find the mark. So it will be now for the time being just Hunter's Fury to create some space, create some separation. The plant will not go down quite yet, and there's the showstopper as well. Everything being used to force the disengage.
First position engage had already happened. A little bit of dramatic irony for us here on the cast, as we know that.
Out of charges.
Showstopper's out. We'll do a little bit of splash damage just for its troubles. Now, once again, we got to see if PU can find a retake.
Will be a 1-for-1 trade. Penumbras answers back. BU now in a 4v2 advantage. Saul, though, still with this operator, still can make things happen. Let's see if he spots Eve up top. He will not. There's the first shot going awry, and Penumbras will hold down the defuse and take it away. Finally, Bryant get on the board here at a crucial time, 6-1. And, well, finally, things go their way. Finally, Eve gets enough space to go to work, and Penumbras gets that early frag, helping things off as well. So for Bryant, it's the first round. Couldn't have come at a better time.
I was going to bring this point to you regardless of how that round actually went, but the difference in the retake here is the fact that you have to play in the same capacity that in order to attack, you're going to need creative vision denial. That's how you have to retake, right? And Varva's throwing his wall at the start of almost every round. So they don't have that extra vision denial for the retake. That time around they did, though, because the plant did go to A, which allowed Varv to use Toxic Screen to block off all of B main, would force UA to play forward, which gave BU the back of the side, and then advantageous angles. They were able to take XV1 fights.
It's going to be Shed spotting two members. He's good for one. Can he get his way out of two? He does. Manage to escape. Varv takes down Bryant, and already Bryant getting things going here, and Cloner
sees the barrel.
Spots the barrel of one. He will spot the Slorb as well. Penumbras making it difficult for Cloner. He's got to get this spike down. He does. For the time being, we'll actually go for the fight instead, and D-Nuns and Cloner drop down, and Penumbras getting it going here, and now Saul will be good for one. That's just about it. And now Penumbras with the 3K. Just the Sage game for both of these sides, and now the revive available for both of these Sages. Slowly but surely, that's 2 rounds here for Bryant. Clearly have found their groove in those last 2 rounds.
I'm surprised it didn't take Bryant a timeout to learn this. They just learned it as the match has gone on. The same instance that UA can't flash for more space, BU can't flash on the retake. So instead, they just don't give the space. They play angles instead. So instead of UA able to push themselves forward, they push themselves straight into the crosshairs of Bryant University, which gives them a natural advantage going into the retake, and they're just able to shift in terms of extra positioning. They're giving away less space now, which is making it that much harder for UA to actually get a post plan established.
The spike will be left behind momentarily for Albany to try to bait out some of this utility as Eve will be spotted. White Chocolate did see the feed. He knows at least one's over there. Does he call it out? Neef forced to get his way out of dodge. We'll use that dash, invest that cooldown, make sure he's okay. And that Tour de Force being used, just the fact that it's up forces Bryant to play at a more defensive position. The Slowers will be summoned. Cloner will get the wall down as well. Try and bide time here, and a very smooth wall as well. Cloner on the top of site. Will he spot any headpieces? He's gonna get sprayed through. Penumbra somehow, some way finds Cloner, and not well on top of it all.
You look at that space they don't let him have there. They're waiting. They have him to top of call. Coming to find one. Archery is gonna go out. Not a ton off of it, but some damage. Never hurt anybody. D-Nun's low, but still at very much in the game. The retake going to be advantageous here as they got that 4-on-3. Red's going to come through, make it a 5-on-3. Over back to those numbers.
One enemy
Remember,
remaining.
quick trade to be found. Shed has another. Okay, Eve. You said he was starting to get to work, and well, we can feel it as he jumps the operator into hell. It's 3-6 as BE will take another round. Finally found the adaptation. Just don't give them the space, and they have room to work with.
Yeah, you don't have those flashes to create that said space, so you just have to make it a little bit more difficult for them, put the pressure on them earlier, and once again, through the revive, they keep the economy alive. Eve sitting at 7,000 credits here, along with the operator here, so much in favor of Bryant here towards this round. If they can get continuous op kills with Eve, if they can find success with Penumbras in these walls, it'll be so difficult for UA to make a move here as Penumbras, once again, impervious on B, waiting, and looking to clog up B main, but for the time being, a full rotation over towards A very early on in the round.
Toxic Screen will go down to negate the back screen positioning here as this team looking to push their way forward. Barb getting up close and personal.
Wow.
Doing well.
That's unfortunate.
Honestly, not a terrible read. That's the first time that Poison Orb's been there. You've got to be doing some shenanigans. They're absolutely correct. They'll spam 3 in, and they get that player out. Very low Sage, but alive nonetheless, able to back away. Throw slows as well, but back to B main goes UA. BU has room to work with. They aren't going to have that toxic screen, though, as the Viper did go down early.
Really just don't give Eve an opportunity to pop off with this operator. Don't give him the chance to make these shots happen. We will see if Sage does have the wall. Looks like she does not. Just use it there. That's going to be Penumbra's trading things out with Cloner. Semi going to be good for one more. Now a 3v3, the showstopper available. Can Shed find this raise and pick him off out of the sky? One satchel to his name. And just waiting to pick it up. This is so smart from White Chocolate. Just knows that just having the ultimate out is good enough. And Bright cancels things out, makes it a 3v1, and Eve just has to save the op at this point, and finally, UA snuff out that sort of snowballing momentum, that tidal wave that BU were holding up. It will be Eve using that updraft there just for fun, and it will be a good save, keeping that op alive. Remember, they had the credits anyway to, you know, buy up, and Eve can buy for someone as well, so definitely options here for BU. Not the end of the world. They can make this 5-7 and look pretty good going into the next half. We'll see if UA give them that, though.
It's so unfortunate the way they just lost that round. Penumbra's, there's a little baggage mover towards the back of the site. Penumbra's wall hit that. So it didn't actually go where it was supposed to go. It was supposed to go in front of the spike. He whiffed it just because he hit the map outliers there. He hit the hitbox. It didn't go where it was supposed to, and you didn't have the wall to start the defuse. Unlucky, really.
Once again, watch over the operator. He misses again, gives note that he's in this area. The boombot will be used, and Cloner steps too far forward. He's taken down there, and Eve will be good for one, and that's the Sage gone. You can't raise, or you can't res yourself.
That's an early wall.
That's going to be a very early wall as well. Invested. Bryant trying to shut off B entirely. Let's see if it works, though. Eve still with this operator, watching the back of Yellow, waiting for the beat to come out. Spot the beat there of White Chocolate, knows exactly where he is. And this op is so difficult to deal with, especially considering there's no flashes for UA to work with. They do find one, though. That's a good start.
Well, now that they didn't rotate, that wall actually does have tremendous value. It means that there's no plant to come down, and now UA rethinking whether they want to hit this side at all. They wanted to walk in and use the Viper's Pit, and now they can't do that because they can't put the plant down easily. And so they've worked their way away. Instead, Penumbras is going to find one, so Dinaz is going to fall. He was the one to anchor. He was looking to anchor players off of that initial contact, but he hasn't done that at all. As BU, they've stayed over towards the A site here. And UA going to have to walk into two. Wanting to run that Viper's Pit play now. Again, they're going to meet Varv early.
Smoke first. It will be a trade of kills here, so Blake should not get down. Eve is right there in time. And a 3K there for Eve, rounding things off here for Bryant.
In the half.
Putting themselves in a pretty decent spot going into this last round, and now the economy in shambles. A Salvation Army buy, if you will, here for the side of Albany, picking up a Bulldog and a couple of Sheriffs to their name. But regardless, Eve with this operator has been the difference maker, has been the guiding light, if you will, for Bryant to find avenues back in the rounds that just seem lost.
Yeah, while not being a physical flash, he certainly is a flash of hope for the team as he'll look to jump forward to pipes to start them off in a flashy way, if you will. Looking for the first peek towards pipe. Cloner now aware. This is the same angle that Eve has been playing when he's on the A site.
Wow.
Killer peek to come through from White Chocolate. Risky as ever, but information going to be gained off of it. Double drones to come through. Info for both sides here. White Chocolate will be spotted. The second drone going to spot plenty of action as well. So Eve going to find his first. Sal going to fall into the site. We go. Slow Orb going to stall off any help.
You gotta find Eve. You gotta get rid of this operator. That's the problem. There's the first dash, though. Being invested there for Eve will take a bit of chip damage. Trying to find the shots on Brady. Cannot. The Bulldog wins out the trade. And the Viper's Pit will be invested here last round of this half. And UA are going to be in their playground. Do they spot the flanker? That's going to be the question. Bright. Hunker down inside of the pit. Dina is going to be good for one. Takes down Semi. Now shrouded in mystery here. It's going to be Dinaz. Does he have the timing game on his side? Penumbra's wrapping around the corner. It's going to be the res here. Penumbra's up top for one. He'll find two. He'll look for 3 and 4. He's going to find the shots. He actually finds a 3K out of it. And now Varv will shimmy his way in. Does he spot the Viper? He does. It's going to be a brawl here on top of the spike. It does not go BU's way in Albany. Claw and scratch their way to 8 rounds here. After a bit of a struggle for 3 rounds here from BU, it will be 8-4 after 1.
That was an exceptional execute to site for UA. We talked about they have to get creative to find a way to get in. Their option there is they paint shell left side of rafter. They shock bolt right side of rafter. Eve goes to peek one side, caught by damage, goes to peek the other, can't get into the angle. It allows them to get to site. They take the space, Viper's Pit to go down to ensure that the plan's capable, to ensure that the post plan's set up. Rest of the team worked their way towards B main. We talked about they need to be creative. They were. Took them a little bit of time to get there, but nonetheless, they're still up 8-4 here. Now can they be just as creative on the defensive side of things for retakes, and can BU find some options here on their attack?
Revealing area.
We will see. 4-8 here. We'll see if BU have the same luck UA did. Remember, no flashes, so like you said, it's going to be difficult to go for these retakes, to go for these post-plant scenario plays that we've been so used to seeing with these skies and the like and the breaches, etc. We have an altercation here. White Chocolate and Varv get up close and personal, and Bryant going to be traded back as well. Semi goes down. It's gone from bad to worse here for BU, and the Bulldogs running here for their lives. It's a 5v2, everything not going their way, and sometimes just unfortunate. Catnator, here's an example.
Yeah, the Frenzy's definitely sending this round into one here for this team on the attacking side. Shed will catch some damage early through the toxic screen numbers. Oh, gets barely caught by the dart. Is able to find a frag. They're looking for a second. The stall from the Viper jumps out just to allow D-Nuns to swing back side, being the bait in that scenario, and that just leaves Shed. Everybody's on. Jumping right clicks for days, looking like the Locust Plague to come forward onto that last player in UA. 9-4 now. Look at the buy up just a bit here. Should be around. They should easily secure.
We've seen the 4 spies before from both sides, and success has been imminent when these situations occur. And I like this adaptation from Eve. You're down 4-9, and you know, if you're able to find these headshots, if you're able to find even one frag, that could be the difference, you know, between getting that site control or losing it. We've seen how close and how narrowly even these two teams are.
He pushes towards B main. Take us a bit of time before we actually get to this contact. White Chocolate would like as much time as possible before somebody clears this angle. Oh, shoots so early.
Wow.
Shot so early. Bright's able to swing though, so there's technically going to be a bait there. Teammates there for 2, so shoots early, but sets up the teammate for the alley play. They got just that. Spike's going to be down, and UA will recognize, looking to hold on to things here, but different ideas on his end. We'll grab one. Grab Spike, stuck in the slow, but
Flanker.
Sage all the way back towards yellow. Can't get much done off of it. Like you said, mid flank will be there for D-Nuns, so he's got the angle if this team does try to walk away.
This is just clockwork right now for Albany. They have no reason to peek. They have no reason to push up. Semi, good for 69 HP. Let's see if he can spar here with Salt. For the time being, just waiting for their move, and it's going to be over to the side. Nice shot there from Cloner. Going to take down Semi, and now a 3v1. A daunting task indeed for Eve. Found one headshot. Can he find 3 more? That's going to be the question here. Every angle hounded, surrounded, swarmed out. He will be good for 1. Can he find 2? Eve stepping over. Just walking on eggshells right now. Can't make a sound. Waiting for Sal's move. And it will be the one shot. He's found another headshot here.
He's going to plant default and get swung.
And it will be a fake plant. 11 seconds. Eve has no idea where this Sova could be. The plant will be initiated.
Spike planted.
Now it's going to be a guessing game. He pulls out his knife, and he's caught with his pants down, Catnator. And that is just unfortunate. Eve converted on those 2 kills, brought it to a 3K. And at the end of the day, I mean, it's just how it's going to be. You choose left, he goes right, you pull out your knife, you're going to get got.
Just no info for him. It's unfortunate. It really, really is. There's no info for Eve. He has no clue at all where that Sova is, and D-Nuns plays that perfectly. He hears the plant come down. Will take a sweet, sweet time. Sees he's not on default. Walks all the way down. Is able to get there and get that surprise angle. They were given so many ones there. I got really, really scared. As Eve's such a talented player, but they hold on to things in the end. D-Nuns clutches things up, and UA up 10-4. Very, very weak into this round, though. It should be one they're just trying to kill guns on.
There's the Sage Ball. We use over towards Tube here to block off Kitchen. And it will just be another slow-paced round, but advancements have been made towards the A site. That'll be the go signal. Penumbras, good for 1, good for 2. Skirting his way onto the site with so much grace here. And now, determination the top of BU as more spraying coming inside. D-Nuns takes a good amount of damage. Just got to be careful now by 3v5. Everything going the way of BU for the time being, though. Good trades across the board now as UA trying to get out of the action, but it's just not enough. And now a 4v1 all in favor of BU, but Cloner will press on. Running right into 3 enemy players. All the barrels on target, on form. It'll be the 5th round for BU.
Bonused up, rest of the players in by guns, so they got value.
Yep.
Drop 2. Rebuy still going to be very, very scuffed. I don't even think this is worth it, especially if you're up 5 rounds. You might as well just half buy here and then full buy next. This buy is going to be incredibly scuffed. The chances of winning this round are low, especially when you're considering the fact your Vipers, your B-side anchor, the only one really playing B-side right now. If they do go B, it's going to be an absolute nightmare for Bright, but I like to see confidence come through. They're a team that's up for a reason. Let's see what they bring to us.
They're putting 1 on A. This is very risky stuff here from Albany. If that chamber doesn't end up dying, it doesn't have that TP.
Corner wall to top tube.
Get out to safety.
Is that where he is?
Coming in. Looks like that's where he is. Now.
Okay, that's way better. That's a way better spot to be. Just a good off angle on top of tube. Thank you so much, observers. Semi will find one. Rendezvous back to the team now. So that's the lurk early. That'll pull Sage just a little bit. We'll make sure there's going to be a numbers advantage here going into this take.
Will be destroyed for the time being. And now a 4v4. Saul going to be good for 1. Traded back though. Shed makes it now a 3v3. Now a all evened up scoreline for White Shotgun as he takes down Eve. That's been the hot hand for this BU squad. Semi will look for the plant. Potentially it's a bait and switch here as Shed is watching the angle. The heal will come in for White Chocolate. Now it's going to be a 3-on-3, all even up footing. It's going to be a trade here. Semi good for 1. D-Nuns it's taken down, and the rest is like clockwork here. Everything ironed out for BU perfectly, and 6-10. And like you said, you should have saved. That's what you mentioned. Potentially it's just, we look for the save. Playing the next round, you're already up 5 rounds. You don't want to put yourself in a hole, and now you're saving here. So this is another round that can potentially go BU's way if they play their cards right.
Yeah, well, here's the problem, right? After this round ends, they'll get a gun round back. If they lose that gun round, guess what they are? Broke again. That's not a scenario that happens if they save last round, because here they would have a influx of money. They'd buy this round, and then if they lost, they'd have a chance to rebuy again. So now we're looking at a team that's in a scenario where they get into that ping pong economics if they're not able to win this round.
Now Cloner really stepping forward aggressively, trying to get the dink. He finds Eve. 10 HP, not enough. Cloner, though, still good for 1 on Penumbras. And that's the Sage gone. That's Revive not available, and no healing as well to note. So 10 HP for Eve for the rest of this round. Fall damage will kill him. He's got to be careful. It's going to be a rotation over towards B, but Bright lying in wait, waiting for his opportunity to strike, and he will sooner rather than later. It's going to be Semi all over him, though, right between the eyes. He takes down the Viper and looking for 1 more kill as well as White Chocolate grants his way inside. Great snake bite forces the issue. And Salvo falls in the nick of time. It's going to be a 2v3. Still of note, though, Eve at 10 HP.
Last player standing.
Counter will come through. 10 HP. Well, all he needs. Dagger to the dome. Cloner to fall. That just leaves Sal 1v3. Gonna have some openings here for 1v1s. The first gonna be towards Eve, towards Cargo. We already mentioned how low he really is, but players watching the cross, so not going to be easy to get into that position. Just a yellow player jump spotting, actually. Rest of BU going to be very, very patient onto it. Now they found him. Body shots to come through. Double swing any minute now. There it is. Picked up. Shed will take the frag. 7-10. BU will sneak away with yet another great snake bite to open things up for them. Make sure if anyone's playing anti-plant, they're going to be in for a surprise. It forces the player to back up, and that's good utilization of the positioning from Semi there. Gets all the way up towards Cubby early, able to take advantage of that player trying to move away. White Chocolate falls. That means no paint shells can go in for the actual anti-plant. Means they get there, they get all their health bars as well utilized into what is the post-plant for them. They win the round. They keep the ball rolling. Rebuy to come through for UA. They'll ball a Pevly. Sal going to pick up a operator. Hope he's good for it.
O'Neal. And Eve, excuse me, wrapping around here, going towards the top of tube. Almost finds Cloner's skull there. Rolling spot. Side. Only 26 HP. He's got to back away to safety. Narrowly avoids death, but the revive is available anyway. They could potentially look to invest that over. The heal's going to be there as well, so that damage will not stick. Just the shield gone here, but still decent start for UA. Avoid at first mid push, and now once again, Bright will be in a situation where he has to look for at least 1 or 2 kills over towards B. He's going to play the timing game. Does he get timing? That's been the crucial thing. He's got the snake bite as well. He's got the Viper's Pit online if he wants to opt in for this, but he'll just back away, play this one safe, and let the spike be planted.
Yeah, I'll look to play anti-plant here instead. I'll move the default. Orb is going to be on one way, though, so can't decay. So technically, you could eat the snake bite and just throw plant down. There's also a little bit of a gap. We'll see what the case ends up being for BU. They'll throw Viper's Pit down and secure at least some positioning. And there we go. Snake bite's gone. Plant going to go down now as well. UA stuck for the retake. Showstopper trying to open up the door.
Showstopper will do just that, but Bright going to be good for one. Varv drops down immediately. The Viper's Pit dissipates and now creates so much space here for UA. There's the defuse. The op is going to be holding it down, but they muss it up. They whiff it, and now it's going to be Saul in trouble. He's got to put on the fancy footwork. He only has 45 HP in the tank. Now it's going to be a 3v3. Bright sticking the defuse, trying to look for half. He will find half. Semi running and gunning, spraying and firing everything which way going his way, and it will be now Semi really putting run and gun to a whole new meaning. Finds 2 kills. Just confidence right now for the Chamber.
Blade Hunter's Fury comes through from Shed, gives them that extra time, kills initial diffuser, which gives just a little bit more time for BU to set up for that triple swing to come out of B main. Diffuse starts to come through. Semi, a madman just making a play. Quite simply able to find 2 clean spray trans for the third was going to be there, but Shed will recognize, will use the refrag opportunity to finish the job. We're at 10 now. UA, well, back to a save round in which they'll buy just a little bit into, just a little bit of utility, but round we shouldn't really expect them to win unless Sal comes up bigger than Goliath was.
Well, he saw the shots. He at least knows someone is over towards Nest. He can maybe just watch that angle for a while and try to force off a rotation, but still the spike is left behind, and they already have a kill. Now D-Nuns.
Oh, timing.
Right in, the timing not on his side, looking for the headshot, and gets over eager, and Varv will take his head off.
Over to A, where Sal is the one player with an actual weapon into this round.
White Chocolate, though, falls so early. Eel shoots up top.
Drone brief.
Another timing patterns. Maybe one quick scope. Looking for one more. Can't find it. Will be good for one. Semi drops now. Bright only as it goes to his name. Tries for the dink. Could have been good for one, but Varv stays composed, stays confident, finds those shots. And now 9-10 here. And we were at a situation where UA won the first 2 rounds. It looked to be a situation where they were going to just waltz away with this one. Now a 5-round swing to the side of Bryant here. The Bulldogs 1 round away from tying things up at 10-10.
I think we need to see this team make the same adaptation, right? It's just the problem is they haven't found a way to retake anything. So the moment sights started to get taken away, they didn't know what to do. And it's the exact same issue that Bryant had, because that toxic screen keeps going down early B main. They don't have vision denial for the retake, and they have to try to just find frags. That's great for BU. They're able to hold post-plant positioning. They hold crossfires, and it's easy money for them.
Easy money.
You gotta hold the screen. You just gotta.
You have to. And we'll see if they do that. We'll see if D-Nuns opts
not this
to
round.
invest. Clearly not this round. We'll see if Hunter's Fury is invested. There's the jump peak there. Penumbra's just waiting for any sort of intel to be had, but it looks to be another disheveled push towards A, and it will be a backtrack over towards B. Once again, Bright, the lone member on B. He's going to have to make something happen. He'll hear this noise momentarily. Let's see if he does get spotted. He's watching over mid. Nobody's watching from Snowman. It's going to be very, very difficult. He finally spots one. Doesn't have the spray, and Semi takes him out. Crucial kill. Now B exposed.
Late toxic screen. Don't always see that going into the B side execute, but it will be this time around. They get there nonetheless. Plant gonna go down. Hunter's Fury. Not finding what I was looking for. Okay, UA gonna get a couple frags early. That'll make 3 take a little bit easier, but not as Shed has anything to say about it. Able to find one. Timing not on the side here. D-Nun's gonna try to peek his way forward. Timing once again. Oh, hear the shots now. Scholar's take out one with the operator. A second as well as he walks out to CT. Just D-Nun stalling for time. That leaves just Varv. I believe it is planted for him here, though, so he's able to get a swing. Chance for opportunity. Wall going to be in the way. Never mind. He's playing a default. I'm completely wrong.
Yeah, doesn't have line
Sal's pick with 3K. Clean.
Just walks into it. Sal Easy. Finally, Catinator. We see Albany make an adaptation, and it's with Saul on that operator. It's finally time for him to step up. The economy, hasn't been in a decent enough spot for these continuous ops to come in. Now, Albany have a chance here to match Eve.
Well, if you don't say the toxic screen, just get all the frags, and then you don't have to worry about it. It's not a hard retake if you don't really have to retake if you're there as soon as the spike goes down. New strat just dropped. There's no retake needed if you kill them all.
Very true. 500 IQ, really. And now we'll see if maybe they can hear you on the stream. Maybe we'll see if BU can bring out any sort of antics here moving towards the A site. As now to be White Chocolate lying in wait. Right, remember, has this Viper's Pit, could opt in for it. The revive as well is available for both Sages. So revives, invades, can be a factor. D-Nuns waltzes over to the site, takes down Varp instantaneously. Good for 2, trying to make it 3. Can't do it, but it's good 2 kills go in the way of the Sova. There's the res being a factor here. Penumbra's the first to use it, making it all even 4-4 as they'll flood the site inside. It's going to be Cloner. Good for 1. The spike not being down quite yet. Bright going to be good for 1 more. Everyone being detected. Shed walks into the barrel of Bright, and everything going UA's way. 9-12 as Bright. A colossal advantage, a 3K to round it out there.
So interesting to see the 2 different ways that these teams have decided to deal with the flashless compositions. BU showed us, okay, we keep screen around, or we put screen on A to a point where it cuts off B main, that if they do go A, the much more preferred site on Icebox, we're able to find a retake. UA said, forget that mess. Let's just not have to retake anything. Stop giving them space. We'll take every single fight. We'll win that fight, and then it's GG's. That's exactly what that round looked like for them. That's the gist of what last round looked like, even though Plant did inevitably go down. And hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They'll throw early Viper's Pit down towards B main to a point where this team can walk out, but not for free. And looking for frags. Oh, Drone has briefed it.
Spotted. Will he be able to find 1 kill? He does not, and that's crucial. Yeah, and we saw that before, actually, kind of. Remember, he didn't peek earlier. He waited to go forward. This time around, he's walking into it.
Yeah, question marking. I think maybe Dart was like a second and a half away from fading, so maybe just timed it a little too early. Sometimes that happens. Get a little overzealous to get away back to your teammates. All good. They have a teammate now down towards mid, so they got the chance to look for this rotate if it comes to fruition. But it will be harder for them to play their new strategy of kill everybody if they've got less members.
Absolutely. Only the tour de force available for Bryant as Cloner going to be in a bit of an altercation here. So many angles to be watched over, and up top, not the greatest position as the wall will be planted down, and the spike will follow very shortly here as a 5v3. Bryant have everything going for them as long as they don't open up here to Saul. That's going to be a good kill for White Chocolate. Takes down Shed. And now it'll be the barreling of aggression here for UA. 4 members, though, of Bryant lying in wait, waiting for this post plant. One's going to speak out towards Yellow. It's going to be a trade of kills, though. And now Eve, good for 1. Here comes D-Nuns on top of every single member of Eve can find, but he can't find the kills. And that's what matters most. And it will be now 10-12. Lurking towards potentially an overtime. The economy will be decent enough for a buy this round. Let's see if they do end up going for that. It will only be D-Nuns you can't buy.
Camo, I found a problem with the strategy.
Yeah.
I'm writing this down as we speak. It's kind of hard to play the kill everyone strategy if you don't kill everyone.
Right. I've seen that happen before too.
Okay. Okay. Just want to make sure we're on the same page with it.
Yeah. No, we're on the same page.
Hey, look, it's the A main screen.
We love it.
There's a chance.
Definite chance. Right, let's see if he gets spotted by that recon art. He does not, but still decent information going the way of Bryant here. And that's the revive. Gone once again, overstepping their boundaries. And Cloner goes way too far forward. Varp, though, at 11 HP. He's got to be careful. Stuck between a rock and a hard place here. He's got to peek out against D-Nuns. Does he know he's right there? He decides he's going to walk away, get the heal. But from behind, D-Nuns takes him out. He's got to be careful of his own. And he will back away there with the Owl Drone still in check. So much utility for them to use. And now all even footing. Still a tour de force available for Bryant. as it looks to be A to be the target for this Bulldog side.
Dart smoked a little late, so information going to be gained here. Only one scan, though, actually. So it's actually advantageous for BU because the Sova went back towards mid. Now back, though, just in time. Walls up, and plant will work its way down as paint shells are going to come through. We'll stall for time, and just like that, UA, they're back to the site. They play the early retake. They're not letting them get the post plant setup. He has to find one. Looking for a second now. 30 seconds to remain, and players going to fall rather quickly as tonight equal to 9 for 2. At this leaves Stall. Has to meet with an operator in hand. That makes the retake so much harder.
Spike planted.
As isolate 1v1s, there is going to be that wall, of course, towards CT, so no early peeks. As they work into screen.
It'll be tough here for Salt. It's just going to be a cross here. And like you mentioned with the operator, he's got one shot, and he's got to reload. He's got to make some time here. It's going to be difficult for Salt. Wrapping around the corner. He'll go for the tap. We'll try to bait him out, but it's just going to be so rough. Can't spot him out of the corner. Semi. Good for one. And the dink there on top of the enemy chamber. And now 11 to 12 here for these two teams. 3 ultimates available for Bryant. They don't even need to use the Tour de Force last round. They have the Viper's Pit. So a plenty of options here for BU. They can even go for a fast push, get that Viper's Pit down, go for the post plan as well with Hunter's Fury. So many options. And the one thing for UA that you cannot afford to have happen, Catinator, is have Cloner die first.
Well, too early, so we'll certainly help him not die first. Aoife swing through. Sova's head just barely to the bottom of Rafter, so not actually going to get sighted. And this team will now work back to the default. Looking for something early A, nothing found. Same story for B main.
For the time being, very timid push here for Bryant, but looks like they're going to work together as a 4-man collective unit. The updraft will be used by Eve. And now the peek will ensue from Snowman. Now Shed will spot one. It's one over towards the back of the site. Now potentially an avenue here along with the Viper's Pit being invested. So that's going to be BU trying to gain some autonomy. And the Hunter's Fury will be used as well. Bright falls instantaneously now. Penumbra's going to be good for one. The Hunter's Fury not finding much value. Varv right on top of Cloner's skull. Gets 1 for 1. And now Sheb with the plant as well, a 5v3. Penumbra's a crucial trade in mid. Not really much now that UA can do. It's going to be a 2v4. The Viper's Pit still available. Could buy some time. And now Saul all on his own. Some first chamber shot goes wide. And now we head into overtime. These two teams, God, they're so close.
Overtime.
In the last 3 rounds, we saw 3 different defensive looks for UA. They lost every single one. Unlucky, really.
Oh man! And now Eve with this operator though becomes so much more valuable because he has been really kind of the one player in this game to go for it. Like you mentioned, no Jet on the opposite side. So if he can get things done, if he can find one frag, that could be the game changer.
Yeah, for certain. What if he puts that out back towards Pipe? And I feel like if he does, depending on how good the memory of UA is, they should have a read on this. Because it's been Pipe every time that it's been up here over towards A main.
Oh, wow.
And look where it's gone. Back to Pipe. Peek. Okay, well darted. Cloner will peek anyway. And Eve, well, he's more than happy to be awarded that first frag for BU. Advantage going to be on their side. He'll move angles.
It's just so smart. It's a great adaptation. Cloner is really probably not expecting that aggressive of a push on overtime.
Sure.
So now it's a 4v5, and oh, this is going to be so crucial. White Chocolate wraps around the corner. It's going to be a timing game, spots the barrel, and that's simple stuff there for White Chocolate. And we will take down Semi. So now a 4v4, all even footing. And now the defensive side waiting for this A push, but they've actually gone off the site. The recon art will confirm it and allow this plant to come in momentarily, potentially. Now it's going to be Marv. Swerving his way over. That's going to be a decent shock there, catching Dinans, who is in the top of sight. This didn't work out last time around. And still, the spike has not been planted yet. Now, finally, it's going to go down.
Yeah, waited for all that utility. Now that it's finally gone, they feel safe enough to plant. It's all good. They have plenty of time for it. You have to grab one. As Dinan's going to swing towards the back of the site, and the rest of the team going to give it away. But they go down towards B main. They're playing long angles, and that's perfect for Eve here, who's going to be looking for some ducks like it's the gallery. Wall broken, but it is so far behind default. Your post plant chance to come through, trade out of everybody. Penumbra's ultimately gonna find that one. Showstopper's gotta be huge to the top, and it is. Doesn't recharge the paint shells though. They're gonna hold on to this thing, and he can't swing in time. It's already been half. They hold. They've got it. BU will take it home. Penumbra's look at the last frag just for the road. 13-12 for BU as to look to win this thing.
Switching sides. Match point.
It was a good idea from White Chocolate, but
Well, it's just if everybody plays off site, Spike can't be there.
right.
I think, but I don't think they were trying to play off site. I think they were trying to play on site. It's just the fact that all the utility came through. It was a matter. It came down to D-Nun's living and getting towards the right side of Ninja, and he can't get there because of a nice shot that comes through. And once that shot from Eve comes through, suddenly they lose the space and say we got to go back B main, but don't recognize the fact that the spike is now not planted for them, and it's just an easy hold scenario. GG noobs.
And they go back to the op as well. Eve has been feeling it with this gun, and it makes sense. It gives them control over rafters once again. So if White Chocolate wants to peek this, he's got to do it very quickly, and he's got to do it smart. He's now Shed with that recon dart. We'll try to work their way towards A, but you see they're covering the extremities just in case. They don't want to lose to any sort of flanking shenanigans that Albany may have in store. But here we go. The site will be taken momentarily, but for the time being, actually just stalling for the utility. Actually, they can actually work through B potentially if they want to. It's completely exposed. They don't know that, but the chamber is working forward.
Okay, so they're gonna give Spike out to the Sage. You saw one step come through, stops running instantly to walk away. They're gonna keep the Jet. They're gonna keep the Sova.
Ooh.
Trademark is gonna be there. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay as long as they're able to throw utility into A. If they don't do that, then all hope is lost here, and the rotate's gonna come through. That's exactly the case.
Wow.
2 anchored right now. Sova's gonna get darted. That will pull one back. The Rays really thinking about it here. The toxic screen gonna seal the deal. So BU
30
are
seconds left.
going to come over to the B side, and UA are gonna recognize.
White Chocolate, so many decisions here. Doesn't want to pick the wrong site. And now Penumbras will go for the plant. There are the paint shells, making it difficult for Penumbras to get out of dodge, and he actually falls. So a great kill for Albany.
This is a good screen for them here. It's all of B main.
All of B main is going to be screened off here right now for BU. The onus sits on you, and he opens the defuse. There's the first snake, but Varv will spray his way forward. Another defuse. It's the tap. Varv rears his way out. He's going to be good for one, veering through traffic. He'll find two. Weaving his way over, he's got to reload as well. He's spotted, and now Shed turns the blind eye. More utility being spammed over towards yellow. A 3v3 opportunity. There's another tap going the way of Barb. He's got 1 HP. He does not give a damn. And now it's going to be a 2v1. The defuse coming in from White Chocolate.
Time.
Does he have enough time? He does not. And they just have to wait. It's going to be so simple. You can take this one away with extra pillows and blankets, Catnator. Finally, we have a victor after what felt like an eternity. BU turned it up when it mattered most in OT. Put it out 14-12. No contest even at all in those overtime rounds. GG.
GG's indeed. A very interesting map to watch play out.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see how both teams adapt to the fact that ain't nobody got a flash. Everybody's got to do everything dry, which really makes things interesting once you start to put operators in the mix, and the adaptation just a little bit cleaner for BU. They're also the team that changed defensive setups quicker. They moved the Viper immediately over from B over to A to recognize we'll get vision now towards A main. I would be interested, as we are going to try to jump to a post-series interview, to hear if that was something thought about or just ended up happening, because typically when we do see Viper allocated from B to A, that is just the screen that kind of happens, but it definitely makes a difference there for them early. It took UA way longer on the defensive side to even think about the fact that the Viper could move. I mean, I think it was 9 rounds on the defensive side before they started to try to change things up, and in those final 3 rounds it was just too late because they didn't get the chance to actually experiment anymore. It's the same thing, same error, almost definition of insanity.
Absolutely, Catnator, and we will potentially see that interview. We know it's late. Probably the players don't want to do that. We'll see what happens. We'll see if we can get maybe a couple in it. We'll try our best.
Won't they do it for me?
Will. They might do it for you, Catnator, if you ask pretty please. You got to really step it up there with the
cherry on top. Cherry on top.
We'll see. We'll try our damnedest to get this interview, and we will go to a quick break when we come back. Let's see what that interview has in store for us. Kills, poetry in motion there for Semi. And potentially this could be Bryant winning this round out Eve in a whole world of trouble. As this up dribble, here's the footsteps. Spot Sal, takes out one. And Penumbras is going to be there as well. A luminous round there for Bryant as Bryant.
Come through, and just like that, the lockdown's gone. Now what do you do for UA? You saved to make this play happen. Seven's already got his ult back as well, so instead of player having nothing but an impact, now the Rolling Thunder can save and use for the actual retake scenario. The post play to perfection, and Eva's going to swing off of all of those players stuck in the aftershock. Good to get the 3. D-Nuns will take 2 back. Certainly not able to take back the round with the 3K.
To make his way inside for 2, but Shed shuts that down. Saul once again on top of it, finding Shed there, and now a divide going the way of Albany. It's going to force this Astra right into the reticle here of Saul, and he'll
time here is UA as they want to get this flank on the way. The Sova is there now. Make contact towards long in a moment as this player will peek up towards Cubby. Bright as the first. That just needs to number 13 HP.
Pretty good for 1. He's got the blind light as well. Potentially can find 2, or it's going to be so difficult. There the shots come flying in. Penumbras is going to be good.
Another
for one more. He's got a 3K here. Pops the secret as well. Will look to advance his way inside, but Bright is determined there, poised for the kill, and he finds it. 6th round win for Albany, potentially, but doesn't find the mark, and that would mean Shed will be in a bit of a awkward situation, as for the time being, still a 5v5, but if you are not that great, Shed will be good for 1, will be good for 2. Oh man, he's really feeling it right now. Could be good for 3, runs out of ammo, and now Varv flicks over, finds cool. And it's going to be a flooding here for Bryant. Has got to back away and find that Sky for some healing, but right now not possible.
What a read.
Sal, just a tremendous read, finds Shed, and now going to even things up with some elegance there. As now Shed will be good for 1 more. Finds Kroner, and that's another one of these initiators here for Albany, and now it's going to be White Chocolate forced to get this plant down as quick as humanly possible. 30 seconds left. The spike is down though. Now D-Nuns will snake his way forward with the smokes. So beautifully done by D-Nuns. Concealed in mystery there, shrouded in dark.
Forward now into the angle. Certainly good for 1. There's the 1. No one's respawned. He's reloaded. This never happened to a shorty player. Zephyr is up now as well. He's stolen the gun away. There's the second one just there on the ground. 1 gun taken. Gonna close out map number 1 as Eve and Astra will get together. First contact to be found. Varv will win that one. Divide available as well. It'll go. It's a lot harder for Varv to be attacking this round. Let's walk all the way around. He's just gonna swing for 1. Varv gonna have this contact as well towards CT in just a moment's time. It's the first and only Nano Swarm gone. Defuse gonna get stuck. White Chocolate trying to play forward. We'll just hold on to things here. The swing now to find the first. The swing. He's off the spike. White Chocolate 1v2. That's clutched things up. The University of Albany 18. Gun just fabulous. Guns available now for this team. They start to work their way into a retake. Work his way up middle. Catch 1. Reswing is there. Good job. We got a friend.
Exactly. Now we'll see if Bryant can find another friend here, and that being that big kill.
They just had to really sell this mid split coming from Bryant. This is the last time that you just used was but Saul gonna pick up 2. As there's
holding down the line, and now a 1v1.
Gonna pull him off spike here. He'll feel so much extra time.
He's gonna look for the pull, the defuse, not even at half. D-Nuns playing for time, jump peeking, baiting. It's so brilliantly done, but the flick is there. Penumbras is there in time. D-Nuns, all he had to do was buy a little bit more time. He could not do it. This potentially will be the defuse. Varv.
If he holds, they don't know. He doesn't know
he's gonna hold it. They have no idea he's holding this. He's just gonna stick it all the way, but he dies in the last possible second. D-Nuns good for 1 more. The defuse coming in. No time left. He'll just stick it once again. D-Nuns not pushing forward, not respecting the amount of time. And one player that D-Nuns has to worry about here. He doesn't know it. He's waiting for potentially in heaven push, but he will place the stars down in accordance here to what his team wants. There's the pulls in. Everything going to be used as well because they still do not know where Varv is. He's going to peer around the corner, find 3 kills simultaneously. And Bryant.
There's no way to get it down. You have to get past default. The wall's going to be in the way. They got to go to actual site. Viper's going to be there, but they got to go all the way into Cargo to do it. So someone's got to frag. They're going to do so right now. Bright to hold on to things. Those guys are crucial. And you ain't able to get out of the gun. Eat the swing through. Have the right click in time.
Get rid of the dagger. Cloner gets things done there. Takes out Penumbras and
welcome back, one and all, to the Esports U Network. Once again, we're pulling games from week 1 of the Eastern College Athletic Conference, and we just watched our second game go through. Now joining us here in the booth is Very to talk to us about that game, a 2-0 win. How you feeling, brother?
Feeling awesome, man. That was definitely the biggest challenge we faced, and just as a team together, all five of us, and it was awesome to come out on top, especially because this is our first regular season game of the new season. So it's insane. It's an insane way to start the season.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned how close of a game this was. Did you have any prior knowledge on how your opponents were going to play going into this game?
Honestly, not really. We just we did, yeah, not really. We didn't know a single thing about them. So it was awesome, just adapting, learning, playing as a team, getting even better. Everything about it was just so much fun.
Absolutely, absolutely. Varv, it's getting late at night, bro.
Yeah,
Late into the
agreed.
series, man. We get a composition with no flashes on Icebox. Is that the typical composition? Is that something I overlooked? What happened?
Well, we know. So we have Chamber, we have Jet.
Mhm.
We know those two players can win every duel. We have the confidence as a team that they can win every single duel.
Okay.
Additionally, just all five of us can win every single duel, but a flash is really only useful if your teammates are picking off it. But if we're just winning the
Right.
duels in the first place, it doesn't really matter. And that's really when we've scrimmed, and in this game, we were just winning every fight, so it just worked out.
Okay. Kill off strat. We like that. We like that.
Awesome stuff. And really, it's getting late. We don't want to keep you around too long. Anyone want to shout out before we head you off?
I wanna shout out I want to shout out Penumbras, which is really funny because for the first two maps, his mic wasn't working. We didn't realize it.
Really?
Yeah, there's. I want to shout him out for making his mic turn on the third map. But no, everyone on the team, they all played their part. They all did a really great job. I didn't have the best game, but we won as a team, and we'll hope to continue the rest of the season.
Oh, absolutely. Best luck to you. 7 more weeks to go, and hopefully we'll see your team make their way into the playoffs. Thanks for joining us today, and get some sleep, brother. Class is tomorrow.
Yeah. Yep. See ya. Have a good night. Thank you so much.
Well,
No
that's
mic
that
for the
Native.
first 2 maps?
That's insane. Now that I know that, totally different thought process for everything that happened. Oh my word.
Well, that's really ironic. We had a couple times where we calmed the fact that Penumbras was playing behind divides and seemed to just peak at the perfect time, like he got comms. So I do wonder what those comms sounded like, especially the fact that he can't confirm whether he's listening to anything they're saying. But regardless, the fact they figured it out is very, very impressive. Playing a bit of a 4-on-5 with no extra comms and still getting the job done.
Absolutely. Well, Catnator, it's been a long, long night of Valorant, but we're finally at the end of it all. Our Twitters are below. That's where you can find us for more Valorant casting action galore. But regardless, congrats to Bryant. Congrats. Wow, it's just very late. Congrats to all of our winners today. And Catnator, it's been a pleasure casting with you, my man.
Yeah, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you are following us at CNC_official on Twitter. Esports U Hub. We're pulling games from 6 different conferences. These are not going to be the only showcases you're going to see. This was, again, ECAC week number 1. But as these other leagues get going, all that action's going to be here, whether it's us 2 on the desk or other fantastic talents lining up. So we will see you here. Make sure you drop that follow. But for now, good night, get some rest, and we'll see you when we see you.